Chapter 1149. Oh, Yun, you've returned. The black chaotic corner is quite a distance away from here. I had thought that you wouldn't be able to make it to the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds this time. Ling Xiong was currently handling some documents as he said curiously upon seeing Ling Xiao and Ling Yun. Greetings, father. Ling Xiao and Ling Yun greeted in unison. This is... At this time, Ling Xiong's gaze fell on Yi Xian behind Ling Xiao. Father, on our way back from the black chaotic corner, we were ambushed by assassins of the underworld. Fortunately, Yi Xian came to our aid, otherwise we siblings might very well have been captured. Ling Xiao began to narrate the events of the past. The assassins of the underworld only capture people, and not kill them. Ling Xiao's body shook as he abruptly stood up. I find it very strange as well. We siblings have not offended anyone, why would they target us? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Alright, I will send people to investigate this matter. Ling Xiong nodded, before continuing, with little brother Yi Xian's talent, he is indeed qualified to enter my Heavenly Thunder Hall as a core disciple. However, there are quite a few powerful disciples in this time slot competition, and there are only 10 slots. Wanting to obtain one won't be so easy. Ling Xiao understood Ling Xiong's meaning. The latter had underestimated Yi Xian a little. He hurriedly explained, Father, Yi Xian's strength is probably not below mine. Oh. Hearing this, Ling Xiong was rather surprised, not daring to believe it. Yi Xian was only at the first level of the Nether Passage stage, while there were 3,000 core disciples in the Heavenly Thunder Hall. This meant that they were all at the first level of the Nether Passage stage. However, the number of core disciples who could challenge those at a higher level was probably less than 100. If that is the case, we can fight for it. Little brother Yi, come with me. Saying this, Ling Xiong brought Yi Xian along as well. As the latter had saved Ling Xiao, he easily entered the Heavenly Thunder Hall, becoming a core disciple. Very quickly, Yi Xian successfully entered the Heavenly Thunder Hall, becoming a core disciple. After that, Ling Xiong brought Yi Xian to the registration point for the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Lands entry battle that would be held 3 days later. Yi Xian glanced at the name list. This time, the Ling clan's disciples didn't need to compete for the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land spots and could directly enter. However, those subordinate powers of the Heavenly Thunder Hall as well as the other disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall would have to undergo a trial before being able to obtain a slot. There were only 10 spots for this year's competition, and the people who participated in the competition for the spots added up to more than 100 people. These hundreds of people were all around 25 years old and were at least in the Nether Passage realm. It was even said that some of them had already reached the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to get a slot, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was not worried about his own slot, instead wondering if he should let Luo join the Heavenly Thunder Hall as well. Within 3 days, Luo would also be able to break through into the ethereal opening stage. It had to be known that she was a 15-year-old ethereal opening stage martial artist, being even more formidable than that legendary figure in the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. In the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the person who had broken through into the ethereal opening stage at the age of 18 had been the #1 genius. Forget it. Luo is cultivating in the planting space, so there's no need for her to join. When I enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land, I'll summon her out as well, Yi Xian planned in his heart. Luo's talent was really too heaven-defying. Having reached the ethereal opening stage at the age of 15, she could even attempt to break through into the fulfillment realm in the future. The reason why Yi Xian had dismissed this idea was because that #1 genius in the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had been strangled in the cradle by someone. After registering, Ling Xiao arranged a place for Yi Xian to stay before bringing Yi Xian to stroll around the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Ling Xiao, do I have the qualifications to learn the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd now? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Hearing his words, Ling Xiao nodded. You do. All core disciples can learn our Heavenly Thunder Hall's supreme technique, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. All of them. Yi Xian raised his brows. He had heard that the Heavenly Thunder Hall had a total of 3,000 core disciples and 100,000 ordinary disciples. With 3,000 people able to learn the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, was the Heavenly Thunder Hall not afraid that the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd would spread? Still, very quickly, he knew that the mid-grade ethereal opening ability, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, could not be spread. Because the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd was a heaven-connecting artifact. That ability could only be learnt through comprehending the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. Gazing at that Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd before him as well as the 100 Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples surrounding it, Yi Xian suddenly recalled the Dao Heart Devil Seed technique. Wasn't the Dao Heart Devil Seed technique also learnt through comprehending the statue of the Devil God? Yi Xian, that is the weapon used by our Heavenly Thunder Hall's founder, our Ling family's ancestor, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. Ling Xiao introduced. This Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd is a little damaged. Yi Xian unconsciously said. That's right. When the founder obtained this Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, it was already damaged. The founder said that if it could be repaired, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd could become a third-grade heaven-connecting artifact. It was with this that the founder created the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. Ling Xiao nodded. While the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd was only a mid-grade ethereal opening ability, it was extremely close to a high-grade ethereal opening ability. Even if a first-level ethereal opening martial practitioner learned it, some might not even be able to use it. Yi Xian, you go and try it out first. There are still 3 days before the entry battle anyway. Even if you can't comprehend it, if you grasp a sliver of the power of Heavenly Thunder, it would still be helpful to your strength. My brother and I had to learn for a whole 3 months before we learned the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, before going to Black Chaotic Corner for tempering. Ling Yun smiled as she said from the side. Alright, I'll give it a try then. Yi Xian nodded. Actually, he did not need to learn the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, because he had already copied it down and learned it. Now, he was just putting on an act here. This way, he could legitimately use the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. Afterwards, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun left, leaving Yi Xian to comprehend it alone here. Yi Xian extended his senses, discovering that there were still third-level ethereal opening experts here. These should be Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples with higher cultivation bases, but lower comprehension abilities. At the same time, a white-haired old man was seated in the meditative position in a corner of this palace. This white-haired old man was the guardian of the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, possessing incomparable strength. Yi Xian sat here, carefully comprehending it for 3 days. In these 3 days, Luo successfully broke through to the ethereal opening stage. At the same time, the heavenly connecting treasure tree within the planting space had also grown by several hundred meters, the chi of heaven and earth having more than doubled. At the same time, many natural treasures had been born within the planting space, all of which had been devoured by Yi Xian, increasing his cultivation base. However, today was the day of the entry battle for the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds, so Yi Xian had to leave. Chapter 1150. Yi Xian, you've come at the right time. The competition for the slots is about to begin. When Yi Xian left the Halberd Palace, Ling Xiao just so happened to be walking towards him. I'm already prepared. Yi Xian nodded. There were only 3 people at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage stage, while there were 10 slots. Thus, his chances were very high. These 3 days, I've been investigating for you. Of the 3 participants at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm, one is Su Liang from the Su family, one is Gu Han from the Gu family, and the last is Jiao Chong from the Blackwater Lightning WIRM. I feel that only these 3 would be a threat to you, said Ling Xiao. Profound Water Thunder WIRM. Yi Xian raised his brows, saying, what is that? Demon race? That's right. My Heavenly Thunder Hall also has a demon race force under its command. They want to use the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land before transforming into dragons, nodded Ling Xiao. The demon race did not only exist in the eastern continent of the Blood Rock continent. There were quite a few of them in the sacred grounds as well. Profound Water Thunder Wirm, using the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land to transform into dragons. Yi Xian was slightly surprised as he asked, the lifespan of this demon race is longer than that of humans, and they can participate together with humans. The demon race is indeed older than us. 100 years of this Profound Water Thunder Wirm clan is only equivalent to 25 years of our human age. However, they are indeed a problem for us. With their long lifespans, they might threaten our Heavenly Thunder Hall in the future. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh emotionally. Brother, Ling Yun hurriedly reminded him in a small voice. Oh, I forgot. Ling Xiao's neck shrunk as he unconsciously scanned the surroundings. What he meant earlier was to expel the Profound Water Thunder Wirm clan from the Heavenly Thunder Hall, lest they become the masters of the Heavenly Thunder Hall in the future. Fortunately, no one had heard it, apart from Yi Xian. Let's go, let's go. The competition for the slots is about to begin. Saying thus, Ling Xiao brought Yi Xian towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall's assessment arena. The competition for the 10 spots in the Forbidden Land of Heavenly Thunder was about to begin. There were more than 100 participants, all of whom were at least in the ethereal opening realm. There were a total of 50 people at the first level of Nether Passage realm like Yi Xian. Some of them weren't here for a spot, but to find an opponent to battle and increase their strength. Yi Xian naturally did not care about these people. Of course, he didn't care about the rest of the second-level Nether Passage realm martial artists. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't possibly be stronger than him, right? However, he only hoped that he wouldn't run into those 3 geniuses at the third level of the Nether Passage realm. This wasn't because he was afraid, but because he didn't want to use his trump card. Very quickly, Ling Xiao brought Yi Xian to the assessment arena. Thousands upon thousands of people had already gathered here, with some of them being disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall as well as those subordinate powers of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. When Ling Xiao's father, Ling Xiong, saw Yi Xian, he also said, Yi Xian, you're number 7, number 15. This time, there were a total of 150 people participating in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Lands entry competition. It was just right, so they were divided into 10 groups, each group having 15 people. Still, they still had to be tested before entering battle. The strength of both their physique and soul had to reach the required level. Otherwise, if they entered the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land and were unable to withstand even a single bolt of Heavenly Thunder, that would have been a waste of their entry slot, possibly even being struck to death by a single bolt of Heavenly Thunder. Wanting to enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land, one's physique and soul must reach the level of 6 stars. Only then can one advance to the next round. Ling Xiao explained from the side, my sister and I have already been tested. Both of us are at 8 stars, while my sister's physique is a bit weaker, only at 7.5 stars. So that's how it is. I wonder what mine is. Yi Xian was rather curious. The strength of his soul far surpassed that of most first-level Nether Passage realm martial artists, perhaps even comparable to second-level Nether Passage realm martial artists. As for his physique, due to its uniqueness, having devoured so many heavenly treasures, it was also extremely powerful. While he had yet to test it, he estimated that it should be about the same as Ling Xiao's. Of course, the main reason why he was able to challenge those above his level was because of those bloodlines. At this time, a team entered the test arena, and it attracted everyone's attention. Is this the Profound Water Thunder Wirm clan that joined our Heavenly Thunder Hall a few years ago? They look so powerful. Profound Water Thunder WIRMS are of the demon race. Any random one of them would be older than our grandfather. Them also participating, this is a little unfair. Also, profound water thunder WIRMs are resistant to thunder in the first place. Compared to us, they can withstand even more heavenly thunder, their degree of refinement being higher than ours. The heavenly thunder forbidden land feels like it was formed specifically for them. I heard that this time, the profound water thunder WIRM clan used a large amount of heavenly treasures to produce a genius called Zhao Chong. I wonder if he will be able to successfully transform into a dragon under the bombardment of heavenly thunder. After this team entered, the surrounding Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples also began whispering amongst themselves. The profound water thunder WIRM was the strongest of all the subordinate powers of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, only inferior to the Ling family. The reason they had joined the Heavenly Thunder Hall was also because of the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land. That's Zhao Chong. Ling Yun suddenly pointed over stealthily. At the center of this team of profound water thunder WIRMs was a fair-faced young man. This person looked extremely young, but his true age was already over 100 years old. Third level of the Nether Passage realm. If he reverts to his original form, his battle prowess will be even greater, Yi Xian also thought to himself. The demon race here was different from the demon race of the Blood Rock continent. They were not cursed, so there would not be any harm in reverting to their original form, being able to revert to their original form as they wished. Yi Xian estimated that this Zhao Chong's strength was ranked first amongst all the competitors. Even he would find it very hard to defeat him, unless he joined forces with Luo Luo. Within this team, there were also 4 profound water thunder WIRM youths, all at the second level of the Nether Passage realm. Their battle prowess was probably also amongst the best. This time, the profound water thunder WIRM actually has 5 youths participating. If nothing unexpected happens, they will obtain 5 spots, in a certain corner of the test arena, a middle-aged man said with a frown. 5 is too many. Give them 3 spots. The white-haired old man beside him stroked his beard as he said. Father, you mean... The middle-aged man suddenly turned his head. The Su family's Su Liang and the Gu family's Gu Han are both already at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. Arrange them together with the 2 from the Zhao family. The white-haired old man continued. Father, this will incur the displeasure of the Zhao family, the middle-aged man reminded. This profound water thunder WIRM clan is too domineering. In a few more decades, they might catch up to our Ling family. We must suppress them. Even if they guess it, so what? Since they are subordinate to our Heavenly Thunder Hall, we will make the decisions. The white-haired old man said with a resolute and decisive look. Yes, then I will go now. Not daring to disobey, the middle-aged man hurriedly left. Chapter 1151. A middle-aged elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall leapt onto that massive ring at the center before taking out a massive stone tablet from his spatial ring, saying, "The physique trial begins. Team 1, all of you, come up onto the ring." Next, 15 people leapt up from below, one of them being a youth from the profound water thunder WIRM. You are not allowed to use true chi or the power of all manifestations to attack the stone tablet. Number 1, begin the trial, said the middle-aged elder. Number 1 of Team 1's luck was not bad, being able to obtain first place. However, this did not mean that his results were also first. This was a muscular man, a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. His skin was dark, his entire body looking muscular and powerful. He roared loudly, sprinting madly towards the stone tablet before viciously punching out with a fist. Pang! A muffled sound rang out as this person's fist entered the stone tablet. Exactly 3 inches, 6 stars. The middle-aged elder swept his gaze over before recording the results. 3 inches was 10 centimeters. Every Nether Passage expert had the power to split mountains and split the earth. Even without using true chi or the power of all manifestations, they could still blast through a mountain with the force of their fists. However, this stone tablet was not simple at all. It was cold steel, a material used to forge Grade 2 Heavenly Connection artifacts. Being able to leave a 3-inch fist mark on it, this muscular man could already be considered an elite amongst the first level of the Nether Passage stage. Next was number 2 of Team 1's trial. 2, 9 inches, not qualified. The middle-aged elder shook his head. 3 inches was the standard for 6 stars. While 2, 9 inches was a little short, they would not bend the rules as they could only wait for the next trial. Number 2 of Team 1 shook his head helplessly, silently blaming himself for being too lax earlier. If he had bitterly cultivated for a bit, he would definitely have been able to pass. As the trial continued, the surrounding people also watched rather impatiently. They wanted to see the strength of that Zhao family expert. Very quickly, it was finally that profound water thunder WIRM youth's turn. It's here, it's finally his turn. While he's only at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, unable to compare to Zhao Chong, he should at least be able to reach 8 stars, right? I remember that in the history of our Heavenly Thunder Hall, the most monstrous genius had punched 9 stars at the second level of the Nether Passage stage. The surrounding Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples began discussing softly. Not just that, even Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He wanted to see just how powerful this profound water thunder WIRM was. Number 10, begin the test. The middle-aged elder was also curious. Yes. The young man called Zhao Heng nodded. Soon after, he gathered all the strength in his body and punched forward. Bang! His fist sank into the frost steel. 4 inches, 8 stars. The middle-aged elder's eyes lit up as he announced. Hua! The crowd burst into an uproar. What shocked them was not the 8 stars, but that Zhao Heng was currently in human form. If he could use the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon, his punch would be at least 8.5 stars, or even 9 stars, right? The Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon was indeed powerful. The Darkwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan is indeed a hidden danger, many elders of the Heavenly Thunder Hall thought to themselves. Having only joined the Heavenly Thunder Hall for a few short years, the Profound Water Thunder WIRM clan had already become the number 1 clan below the Ling family. They had no choice but to guard against them. Zhao Heng was extremely pleased with himself after obtaining an 8-star evaluation. He raised his nose and looked around before walking off the stage. Very soon, the results of the first group were all recorded. Those who had reached 6 stars were qualified to participate in the second round of the test. Yi Xian did not pay much attention to the following tests as he just glanced over slightly. Those at the second level of the Nether Passage stage were all able to obtain 7 stars at the very least. The stronger ones could even achieve 7.5 stars or even 8 stars, though not a single one managed to do so. Finally, it was time for the third group. That's the Gu family's Guhan. He has already broken through to the third level of the Nether Passage stage. I wonder how many stars he can obtain. At least 8.5 stars, or 9 stars. Anyway, it'll be fine as long as it's not lower than the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon. The disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall quietly discussed amongst themselves again. While the number 1 genius in the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had achieved 9 stars at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, he had only been 20 at the time. The most suitable age for entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land was 25. This monster had naturally not entered, only having come to test it out. Sadly, not long after the test had ended, he had suffered a vicious blow in the midst of training, thus falling. That Guhan walked before the frost steel, then punched out viciously. 4 inches and 7 stars, 9 stars. The middle-aged elder nodded satisfactorily, announcing. Impressive indeed. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to reach 9.5 stars. What a pity. This is only a physique test, it's also not like there are any rewards. Who knows, Gu-han might still have been holding back. That's true. Gu-han completed his test, then walked off the ring. Below, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the screen, discovering that Gu-han had been holding back just now. Otherwise, 9.5 stars would have been no problem at all. The test continued. In the fourth group, there was also a disciple of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan. Also at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, he had obtained an 8-star evaluation. I estimate that the other 4 members of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan will all be able to obtain an 8-star evaluation. After Ling Xiao finished speaking softly, he turned to look at Yi Xian, saying, Yi Xian, how many stars do you have confidence in obtaining? 7 stars at the very least. Yi Xian replied. However, he was being modest. He felt that if he punched out with his full power, he would at least obtain an 8-star evaluation. If he used the Beast King's Rampage, 9 stars would be no problem at all. However, there were no rewards for this test, so there was no need for him to reveal his true strength. Using the Beast King's Rampage required a large number of corpses, and it would only increase his strength after using it. For someone like him who possessed the strength of all mammoths, the Beast King's Rampage was eliminated. Thus, there was no need for him to collect the corpses of heaven-reaching beasts, nor was there a need for him to use it. That's right. You just broke through to the Nether Passage stage. If you cultivate for a while longer, 7.5 stars won't be a problem. Ling Xiao didn't think much of it. He just nodded and continued to watch the test. Next was the Su family's Su Liang. He also obtained a 9-star evaluation, the same as Gu-han. Finally, it was the turn of Group 7's Yi Xian. Under the middle-aged elder Zhang's command, the 15 people of Group 7 all jumped onto the ring. There was another disciple of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan in the same group as Yi Xian, and he just happened to be in front of Yi Xian. Of the first 13 people, some passed the test, while others failed. Soon, it was the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon youth in front of Yi Xian. Ha! This youth from the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan struck the Frost Steel Stone tablet with all his strength. 4 inches 8.5 stars. The middle-aged elder announced with some astonishment. 8.5 stars. This was the highest score amongst those at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, second only to Gu-han and Su Liang. Too frightening. He actually managed to hit 8.5 stars, second only to our Heavenly Thunder Hall's number 1 genius. If this Jiao Lai reverted to his original form, he would at least reach 9 stars, right? Humph. This Jiao Lai is of the demon race and has lived for 100 years. How can he compare to that genius of our Heavenly Thunder Hall? That's right. While the demon race has a long lifespan, cultivation is difficult and requires time to settle down. Moreover, their reproductive abilities are poor. We humans are blessed by the heavens, and our cultivation speed is much faster than theirs. Chapter 1152. The test is over. Get out of the way. The middle-aged elder chased him away. What's with the arrogance? If I become a dragon, I'll definitely trample all the geniuses of your Ling clan. Jiao Lai said unhappily and retreated. Now, it was Yi Xian's turn. Because he was only at the first level of the ethereal opening realm, not many people paid attention to him. Everyone was talking among themselves. There's no reward for this test. I'll just give him 6 stars. Yi Xian didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he directly threw a punch. However, he regretted it when his fist entered the Frost Steel Stone tablet. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Because he wanted to hide his strength, he held back. This punch actually didn't hit 3 inches, it was only 2.8 inches. 3 inches was the standard for 6 stars. If one didn't reach 6 stars, they would be eliminated. 2, 8 inches, Tao, the middle-aged elder felt it and said. However, before he could finish, Yi Xian suddenly attacked. What are you doing? The elder was furious. Everyone was only tested once, but Yi Xian dared to throw 2 punches. Was he ignoring him? Pang! Another punch appeared, and the crowd suddenly fell silent. This brat is in trouble. He actually ignored the rules. Does he think he can pass with one more punch? Elder Ling Chang is very old-fashioned. This brat ignored the rules. Even if he's a core disciple, he can't avoid a scolding. Sigh, I pity him. Some of the surrounding disciples revealed sympathetic expressions, while others revealed gloating expressions, as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Below the stage, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun's expressions changed greatly. They prepared to jump onto the stage. Trash will always be trash. Does he think he can get rid of trash by testing again? Zhao Lai had a disdainful expression as he muttered to himself. However, when he swept his gaze over the second fist imprint that Yi Xian had struck out, his expression instantly became unsightly. What? 4, 3 inches. 8.5 stars. Elder Ling Chang also noticed and raised his eyebrows. What the hell was going on? Yi Xian's first punch was 2. 8 inches, which didn't even reach 6 stars. However, his second punch had actually reached 4. 3 inches, reaching 8.5 stars. Elder, I'm sorry. My first punch was wrong. Yi Xian smiled guiltily. This, Elder Ling Chang froze. Was it possible for someone at the first level of the Nether Passage realm to get an 8.5 star evaluation? It must be known that the first person in the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall to have achieved a 9-star evaluation at the ethereal opening stage. However, Yi Xian had actually set another record. Just now, Yi Xian had made a mistake and hurriedly followed up with a punch. Although he did not use Beast King Rampage for the second punch, he did use his full strength. 8.5 stars, exactly the same as Zhao Lai from the previous test. However, Zhao Lai was a level higher than Yi Xian. He was at the second level of the Nether Passage realm. How is that possible? He must have cheated. Zhao Lai immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately jumped out and pointed at Yi Xian's nose and shouted. He was a Blackwater Thunder Jiao, a demon. Demons were proficient in refining their bodies. While they had not returned to their true forms, they were still stronger than ordinary humans. After all, he had lived for 100 years. However, now, Yi Xian, a human of around 25 years of age, whose cultivation was even lower than his, had actually given him the same evaluation. This was impossible. Not only did he not believe it, even the surrounding Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples were the same. Elder Ling Chang raised his brows, also rather doubtful as he said to Yi Xian, try punching again. Yes. Yi Xian wiped away his cold sweat, then punched viciously towards the frost steel stone tablet once more. 4 inches, 8-star evaluation. The middle-aged elder frowned. This time, Yi Xian's score actually fell. My apologies, elder. I have only just broken through to the Nether Passage stage and have yet to get used to my strength. Thus, I accidentally used my true qi. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. With his reminder, the surrounding people also widened their eyes in realization. True qi, it must have been true qi. So that's how it is. Ling Chang nodded slightly. That earlier scene had been too sudden. Perhaps he had sensed wrongly, not sensing that Yi Xian had used his true qi. That was why he had given him an 8.5-star evaluation. However, this time, he had clearly sensed that Yi Xian had not used his true qi. Thus, this 4-star evaluation was valid. Like I said, how could he possibly surpass me? Beside him, Zhao Lai snorted coldly. Elder Ling Chang glanced at him, saying, "All right, you tested it one more time. Originally, it would not have counted, but seeing that your results are not bad, this matter will be dropped." Even a Ling family disciple at the first level of the Nether Passage stage would only be 7.5 stars at most. For Yi Xian to actually be able to achieve 8 stars, this was still a new record. "Many thanks, Elder." Yi Xian cupped his fists in gratitude, heaving a sigh of relief inwardly before walking off the stage. "Yi Xian, you really are something, actually the same as me." Seeing Yi Xian come down, Ling Xiao could not help but remark. As a Ling family disciple at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, he was only given an 8-star evaluation. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had only just entered the Heavenly Thunder Hall as a core disciple and was only at the first level of the Nether Passage stage. Yet, he had been given an 8-star evaluation, much more impressive than him. However, at this moment, in a corner of the assessment arena. "Father, what's wrong?" that middle-aged man asked, puzzled. "Do you recognize that kid?" the white-haired old man asked. "He doesn't seem to be a disciple of our Ling family, but he seems to be friends with Ling Xiao." The middle-aged man shot him a glance, then shook his head. "Based on my spiritual sense, I can see that he did not use his true qi just now." "That 4 inches 3 is real," the white-haired old man murmured. "What, real?" The middle-aged man was very surprised. A first-level Nether Passage expert with an 8.5-star evaluation, there was not a single person in the entire Ling family who could do so. He probably doesn't want to provoke the Blackwater Thunder Wirm clan, thus concealing his strength. This kid is a talent that can be molded. Go investigate his background. If he is clean, we can nurture him." the white-haired old man instructed. "Yes." The assessment continued. Originally, everyone had thought that another monster had appeared in the Heavenly Thunder Hole. Not having thought that he had just accidentally used his true qi, they did not take it to heart. Achieving 8 stars in the physique assessment was nothing much. After all, it was just a test. The third round was actual combat. With Yi Xian's cultivation at the first level of the Nether Passage stage, he probably would not be able to enter the top 30. The 4 from the Blackwater Thunder Wirm clan had all completed their assessments, of which Zhao Lai had an 8.5-star evaluation, while the other 3 were all 8 stars. As for that Zhao Chong at the third level of the Nether Passage stage, he was in the 10th group, the last group. Finally, the physique assessment was nearing its end. That Blackwater Thunder Wirm clan's Zhao Chong also finally ascended the arena. Everyone opened their eyes wide, wanting to see exactly how capable this number 1 genius of the Blackwater Thunder Wirm clan's younger generation was. How many stars could a third level of the Nether Passage stage achieve? Very quickly, it was Zhao Chong's turn. Begin the assessment. Chapter 1153. Let's begin the test. Elder Ling Chang also focused his attention to see how capable this Zhao Chong was, and whether he was hiding his true strength. After all, he was a member of the Ling family, and the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan was about to threaten the Ling family. Thus, he wanted to see if the number 1 genius of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan surpassed the number 1 genius of the Ling family, or was he slightly inferior. This Zhao Chong didn't say anything else, and directly punched out. Pang! A fist imprint was left on the frost steel stone tablet. 4 inches, 9.5 stars evaluation. A light flashed through Elder Ling Chang's eyes. Just a bit more, and it would be 10 stars. This was indeed a bit different from the number 1 genius of the Ling family. After all, the number 1 genius of the Ling family, Ling Zhantian, had scored 5.1 inches when he was at the third level of the Nether Passage realm, surpassing 10 stars. But don't forget, Zhao Chong was only in his human form, and hadn't returned to his original form. This black water thunder flood dragon clan is indeed a big threat. The surrounding Ling family experts' eyes all flashed as they thought to themselves. The group of black water lightning flood dragon clan experts below also sighed in their hearts. This brat has already lived for 100 years, and still doesn't know how to endure. If we become a thorn in the side of the Ling family, we will definitely be the first to be eliminated, or suppressed. The leading demon race expert was very annoyed, but this Zhao Chong was the son of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan's head, and he didn't dare to reprimand him. Good, let the test continue. Elder Ling Chong shouted. Soon, the physique test was over. Of the 150 people, only 70 passed. Next was the soul strength test. This soul strength test was rather simple, and could be completed in one go. Everyone jumped onto the stage, and then stood in a circle. Even those who didn't pass the physique test could. After all, it was only a test. Of course, the actual combat test required both physique and soul strength to pass. Then, Ling Chong took out a large golden bell from his yin and yang ring. This is our Heavenly Thunder Hall's soul toll bell. Definitely not. This is only a replica. Even if it is a replica, it is still a very powerful artifact. It is said that it can directly attack one's soul. The soul strength test requires one to withstand 12 rings. Some of the surrounding disciples recognized the golden bell. At this time, Elder Ling Chong said, "Everyone stand properly. Next will be the soul strength test. I will ring the bell every 3 breaths, and every time you survive 1 ring, you will gain half a star. Only those who can survive 12 rings will pass the test. In addition, you are not allowed to use true qi or wanxiang force to resist this test." The surrounding testers nodded, indicating that they understood. Yi Xian blended into the crowd and stood quietly. He did not know how long his soul could last. Alright, let the test begin. Elder Ling Chong looked around and then smashed his fist on the soul chime bell. Buzz! The sound of a bell rang out. Although it sounded ordinary, the sound of the bell was soul-stirring. If a person at the first level of the manifestation realm heard this bell, their soul would probably be immediately shattered and they would become an ownerless shell. Fortunately, this arena was big enough. Those who had not been tested were very far away, so it would not affect them. The first bell sound was only a half-star evaluation, and only 6 stars were considered to have passed. Therefore, the surrounding people did not show any signs of discomfort. Buzz! After 3 breaths, Elder Ling Chong punched again, and the sound of the bell resounded once more. The second ring. Buzz! The third ring. These were all just appetizers. However, when the bell sounded for the 10th time, some people began to feel dizzy. Without true qi or wanxiang force, these bell sounds directly attacked their souls, and some people had already begun to sway. Buzz! When the bell sounded for the 11th time, some people's eyes rolled back as they fell backwards. Seeing this, Heavenly Thunder Hall experts immediately rushed in from outside the arena, carrying the fallen people away. If these fallen people continued to stay on the arena, their souls would be heavily injured, or even extinguished. After a Heavenly Thunder Hall disciple who was carried away was brought out, he also slowly recovered. He looked around and sighed helplessly. He did not survive the 11th ring, so it was still a 5-star evaluation. Only by surviving the 11th ring would he receive a 5.5-star evaluation. It looked like he had to focus on cultivating his soul. Buzz! When the bell sounded for the 12th time, quite a few more people fell. As long as they could survive this bell, they would be considered to have passed the soul trial. Of those participating in the trial, some focused on the cultivation of the physique while some focused on the cultivation of the soul. Of course, those who cultivated the soul were still in the majority. After all, the soul was linked to wanxiang force. Therefore, the number of people who survived this round was actually much more than those who passed the physique test. However, what followed next was people falling in droves. Buzz. When the bell sounded for the 13th time, yet another 10-odd people's eyes rolled back as they fell onto the arena. Currently, there were still over 50 people standing, virtually all of them at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, with a few at the first level still holding on, their figures swaying. Oh. Not bad, there are actually still a few at the first level of the Nether Passage stage. Elder Ling Chong was rather surprised. Actually, those at the first level of the Nether Passage stage who could survive 10 bell chimes would already be considered exceptional amongst those at the same level. However, as this was a test for entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land, the requirements were naturally higher. 1 breath. 2 breaths. After 2 breaths of the 13th bell chime, yet another person fell onto the arena. Immediately, Ling Chong used the power of Wanxiang to directly fling this person out of the arena. The trial continued. Buzz. The 14th bell chime sounded. As long as one could last past 3 breaths, they would be assessed with 7 stars. The people outside were all guessing inwardly. How many first-level Nether Passage stage examinees would be able to achieve such an assessment? A breath passed. Thump. Someone fell. 1. 2 breaths passed, and 2 of them fell. On the 3rd breath, all of the first-level Nether Passage stage examinees had fallen. No, there was still one more. The hell, that person is still not falling. Wasn't he the one who obtained an 8-star assessment in the physique test just now while at the first level of the Nether Passage stage? So strong, both his physique and soul being so strong. His battle prowess definitely isn't weak, right? The person the surrounding Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples were discussing was precisely Yi Xian. A mere 14 chimes of the soul bell were still nothing to Yi Xian. Up till now, he didn't seem to have any problems at all. Buzz. As the 15th bell chime sounded, Yi Xian still persisted. Chapter 1154. Thump. In just 2 breaths' time, another few Heavenly Thunder Hall core disciples of the second level of the Nether Passage stage had fallen. That person is so strong. Even those at the second level of the Nether Passage stage have already fallen, but he is still standing there. The strength of his soul comparable to the second level of the Nether Passage stage, his physique also reaching 8 stars. How is it that I have never heard of this person before? I saw him together with senior apprentice brother Ling Xiao earlier. Could he have just joined recently? The surrounding people all began to speculate. A genius like Yi Xian should not be unknown. The 15th bell chime defeated 6 Heavenly Thunder Hall core disciples at the second level of the Nether Passage stage. Wang. The 16th ring of the bell sounded. As long as he could hold on for 3 breaths' time, he would be able to attain an 8-star evaluation. It's about time. If it's too high, I'll be targeted a little. I'm only here to be tempered by the Heavenly Thunder. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was prepared to pretend to fall down in the second breath of time. However, just at this time. Everyone listen up. All disciples who reach an 8-star evaluation will be rewarded with 3,000 inner devil pills, 3,000 for each higher evaluation, and so on. Suddenly, a foreign voice entered everyone's ears. Hearing this, everyone looked towards the source of the voice, discovering that the speaker was a grey-clothed middle-aged man. Perhaps some might not recognize him, but it was impossible for Ling Chang and the other higher echelons of the Heavenly Thunder Hall to not recognize him. Greetings, Hall Lord. Everyone shouted in unison. The one who had issued this reward was the current Hall Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong. What, an 8-star evaluation reward of 3,000 inner devil pills? Hearing these words, whether it was those present or those outside, their eyes all lit up. It was the same for Yi Xian. The hell, wasn't there supposed to be no reward? Rather perplexed, Yi Xian quickly pondered for a moment. 3,000 inner devil pills was not a small sum to him, but to others, it was even more of a huge fortune. This 16th ring of the bell, should he hold or not? TCH, a bastard who doesn't earn money when there's money to be earned. Let's go all out. Yi Xian immediately made his decision. Hold. After 3 breaths of time, there were only a dozen people left on the arena. These dozen or so people had all reached an 8-star evaluation. Some of them were even able to hold on because they were stimulated by the heart demon pill. Otherwise, they would have already collapsed. Among them, only Yi Xian was at the first level of the Nether Passage realm. The rest were at least at the 2nd level. How is this possible? This brat's soul strength has actually reached an 8-star evaluation. Holy shit, could it be that the Palace Master's words have strengthened his mind and allowed him to hold on? Money really does make the world go round. This brat is really going all out for the heart demon pill. That's not right. Look, he seems to still have some energy left. Everyone's gazes were focused on Yi Xian. Indeed, Yi Xian still had some energy left after the 16th bell. Good boy, try the 17th bell. Ling Chang's eyes lit up. Then, he punched the soul-ringing bell. Buzz. The 17th ring of the soul bell spread out slowly. Some of the people in the field immediately went limp after hearing the sound, unable to hold on. Thump. Thump. In just one breath, 3 people collapsed. In the second breath, another 3 people collapsed. At this moment, there were only 8 people left on the arena. In the third breath, there were only 6 people left on the arena. Jiao Chong, Gu Han, and Su Liang, the 3 geniuses at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm, were still fine. Jiao Heng and Jiao Lai, the 2 disciples of the Blackwater Lightning Wirm, were from the demon clan and had lived for 100 years, so their soul strength was also stronger than normal people. However, Yi Xian, who was at the 1st level of the Nether Passage realm, was actually able to hold on. It was practically a miracle. Inconceivable. Simply inconceivable. However, Yi Xian was actually already at the end of his strength. The 17th bell was his limit. Even if he lay down now, he would still have an 8.5-star evaluation, which was a full 6,000 heart demon pills. If he could hold on for another bell, then he would have 9,000 heart demon pills, which was enough for him to break through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. Impossible, why is this brat still not lying down? Jiao Lai didn't dare to believe that there was still a 1st-level Nether Passage realm martial artist who hadn't collapsed, and he was also at the end of his strength. However, if he collapsed before Yi Xian, wouldn't he be laughed to death? Even if my body and soul are destroyed, I still won't fall before you. Jiao Lai gritted his teeth and prepared to continue. Elder Ling Chang looked around, and finally his gaze fell on Yi Xian. Pang! He didn't forget his duty, and punched the soul-tolling bell. Wang! The 18th sound of the bell rang out. Jiao Lai and Jiao Heng couldn't hold on any longer, and they fell limply to the ground. However, Yi Xian didn't fall. He just swayed there. Impossible, Jiao Lai didn't dare to believe that he had lost to a human. Moreover, this human's cultivation level was lower than his, and he was more than 70 years younger than him. At this moment, if he were awake, he would definitely bang his head against the wall. Everyone present held their breaths, waiting to see if Yi Xian would be able to survive this 18th bell. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The strength of Yi Xian's soul is actually even stronger than mine. If he can survive this bell, he will be evaluated as a 9-star. Outside, Ling Xiao said in shock. He had never thought that he would actually bring back such a monster to the Heavenly Thunder Hall this time. A mere 1st-level Nether Passage martial artist already having the strength of a 3rd-level Nether Passage martial artist's soul. His battle prowess shouldn't be too weak, as he would definitely be able to challenge those of a higher level. Elder Ling Chang's gaze fell on Yi Xian, saying, "This brat's said to have just broken through to the nether passage stage, but his soul is already so powerful. If it were a normal first-level nether passage martial artist, they would definitely not be able to refine so many inner devil pills at all, instead falling into cultivation deviation. How exactly does this brat cultivate?" At this moment, Yi Xian had already survived past a breath's time, at the same time becoming the focal point of all gazes. Jiao Chong, Gu Han and Su Liang were also looking at Yi Xian. They especially hoped that Yi Xian would fall now so that they could regain some face. However, Yi Xian just did not fall. What the hell? If I had known earlier, I would have let Luo Luo use the Eye of Bewitchment. That way, I would have been able to last till the 19th bell, or even the 20th. What a pity, Yi Xian thought with his last remaining shred of consciousness. The 19th bell would be an evaluation of 9.5 stars, a total of 12,000 inner devil pills. At that time, not only would he be able to break through, Wei Jintian would also be able to improve greatly. Forget it, I'll just give up. Yi Xian tottered a few steps before suddenly stomping hard with his feet, his entire person leaping off the arena. Now, it was 2 breaths' time. The entire place was silent. Chapter 1155. However, Yi Xian still knew his limits. After the soul chime bell rang, there would be unceasingly echoing sounds attacking his soul. He definitely would not be able to last until the 19th chime. After distancing himself from the soul chime bell, his soul stabilized, no longer suffering from the attacks as it began to recover. Compared to the others, he had a very good image. At the very least, he had not collapsed, instead remaining standing. Huff huff, still not able to last. Only 8.5 stars, but the reward of 6,000 inner devil pills is still there. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, looking completely exhausted as he tottered on the brink of collapse. It had to be said that this soul chime bell was very powerful, because Elder Ling Chang had only used an ordinary attack. If Elder Ling Chang had used his true qi and the power of all manifestations, the soul chime bell might have been able to instantly disperse the souls of several thousand people. Wow, Yi Xian, you're really too awesome. You're my idol. Ling Yun shot over to Yi Xian's side with a look of adoration on her face, supporting him. Ling Xiao swiftly approached as well. Yi Xian, who would have thought that you had hidden your strength so well? Whether it was in terms of physique or soul strength, you have already surpassed mine. Did you really just break through to the ethereal opening stage? Cough, Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. Weren't you two present when I broke through as well? When he had broken through that day, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun had been in the midst of detoxifying him. It had only been 5 days since then. Now, Ling Xiong could be sure that Ling Xiao had not been lying that day. Yi Xian's strength was indeed on par with Ling Zhao's. Yi Xian is only at the first level of the ethereal opening stage, but his overall results are in the top 10. Then, he might be able to take one of the slots for the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds this time, Ling Xiong said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded silently before looking towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord. Currently, he was still thinking about those 6,000 inner devil pills. As long as he specially devoured these 6,000 inner devil pills, his strength would be able to increase greatly once more, taking one of the slots not a problem at all. If this kid's foundation is clean, he will definitely become a great battle force of our Heavenly Thunder Hall in the future. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong thought to himself. At the same time, noticing Yi Xian's gaze, he smiled. The soul strength test is complete. Everyone, rest for an hour. An hour later, we will begin the actual combat test to vie for a slot. Also, this is your reward. Without another word, Ling Xinglong began to distribute the heart devil pills, and then threw them to the core disciples whose soul strength had reached 8 stars. They're here. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the pouch flying towards him. Inside the pouch were 6,000 devil's heart pills. At this time, he had already recovered a little and had no problem moving around. He caught the pouch and swallowed all 6,000 inner demon pills in one go. The strength of his true energy, his physique, and the strength of his soul all soared in an instant. If he had another 2,000 or 3,000 inner demon pills, he would probably be able to break through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm. Before the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong had spoken, the soul strength test on the stage had already ended. Jiao Chong, Gu Han and Su Liang, the 3 geniuses at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm, had all received 9 stars, slightly better than Yi Xian, receiving 9,000 Devil's Heart pills. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking that it would be great if they could snatch things in the upcoming actual combat test. Sadly, this was only a test, and probably would not allow it. What came next was time for everyone to rest, allowing their souls to recover. Otherwise, they would not be able to deal with the upcoming actual combat test. After 2 rounds of tests, there were over 60 people whose physique and soul strength had both reached 6 stars. Of these 60-odd people, only 10 could enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land and be tempered by Heavenly Thunder. Yi Xian's physique was 8 stars, and his soul strength was 8.5 stars. However, this was merely a test. It was unknown whether the top 10 of the actual combat test would be rewarded. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but look at the Deputy Hall Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. In the past, there had virtually never been any rewards in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land entry test. For there to actually be one this year, there must definitely be something that had attracted the Deputy Hall Lord's attention. Could it be me? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Thinking of it this way, it really was possible. Since that was the case, he would just amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in this actual combat. Very quickly, an hour passed. After this hour of recovery, the competitors had virtually all recovered to their peak condition. That had only been a test earlier, so their souls had recovered quickly. If their souls had been heavily injured, it would not have been so easy to recover. Yi Xian and the other 76 began drawing lots once more. Yi Xian drew number 25, which was a good number, matching his age. Of the 76 people, only 38 remained after the first round of 2-on-1 battles. Then, in 2-on-2 battles, there would be 19 people left. Finally, one person would get a bye, leaving 9 people. That would make a total of 10. Simply put, other than that person who got a bye in the 3rd round, everyone would have to fight 3 battles. That Jiao Chong is number 66, Gu Han is number 73, Su Liang is number 27. Yi Xian secretly noted down the numbers of these 3, because only these 3 geniuses at the 3rd level of the ethereal opening stage could pose a threat to him. As for the others, they were all at the 1st and 2nd level of the ethereal opening stage, not much to him at all. Because there were a little too many people, the first round of battles was held in the side arenas. At the center of the arena, Elder Ling Chang's eyes flashed, and the next moment, the entire arena changed. Crack! The massive arena suddenly descended, merging with the floor. At the same time, 38 smaller arenas rose up around it. The hell, is this a lift? Yi Xian was shocked, not having thought that this arena would actually be so high-tech. However, he quickly reacted. This arena should be some sort of mechanism that could be activated with the power of all forms. Even he could do it. Yi Xian, your opponent is number 23, Gu Axian. Now, Ling Xiao suddenly said. Gu Axian, then he's from the Gu clan. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had some recollection of this name, because this was the person who was in the same group as him in the first round, who was at the 1st level of the ethereal opening stage. It seemed that this first round would be an easy win. The order of battle has been announced. All candidates, enter the arena. Elder Ling Chang shouted from the air. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Gu Axian also jumped onto their designated arenas. This Gu Axian was at the first level of the ethereal opening stage, 2 years younger than Yi Xian, only 23. When he saw that his opponent was Yi Xian, his expression became extremely ugly. However, he was only 23 years old, and had only come this year to test his skills, so it didn't matter who his opponent was. Chapter 1156. How did the strength of your soul rise to such a level? Gu Axian could not help but ask. It was just a fortuitous encounter earlier. It would not be easy for one to cultivate to such a level normally, Yi Xian said humbly. I see. Then let us begin. Gu Axian brandished a sword. All right. Yi Xian nodded as well. The 38 arenas all began their respective battles. However, the outcome of Yi Xian's arena was decided in the blink of an eye. Eye of control. In just an instant, this Gu Axian was controlled by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian directly punched out. This punch was extremely ordinary, not using true qi or the power of all manifestations, just the wind of the fist. The wind of the fist struck Gu Axian's body, directly sending him flying. Thump. Gu Axian landed outside the arena. Defeated. What's going on? Why isn't that Gu Axian retaliating? That's too fake. Was he intentionally going easy on him? No, that's not right. That Yi Xian used illusions. Illusions? Right, this Gu Axian's soul has yet to recover, falling for illusions extremely easily. That's why he was defeated. While it was said that there were 38 arenas, most of the people's gazes were only focused on a few of them, Yi Xian being one of them. At the same time, there were also a few arenas where the outcome was instantly decided, namely Zhao Chong, Gu Han, and Su Liang. This kid actually has a soul-type ability as well. Impressive. Spectating from the side, the Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord narrowed his eyes. He too believed that Yi Xian had used illusions to bewitch Gu Axian before sending him flying out of the arena with a single punch. Then, his gaze swept across the arena, finally landing on that profound water thunder WIRM's Zhao Heng and Gu Han. Noticing his gaze, Elder Ling Chang nodded slightly in understanding as well. The Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord's intention was to have Zhao Heng and Gu Han battle in the next round. Zhao Heng was a genius of the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon and was at the second level of the Nether Passage realm. Although Gu Han was a human, he was at the third level of the Nether Passage realm, one level higher than Zhao Heng. When the two of them fought, Gu Han had a 90% chance of winning. This was because this Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land had a rule, and that was that the demonic beasts were not allowed to transform into their true forms. They had to fight in their human forms. If Gu Han won, then there would only be 4 Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragons left. At that time, one more person would be eliminated in the third round, and that would be 3 people. Out of the 10 spots, the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon occupied 3. This was already a good number. If the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan occupied 5 of them, then it would be half of them. This would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the other clans. Yi Xian, congratulations on your first victory. Ling Xiao smiled as he watched Yi Xian return. I didn't expect you to be able to use soul attacks as well. You've really hidden your strength well. Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned and said, I'm going to relieve myself. Since there were still over 20 rings that had yet to be completed, he wanted to make use of this chance to do something. Just now, he had already used the Eye of Control to control quite a few Heavenly Thunder Hall core disciples at the first level of the Nether Passage stage. Sadly, not a single one of these core disciples had achieved an 8-star evaluation in the soul strength test, thus not being rewarded with those 3,000 inner devil pills. Still, when all their wealth was gathered together, it would still be considerable. Yi Xian ordered these people to make use of this time to leave the ring, before going through all of their spatial rings. Bloody hell, it's only around 2,000 inner devil pills in total. I'm still a little short. Yi Xian was very helpless. He had still been preparing to break through to the second level of the Nether Passage stage in order to give the Heavenly Thunder Hall a pleasant surprise. Forget it, let's go back. Yi Xian continued issuing orders. Currently, he was already at the peak of the first level of the Nether Passage stage. With a few more heavenly treasures or inner devil pills, he would be able to break through to the second level of the Nether Passage stage. When he returned to the ring, he found that the battles had already ended, those who had won already beginning to recover. 10 minutes later, the second round of battles began. Yi Xian, your opponent for the second round is the Su family's Su Qiangdong, second level of the Nether Passage stage. Seeing Yi Xian return, Ling Xiao said. Second level of the Nether Passage stage, huh? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Almost all of the first level of the Nether Passage stage participants had been eliminated in the first round, with very few making it into the second round. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would have to challenge someone of a higher level. This Su Qiangdong's strength is not bad. Still, he seems to have yet to learn the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. Yi Xian, you don't have to worry, Ling Yun said. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Actually, it didn't matter if he was strong or not. As long as he was at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, he had nothing to fear. A while later, the second round was about to begin. Elder Ling Chang activated the mechanism once more, instantly reducing the 38 rings to 19. Enter the ring. Following Elder Ling Chang's order, Yi Xian and Su Qiangdong both leaped onto their designated rings. This Su Qiangdong had been dissatisfied with Yi Xian from the start. With his cultivation at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, his physique was 8 stars, and his soul strength was also 8 stars. This was already the same as Ling Xiao. However, Yi Xian, a first-level Nether Passage stage martial artist, actually had the same physique as him and a soul strength of 8.5 stars. This made him very unhappy. Brat, the test of physique and soul strength doesn't mean anything. You can't beat me because of the difference in realms. If you know what's good for you, then go down yourself. Su Qiangdong looked at Yi Xian with a face full of contempt. Facing an opponent one level higher than him, Yi Xian had a calm expression. When he heard Su Qiangdong's words, he also subconsciously said, "Give me 100,000 inner demon pills, and I'll go down." 100,000 inner demon pills? Are you kidding me? Su Qiangdong was furious. He knew that Yi Xian was obviously looking down on him, so he didn't say anything and directly attacked. Since you want to leave the ring so quickly, then I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and his left hand abruptly turned into a claw. Left Azure Dragon stretching 8 powers. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Burning Eye. Against someone of this level, Yi Xian didn't even need to use the Eye of Glory. Although more than an hour had passed since the start of the test, this Su Qiangdong had endured until the 16th ring of the bell, so his soul hadn't recovered yet and was directly affected. However, as a second-level Nether Passage stage martial artist, even if he fell into an illusion, he could still use his spiritual sense to fight. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A fierce gust of wind swept up on the ring. Several true Qi heavenly dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Su Qiangdong. Heaven-destroying cross-slash. Relying on his spiritual sense, Su Qiangdong aimed at these true Qi heavenly dragons and launched an attack. A cross-cut cut through the air and hit the true Qi heavenly dragon, but it was scattered by the claws of the true Qi heavenly dragon. How is this possible? Su Qiangdong felt his attack being defeated and cried out in alarm. You really don't have good eyesight. This is a Nether Passage spirit art. Yi Xian snorted coldly and attacked again. Chapter 1157. Left Azure Dragon stretches its claws, 6th move of the 8 moves, 6 Dragon Circle. The 6 true Qi Heavenly Dragons pounced forward, but Su Qiangdong managed to hold on for a while. However, when Yi Xian executed the 7th Claw Divine Dragon swings its tail, Su Qiangdong, who had been trapped in an illusion, was sent flying out of the arena by the dragon's tail. Yi Xian, victory. What a fellow. He actually succeeded in challenging someone of a higher level with just a low-grade ethereal passage divine ability. Elder Ling Chang's eyes lit up as he muttered. But it's not that simple. Even I couldn't see how he used that illusion technique of his. I'm guessing that it's also an ethereal opening divine ability. After Su Qiangdong fell for it, he couldn't break out of the illusion. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Lord Ling Xinglong said softly from the side. Even the Patriarch can't tell. Ling Chang was rather taken aback as he said, my Heavenly Thunder Hall does have a soul-type ethereal opening mystic ability, but it shouldn't be to this extent. This might be a mid-grade ethereal opening mystic ability. I'm not sure. However, Su Qiangdong's soul hasn't recovered to its peak. That's why he fell. Ling Xinglong didn't care. After looking at the white-haired old man in the corner, he said in a low voice, let this kid fight with Zhao Lai in the next round. Zhao Lai. Elder Ling Chang shuddered. Zhao Lai was ranked 2nd among the 5 from the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan. His strength was 2nd only to Zhao Chong. This Zhao Lai could be considered strong. Even without transforming, he was still stronger than Su Qiangdong. He could probably fight Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. Would Yi Xian be able to handle it? This is father's idea. He feels that this kid is not using his full strength. Let's give it a try. If he loses, we can always try again next year, Ling Xinglong said softly. Entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land, 25 years old was the best. There wasn't much difference between 26 and 24 years old. However, when Yi Xian was 26 years old, he might break through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, he would be able to withstand even more heavenly lightning, and the effects would be even better than those at the 1st level. Understood. Elder Ling Chang nodded. On the other side, a few unlucky core disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who encountered Zhao Chang's trio were quickly defeated, one of them being Zhao Heng. The 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm Zhao Heng had encountered the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm Gu Han. This caused those of the Profound Water Thunder Wirm clan to grit their teeth. They knew that this was the arrangement of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's lord, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Not long after, all the battles were over, and only 19 people remained. That kid actually won. Is he going to enter the top 10? So powerful. In the last match, he used the ethereal passage ability once, so his Shin-Chi consumption was not that great. If he were to encounter a weaker opponent, he might really be able to make it into the top 10. TSK, let's see how lucky he is. Who knows, he might even get a bye. Very soon, the rest time was over. Elder Ling Chang had already selected one of the participants with a bye. 9 out of the remaining 18 would be chosen. It had to be said that this person's luck was extremely good, because he didn't need to fight anymore and directly obtained a spot. Rumble. The layout of the arena changed again. Only 9 of the 19 arenas remained. Next, Elder Ling Chang began announcing the order of the battles. Zhao Chong, Gu Han, and Su Liang would each face a 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. As for Yi Xian, he would actually face Zhao Lai of the Profound Water Thunder Wirm clan. After the announcement of the order of the battles, the entire arena boiled over. It looked like Yi Xian was going to be killed in the cradle, only able to enter the Forbidden Heavenly Thunder grounds next year. Of course, there was also a small number of people who thought that Yi Xian might be able to create a miracle, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun being one of them. Although even Ling Xiao didn't have complete confidence in defeating Zhao Lai in human form. So it's you, kid. Looks like your luck has come to an end. Gazing into the distance, Zhao Lai's gaze fell on Yi Xian. However, he definitely wouldn't have thought that Yi Xian actually had absolute confidence in his victory. This Zhao Lai has been at the second level of the Nether Passage realm in both battles, his Xinqi consumption being considerable. Also, he collapsed a breath before me just now, so his soul isn't at its peak. Finishing him off shouldn't be too hard. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, even if he were to face Zhao Chong, he would probably be able to defeat him, let alone Zhao Lai, who was at the second level of the Nether Passage realm. Enter the arena. Elder Ling Chong shouted at this moment. 18 candidates leaped onto the arena. Kid, just admit defeat. If you let me attack, you'll definitely lose a few parts of your body, Zhao Lai said to Yi Xian with a haughty attitude. Killing was not allowed in this competition, as long as it didn't harm one's life. As for losing an arm or a leg, it was still a common occurrence. Then you can come and try. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes gleaming. Alright, since you want to die, I'll naturally fulfill your wish. Zhao Lai shouted, directly charging at Yi Xian with his bare hands. A mere second level of the Nether Passage realm dares to yell in front of me. You're courting death. Yi Xian's left hand immediately formed a claw and reached out. Left Azure Dragon stretching 8 powers. At the same time, he also used the Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye on Zhao Lai. Zhao Lai's soul had not recovered, but he had lived for 100 years. Under the suppression of his realm, the effect was not as good as the previous candidate. Using a claw art in front of me. You're looking down on me. Zhao Lai was furious, his hands grabbing at the air. Whoosh whoosh. 2 black claw shadows, one from the left and one from the right, grabbed the True Qi Heavenly Dragon and exploded it in an instant. Zhao Lai was a Blackwater Lightning Wirm, born with a unique understanding of claw arts. Yi Xian actually used a claw art in front of him, provoking him. Looks like I won't be able to kill you if I don't show some ability. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Wearing the brilliant golden armor, his entire aura changed. Left Azure Dragon stretching 8 powers. His left hand quickly waved, and golden heavenly dragons appeared one after another, pouncing toward Zhao Lai. At the same time, Wei Zhentian had somehow circled behind Zhao Lai. Rolling Thunder Armor. Zhao Lai felt that Yi Xian's techniques were a little complicated, so he had to make sure his defense was strong enough. As his true qi and all creation strength surged out, Zhao Lai's body was covered by a layer of thunder and lightning. Wei Zhentian had just pierced in when he was electrocuted and cracked. Now, Wei Zhentian was only at the first tier of the ethereal opening realm, but this rolling thunder armor was a ethereal opening divine ability. However, the moment Wei Zhentian shattered, it turned into countless sharp blades and stabbed toward Zhao Lai. Although it could not hurt Zhao Lai, it could consume the true qi and all creation strength on the rolling thunder armor. Kid, I want your hands. Zhao Lai did not care at all. He reached out with both hands, and 2 black claws appeared, ready to tear off Yi Xian's hands. But at this moment, is that so? Chapter 1158. ZZ. Thunder Rumbling Armor. What? That's impossible. Zhao Lai was greatly shocked. The Thunder Rumbling Armor was their profound Water Thunder Flood Dragon Clan's ability. Why did this Yi Xian know it as well? What's impossible about it? I know this move too. Yi Xian smiled once more, executing the left Azure Dragon stretches out 8 stances with his left hand while his right hand executed the heaven-ripping hand that Zhao Lai had just used. Bang! On the arena, waves of qi roiled. Yi Xian and Zhao Lai clashed, unable to determine the victor. Impossible. How could he know the thunder-rumbling armor and the heaven-ripping hand? Below the arena, the profound water thunder flood dragon clan experts were all shocked. Not just them, even the heavenly thunder hall lord and the others were the same. The most bewildered of all were Ling Xiao, Ling Yun and Ling Xiong. They knew that Yi Xian had only just joined the heavenly thunder hall. How could he know the profound water thunder flood dragon clan's ability? Brat, you actually dare to secretly learn the abilities of my profound water thunder flood dragon. Go die. Zhao Lai no longer cared as he directly attacked. However, having learnt these two abilities, Yi Xian was already in an invincible position. Having fought 2 battles earlier, Zhao Lai's soul had yet to recover to its peak. To Yi Xian, he would have been able to finish him off within 3 seconds. Now, only a single second had passed. Left Azure Dragon stretches out 8 stances. Yi Xian calmly began summoning the Golden Heavenly Dragon. Both the left Azure Dragon stretches out 8 stances and the Heaven Ripping Claw were low-grade Nether Passage abilities. The first 4 stances would be weaker than the Heaven Ripping Claw, but at the 6th stance, its power would double that of the Heaven Ripping Claw. Without a leader at the end, it would be at least twice as powerful as the Heaven Ripping Claw. Yi Xian had only used the Heaven Ripping Claw to stall for time, that was all. Left Azure Dragon stretches out 8 stances, 6th stance, 6 dragons revolve. Finally, this move was executed by Yi Xian to its 6th stance. Now, the 6 heavenly dragons on the arena already surpassed the Heaven Ripping Claw in power. Not only that, but Zhao Lai's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. This was because he was constantly being tortured by the burning eye. No, impossible. It's impossible that I can't even take care of a first-level Nether Passage realm martial artist. I don't believe it. Zhao Lai roared and began to madly use Heaven-Tearing Claw. However, Yi Xian easily blocked all of them. Zhui Qinglong stretches its claws, 7th move of the 8 moves, Divine Dragon swings its tail. A golden sky dragon turned its body and whipped its tail toward Zhao Lai. The power of this move was more than twice as strong as the Heaven-Tearing Claw. Zhao Lai could not block it at all and was directly blasted flying out backward. However, he didn't fly out of the arena. He relied on the thunder armor to hold on. You do have some ability. Try this move again. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and his left hand reached out again. Zhui Qinglong stretches its claws, 8th move of the 8 moves, Leaderless Dragons. This time, 8 golden sky dragons attacked together. At the same time, they were assisted by the Heaven-Tearing Claw and Megatron. Although Zhao Lai was very unwilling, he really did not have the ability to block this move again. With a bang, he was blasted out of the arena. The clothes on his body were already torn to pieces, almost blinding the eyes of the people around him. Zhao Lai, defeated. The entire arena was silent. Yi Xian defeating Su Qiangdong was one thing, but now he had even defeated Zhao Lai of the Blackwater Thunder WIRM family. His strength was a little terrifying. Look, his feet haven't moved at all. Damn, it's true. He stood in the same spot and defeated Zhao Lai. This brat can't be a reincarnator, right? Otherwise, how can he be so strong? The surrounding people exclaimed in shock. Yi Xian's strength was indeed so strong that it was suspicious, but it was not at the level of a reincarnator. Reincarnators were not simple people. Take Mo Shui for example. Mo Shui was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, but he was able to kill a Nether Passage realm martial artist. This was 3 levels higher than him. Also, due to his low cultivation level, he was unable to use many things. For Yi Xian to be able to beat him into a retreat was already an extremely good battle result. This brat indeed hides his strength deeply. Also, he still has strength to spare. His true battle prowess is probably at the third level of the Nether Passage realm. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong, thought to himself. Right now, Yi Xian had already passed 3 rounds. Amongst the 10 spots, he had a seat. Impossible, that Zhao Lai who had been blasted out of the arena by Yi Xian crawled up from the ground, pointing at Yi Xian in disbelief. Yi Xian glanced at him, revealing an extremely disdainful look on his face. Defeat was not a true defeat. It was only those who did not admit it that were true defeats. He would not spare such a person a second glance. Big brother, take revenge for me. Zhao Lai's voice suddenly resounded from behind him, closely followed by the howling of the wind. What? Within the range of Yi Xian's eye of perception, someone had acted against him. This position belonged to that Zhao Chong. Stop! Those of the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan hurriedly roared. What a joke! With the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall present, Zhao Chong actually dared to injure him. This was not arrogance, but stupidity. However, Zhao Chong had acted too quickly such that even Elder Ling Chong was unable to react in time. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall reacted. With his strength, he could receive this blow of Zhao Chong's. However, he did not, because he wanted to see Yi Xian's true strength. At this moment, Yi Xian did not even turn as he directly condensed his true qi and the power of all manifestations. Heaven-shocking armor. Glorious golden armor. Thunder-rumbling armor. With 3 great defenses on him, Yi Xian would not be killed so easily. Bang! That punch of Zhao Chong's landed directly on Yi Xian's back, directly dispersing the thunder-rumbling armor as well as shattering the armor that Wei Zhentian had transformed into. However, by the time it landed on the glorious golden armor, there was already not much force behind it as it only sent Yi Xian flying a little. Paw. Yi Xian stabilized himself before pretending to spurt out a mouthful of blood, abruptly turning and glaring furiously at Zhao Chong. Why did you launch a sneak attack on me? Yi Xian roared furiously. This scene was so sudden that everyone present was dazed. This Blackwater Thunder Wyrm clan was actually arrogant to such an extent, launching a sneak attack on a core disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall right in front of the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Most importantly, the sneak attack of the 3rd level of the Nether Passage stage Zhao Chong had actually been blocked by the 1st level of the Nether Passage stage Yi Xian. This is impossible. Zhao Lai had originally thought that Yi Xian was dead for sure, but now, seeing that not only was Yi Xian not dead, he was even able to turn around and angrily rebuke Zhao Chong, this Zhao Lai was already completely speechless. The experts of the Blackwater Thunder Wyrm clan were stunned for a moment before they hurriedly shot towards Zhao Chong. Even if Zhao Chong continued attacking now, they would be able to block him. However, that earlier strike could not be taken as having never happened. He does indeed have some ability. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong, thought to himself before glaring furiously at Zhao Chong. Who gave you the guts to actually launch a sneak attack right in front of me? Please forgive me, Lord, please forgive me. Seeing his younger brother injured, Zhao Chong unconsciously acted. Chapter 1159. Subconscious. If not for Yi Xian having some ability, wouldn't he have died under that blow? Ling Xinglong glared furiously at this grey-clothed old man. The grey-clothed old man was rendered speechless by these words. He could tell that Zhao Chong had wanted to kill Yi Xian earlier. If Yi Xian did not have some ability, he might already have been killed. There were quite a few experts present, and they could all tell. What should they do now? I will take responsibility for my own actions. Now, Zhao Chong suddenly roared. These words frightened the grey-clothed old man as he hurriedly rolled his eyes, roaring furiously in a low voice, "Shut up." This Zhao Chong was someone painstakingly nurtured by the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon, and was also the son of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon family's head. Now that he had launched a sneak attack on Yi Xian, if the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord was enraged and forbade Zhao Chong from entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds, that would be a huge loss. Currently, the gray-clothed old man was cursing Zhao Chong furiously within his heart as well. Already 100 years old, still so unruly. Is your Heavenly Thunder Hall the Zhao family? Good, you will take responsibility for your own actions. You have guts. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong's eyes lit up. This way, he would have a reason to punish this Zhao Chong. But just at this moment. Hall Lord, this is the fault of our Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon family. Please show mercy. We are willing to compensate, the gray-clothed old man hurriedly said. Compensate? Do you think? Before the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong had finished speaking, another voice resounded. Fine, compensate. This voice entered everyone's ears. As they looked towards the source of the voice, they discovered that it was Yi Xian who had spoken. Right, we are willing to compensate. Little brother, we were in the wrong in this matter. How much do you want? Seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the better, the gray-clothed old man hurriedly said. 2,000 inner demon pills. Yi Xian directly said. He had only spat out a bit of blood, and that was just an act. Now that his internal injuries had already recovered, 2,000 inner demon pills should be enough. However, him stepping forward caused the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong to be a little puzzled. This brat is really a money grubber. Now that I'm here to uphold justice for him, he's actually scared. Ling Xinglong raised his eyebrows. He thought that Yi Xian didn't want to provoke the Xianshui Lightning Zhao family, so he chose to compromise. However, he didn't know that Yi Xian deliberately didn't fight back because of this compensation. 2,000 inner demon pills were enough for Yi Xian to break through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm. As long as he broke through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm, the benefits at that time would not be as simple as 2,000 inner demon pills. Is this kid stupid? He actually chose to compromise. Now that the Hall Master is clearly standing up for him, he is actually terrified. I really don't understand. That's right. The surrounding people were confused. 2,000 inner demon pills. When the gray-robed old man heard this number, he muttered to himself and immediately revealed a smile. 2,000 inner demon pills were nothing to him. As long as he could protect Zhao Chong, even 5,000 or 10,000 inner demon pills would be worth it. Immediately, the gray-robed old man took out 2,000 inner demon pills before tossing them to Yi Xian. As Yi Xian caught the inner demon pills, light shot out from his eyes. As long as he broke through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm, he would be able to crush this Zhao Chong to death with a single hand. 2,000 inner demon pills have already been given to you. This matter can be considered settled. The gray-robed old man emphasized as he glanced at the Heavenly Thunder Hall Master. All right, let's leave it at that. Yi Xian smiled slightly. His objective had been achieved. However, at this time, the Heavenly Thunder Hall Master Ling Xinglong suddenly spoke. Zhao Chong's death sentence can be spared, but he cannot escape punishment. I had originally wanted to restrict Zhao Chong from entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds. Now, your Xianshui Lightning Zhao family should eliminate one of your people. When Zhao Chong had ambushed Yi Xian, the other two had also obtained victory, so the Xianshui Lightning Zhao had obtained 3 spots. Now, one had to be eliminated. This, the gray-robed old man was rather troubled. He understood that this was Ling Xinglong's fury. He had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, it was only eliminating one person. He had the final say. At most, he could just come back next year. Alright, Zhao Yu. Come back next year. The gray-robed old man's gaze finally landed on one person. Yes. This Xianshui Lightning Zhao youth called Zhao Yu nodded. He knew that he had become Zhao Chong's scapegoat. However, Zhao Chong was the young master of the Xianshui Lightning Zhao family. When he returned, he would still be compensated. It was only a year's time, he could afford to wait. Now, there were only 2 spots left for the Xianshui Lightning Zhao. Since that is so, let's leave it at that. Just this once. Ling Xinglong snorted coldly. Originally, he had wanted to forbid Zhao Chong from entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds. However, thinking that if Zhao Chong were to be restricted, the Xianshui Lightning Zhao family would definitely come to make trouble, he decided to leave it at that. However, he had caught sight of the crafty expression on Yi Xian's face after obtaining those 2,000 inner demon pills. This kid is definitely not someone who is afraid of trouble. Ling Xinglong thought to himself. However, all in all, this matter could be considered to have come to an end. That Zhao Lai did not expect things to escalate to this point. He was a little regretful that he had almost ruined Zhao Chong's future. If this matter really got out of hand, he would definitely be whipped to death. Zhao Chong was carefully nurtured by the Xianshui Lightning Zhao family. After entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds and enduring the attacks of the Heavenly Lightning, he might be able to transform from a Xianshui Lightning Zhao into a dragon. At that time, Zhao Chong could be considered to have soared into the sky. Alright, the 9 spots for the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds have been chosen. Everyone can disperse. Tomorrow, you will enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds with my Ling family's team. Seeing that the examination had ended, Ling Xinglong loudly announced. Soon, the people in the examination arena left one after another. Yi Xian, you are too awesome. You actually blocked Zhao Chong's attack. After entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds, your body and soul will receive the baptism of the Heavenly Lightning. I estimate that you will break through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm very soon. Ling Xiao immediately went up and said in shock. Hearing this, Yi Xian bitterly smiled in his heart. Without the baptism of the Heavenly Lightning, he could immediately break through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. However, with so many experts around, if he suddenly broke through, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Thus, he felt that it was better to go back first. In any case, he had already obtained what he wanted, so he could break through whenever he wanted. However, after he left, Zhao Chong and Zhao Lai also looked at his back with resentment. Big brother, how could this kid be so strong? Zhao Lai said unwillingly. This kid's sword is a good thing. Zhao Chong muttered. He felt that it was Yi Xian's sky-shaking sword that could transform into tens of thousands of forms that protected Yi Xian. Otherwise, just relying on the thunder armor and brilliant golden armor would not have been able to block that punch of his. Big brother, are we just going to let this matter go like this? I am unwilling. I should have entered the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds this year. Chapter 1160. Originally, Zhao Lai would definitely have been able to obtain a slot. However, this Yi Xian had appeared out of nowhere, kicking him out of the top 10. This meant that he would have to wait another year before being able to enter. While this was nothing much to the demon race, where would they vent their anger? No rush. We are only competing for a slot into the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds now. This does not mean that he will not meet with danger there. As long as we enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds, I will be able to transform into my true form. At that time, I will be able to casually crush him to death. Zhao Chong had a disapproving look on his face. While it was he who had ambushed Yi Xian earlier, Yi Xian had kicked Zhao Lai out. This grudge could not be left unavenged. With the competition for the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds over, Yi Xian returned to his lodgings. Breaking through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage only required around 1,000 inner devil pills. However, Yi Xian still went to the Heavenly Thunder Hall's artifact forging hall, exchanging all 2,000 inner devil pills for forging materials. Ding! The host has broken through. currently at the second level of the Nether Passage stage. Ding! Wei Jintian has broken through. 2 system notifications resounded consecutively. After breaking through, Yi Xian's strength had skyrocketed. He was confident that he could defeat that Zhao Chong, even if the latter transformed into his true form. In fact, it might even be 1 against 3. Simultaneously battling Zhao Chong, Gu Han and Su Liang, 3 great geniuses at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage stage. We will be entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds tomorrow. I hear that there are some lightning-type Heavenly Connection beasts there, namely Thunder Beasts, Yi Xian thought to himself. This was something that Ling Xiao had told him earlier. Still, with his strength, rampaging through the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds would be no problem at all. Very quickly, a day's time passed. When the next day arrived, Yi Xian went to meet up with Ling Xiao and Ling Yun. This time, the Ling family also had 10-odd people entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds. Yi Xian, you've come. Waiting outside the Heavenly Thunder Hall, seeing Yi Xian emerge, Ling Xiao called out as well. Although Yi Xian had already broken through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm and could control Ling Xiao, the latter treated him as a friend, so he felt that it was best to forget about it. Currently, there were already quite a few people gathered outside the Heavenly Thunder Hall. 16 from the Ling family and 9 from the other clans added together. That was to say, 9 from Yi Xian, making a total of 25. The one leading the team this time was Elder Ling Chang. This brat dares to make so many people wait. Zhao Chang's eyes flickered. Yi Xian ignored Zhao Chang's murderous glare and glanced at the Ling family team on the other side. The Ling family also had 3 experts at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. The one in the lead was called Ling Mutian, and he was the younger brother of the number 1 genius of the Ling family, Ling Zhantian. This time, he wanted to use the Forbidden Sky Thunder Grounds to break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. While some of them had not been present that day, the matter of Yi Xian had spread throughout the entire Heavenly Thunder Hall within a single day, directly becoming famous. So this is Yi Xian. He doesn't look like much. I heard that he received a blow from Zhao Chong. TSK, Zhao Chong's strength is basically not worth mentioning in front of Brother Mutian. That's not bad. After all, he's only at the 1st level of the Nether Passage realm, 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. As soon as these words were said, everyone else was simultaneously shocked as well. They could feel that Yi Xian had actually already broken through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. How was this possible? Yesterday, Yi Xian had still been at the 1st level of the Nether Passage realm, seizing a spot in the Forbidden Sky Thunder Grounds. Now, Yi Xian had actually broken through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. This was really too much of a coincidence. Yi Xian, you broke through. Noticing that something was not right, Ling Xiao asked in shock. That's right. This is all thanks to that punch of senior apprentice brother Zhao Chong, Yi Xian grinned. In just a few short days, he had broken through from the 1st level of the Nether Passage realm to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. This was really inconceivable. Your previous battle prowess was probably not inferior to mine. Now that you've broken through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm, then, as Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly shut up as he unconsciously glanced at Zhao Chong. He saw Zhao Chong gazing in their direction with a dark expression, his gaze seemingly saying, even if I've broken through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm, I can still crush you to death with a single hand. Alright, while it's not time yet, everyone is already here. Let's be on our way. Elder Ling Chang retracted his gaze from Yi Xian. After sending a signal towards the skies, a figure descended from the sky. This was a large eagle whose entire body flickered with the light of lightning, large enough to carry 50 people. Alright, everyone get on the back of the Thunderbolt Eagle and prepare to depart. Elder Ling Chang was the first to leap onto the back of the Thunderbolt Eagle. Yi Xian and the others did the same. This forbidden sky thunder grounds was not within the heavenly thunder hole. Instead, it was somewhere else, roughly a day's journey away from the heavenly thunder hole. Meanwhile, this thunderbolt eagle was a heavenly connection beast comparable to a 4th-level nether passage realm martial artist. It would only require 1 or 2 hours to reach the forbidden sky thunder grounds. Yi Xian and the rest of the 26 set off. On the way to the forbidden sky thunder grounds, Elder Ling Chang explained, "I believe that everyone already knows that the forbidden sky thunder grounds is not without danger. There are also some heavenly connection beasts. If you can slay these lightning beasts, you can come here to exchange them for heart devil pills. A 1st-level nether passage heavenly connection beast is 100 heart devil pills, a 2nd-level nether passage heavenly connection beast is 500 heart devil pills, a 3rd-level nether passage heavenly connection beast is 2,500 heart devil pills, and so on." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had not thought that there would still be such a way to earn money. Ling Xiao had actually forgotten to tell him about it. With his strength, slaying a 3rd-level nether passage heavenly connection beast was no problem at all. This was all money. The corpse of a 3rd-level nether passage heavenly connection beast, even if the beast's soul was included, would still not be able to reach 2,500 heart devil pills. This could be considered a benefit of the heavenly thunder hole. Elder Ling Chang paused for a moment before continuing. Also, there are some spots of lightning within the forbidden sky thunder grounds. These spots of lightning change every day. You have to stand within these spots of lightning, using the power of all manifestations to guide the heavenly lightning. Only then can you temper the strength of your physique and soul. According to the past calculations of my heavenly thunder hall, the strength of one's physique and soul will be the lesser. If one's physique and soul are respectively at 6 stars and 7 stars, they will be able to guide 6 streaks of heavenly lightning to temper their body. If one is at 6.5 stars and 7 stars, they can instead try 7 streaks of heavenly lightning according to their own circumstances. They just have to use the power of all manifestations to resist it for a while. After hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but think of his own results. While his physique was only at 8 stars, this was because he had concealed his strength. If he truly tested it, he would be able to reach 8.5 stars, and his soul would also be at 8.5 stars. In other words, he would be able to receive at least 8 streaks of heavenly lightning. However, one must not forget that he had already broken through. If he were to test it again, 2 9 stars would not be an issue. Therefore, he was guaranteed to receive at least 9 streaks of heavenly lightning. He also did not know how much his physique and soul would improve after being tempered by 9 streaks of heavenly lightning. Chapter 1161. Very quickly, 2 hours passed, and Ling Chang's group arrived at a lightning prison on the Lightning Eagle. This was the Forbidden Lightning Grounds. It was pitch black inside, surrounded by the formations of the Heavenly Thunder Hole. Elder Ling Chang let the Thunderhawk land outside the forbidden heavenly lightning grounds. He then said, "All right, everything has been explained clearly. You have 3 days to enter the forbidden heavenly lightning grounds. If you don't come out after 3 days, you can use these broken thunderstones to leave the formation and return." Saying this, he distributed the lightning-breaking stones. These things could break through the defensive formations of the forbidden lightning grounds, but could only be used once. Next, Elder Ling Chang broke through the formations of the forbidden lightning grounds, allowing everyone to enter. Yi Xian was also among them, entering the forbidden lightning grounds. As soon as he entered, he felt a berserk yuan qi of heaven and earth, with lightning appearing in the air from time to time. This place was extremely terrifying, but to the mystic water lightning serpent, it was a pretty good place to live. "All right, everyone be careful," Ling Mutian yelled, leaving everyone behind as he left by himself. The lightning of the forbidden lightning grounds all had a fixed number of times. If they were all gathered together, it would be impossible to completely temper them in 3 days, so they had to split up to search for them. Yi Xian, let's go together. At this time, Ling Xiao glanced at Zhao Chong, then said to Yi Xian. He was afraid that Zhao Chong was plotting something, and he was also a member of the Ling family. With him here, Zhao Chong wouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Xian. I appreciate your good intentions, but a mere Zhao Chong is nothing to me. You guys go first. Yi Xian directly rejected Ling Xiao and Ling Yun's invitation. Indeed, his strength was already at the peak of this group. If that Zhao Chong came knocking on his door, he wouldn't mind taking care of him. Moreover, he was also preparing to let Luo Luo undergo the tempering of the heavenly lightning, so it wouldn't be convenient for Ling Xiao and Ling Yun to follow. Yesterday, he had also taken a piece of frost steel, then secretly let Luo Luo test it. Luo Luo's physique was also 8.5 stars, but her soul strength was about the same as Yi Xian's. In other words, she could also test 9 bolts of heavenly lightning. Alright, we'll take our leave first. Ling Xiao glanced at Zhao Chong and left with Ling Yun. At this time, most of the people who had passed the examination and entered the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land had already left. Gu Han and Su Liang had also left. Now, only Zhao Chong, another disciple from the Blackwater Lightning Zhao clan, and Yi Xian were left. Brat, you better not let me see you inside, or you'll die miserably. After Zhao Chong said those words, he left with the other person. This was the entrance to the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds, and with a Heavenly Thunder Hall elder behind him, Zhao Chong would not dare to act rashly. However, if they were to meet inside, it would be a different story. Killing Yi Xian and then feeding Yi Xian's corpse to the Heavenly Connecting Beast, even if someone suspected it, there was no evidence. After all, many people had died in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land over the years, including the Ling clan. Right now, Yi Xian was the only one who hadn't left. However, before Zhao Chong left, he controlled the lackey beside him. Let's not care about this Zhao Chong for now. Let's find a lightning strike point first. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with anything else as he directly left. While there were dangers in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land, as the Heavenly Thunder Hall would send people in every year, the lightning beasts inside maintained a balance. Yi Xian ran for a full 10 minutes, yet did not see a single bolt of heavenly lightning. It was like the calm before the storm. Finally, half an hour after he had entered the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land. Rumble. A rumbling sound resounded from the horizon. Yi Xian swiveled his head, immediately rushing over. Very quickly, he saw an area that had been charred by lightning. Heavenly lightning is currently condensing in the sky. My luck is pretty good. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly leapt into the lightning strike point. Rumble. A streak of white light flashed across the sky. Raising his head, Yi Xian saw a bolt of lightning descend. He immediately used the power of all manifestations to guide this bolt of heavenly lightning. ZZ. The heavenly lightning struck his body, stimulating every single cell in his body as well as his soul. So this is the tempering of heavenly lightning. Not bad. If I were to completely absorb this power of lightning within my body, I would be able to raise my strength by quite a bit. Yi Xian felt like this trip had been worth it. The number of bolts of heavenly lightning in a single lightning strike point was not fixed. Thus, Yi Xian directly called Luo Luo over. Luo Luo, finish it first. Yi Xian gave the lightning strike point to Luo Luo, letting her finish it first before anything else. Sadly, this lightning strike point only had 3 strikes. Earlier, when Yi Xian had received 1, Luo Luo had only received 1. Young master, if I were to receive 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, I would more or less be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage. Luo Luo said. Alright, let us continue on our way. Yi Xian nodded. According to Ling Xiao, the closer they got to the depths of the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land, the more concentrated the lightning strikes would be. Very quickly, he found the second lightning strike point. Luo received another 2 strikes of heavenly lightning. However, he did not encounter a single heavenly beast. Why was that? Could they all be hibernating? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had originally planned to make a fortune here. When he left, perhaps he would be able to break through to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage stage. However, he did not encounter a single heavenly beast. This was a little strange. Forget it. Let Luo finish first. Without another word, Yi Xian continued on his way. The lightning strikes were indeed as Ling Xiao had said. The closer they got to the depths, the more concentrated they were. In just half a day, Luo had already received 9 bolts of heavenly lightning. Whether it was her body or the strength of her soul, they had both greatly improved. Yi Xian estimated that the strength of Luo's soul had already surpassed Zhao Chang's, and perhaps even Ling Mutian's. Then, it would be his turn next. However, after he finished receiving the lightning strikes, there was a sudden change in the heavenly thunder forbidden land. At this time, it was a day after he entered the heavenly thunder forbidden land. Rumble. 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 In the distant horizon, lightning suddenly intersected. Bolt after bolt of heavenly lightning struck the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 bolts of heavenly lightning had struck the ground. Something seems to have happened there. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Curious, he decided to go there and take a look. However, when he was halfway there, an explosive roar sounded. It was like a dragon's roar, but it was not. So it's some powerful heavenly beast. Yi Xian immediately reacted. However, there seemed to be a battle erupting there, but he did not know who it was. When Yi Xian got closer, he discovered that a beast tide had erupted. Countless heavenly beasts rushed out in all directions like ripples. Chapter 1162. That was the corpse of a blue dragon, its entire body crackling with electricity. Meanwhile, in the air above it were several figures. Yi Xian recognized all of them. Zhao Chong, Ling Mutian, Gu Han, Su Liang. Sweeping his gaze over, Yi Xian actually discovered that there were so many 3rd-level ethereal opening experts, a total of 6 of them. Now! Roar! Zhao Chong suddenly roared towards the heavens, instantly transforming into a blue flood dragon. Next, he swooped downwards, biting down on the neck of that dragon corpse as he began madly absorbing its essence blood. That dragon seems to be the rather rare Thunder Roar dragon. Is this Zhao Chong thinking of transforming into a dragon with its essence blood? Yi Xian immediately reacted. He guessed that Zhao Chong had come to an agreement with the others that as long as they helped him kill this Thunder Roar dragon, they would be rewarded. They had probably already planned this from the very start, thus having arrived here earlier than Yi Xian. Those heavenly connection beasts had all come to protect him. However, following the death of the Thunder Roar dragon, these heavenly connection beasts had all scattered. This Ling family is actually helping the Zhao. If the Hall Lord were to learn of this, would he vomit blood? Yi Xian could not help but think to himself. The Heavenly Thunder Hall still felt that the profound water thunder flood dragon was too strong, fearing that it would turn the tables on them in the future. Now, however, Ling Mutian and the others were actually helping Zhao Chong. Should they be called ignorant or greedy? Still, Yi Xian could not be bothered with that. That Thunder Roar dragon was a 4th-level ethereal opening heavenly connection beast. If it were to be exchanged, it would be worth 12,500 inner devil pills. While these inner devil pills would not allow Yi Xian to break through, they would be able to raise his strength by a great deal. At the same time, Wei Zhentian would be able to break through to the 3rd level of the ethereal opening stage at the very least, perhaps even the 4th level. TSK, let's go snatch the corpse. Yi Xian grinned. Since he had already formed a grudge with this profound water thunder flood dragon clan, he might as well blow things up a little more. Azure Dragon Claws extending 8 stances. Yi Xian immediately summoned a few sky dragons to open up a path for him. Those sky-reaching beasts that he had killed along the way were all sucked into his devouring space without exception. At this moment, Ling Mutian and the others in the distance raised their brows. They did not notice Yi Xian. Instead, they saw the changes in Zhao Chang's body. The essence blood of the Thunder Roar Dragon is really effective. It seems that Zhao Chong can really transform into a dragon this time. Ling Mutian said with a frown. Senior brother Ling, if we do this, will the Hall Master be unhappy? Gu Han asked. It's fine. Even if this Zhao Chong succeeds in transforming into a dragon, he should still be unable to threaten our Heavenly Thunder Hall. Ling Mutian shook his head. Even if the Mystic Water Thunder Zhao transformed into a Mystic Water Thunder Dragon, Zhao Chong was the only one. Although his descendants could also be dragons, there was still a long gap. The Heavenly Thunder Hall would not allow the profound Water Thunder Flood Dragon to rise like this. When the time came, some measures would be taken. At this moment, visible changes were currently occurring in Zhao Chang's body. His scales began to fall off before new scales grew out, his flesh becoming firmer as well. Electricity unceasingly leapt about his entire body as a pair of massive wings even sprouted. Most importantly, his aura was currently skyrocketing. From this, he is going to break through into the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage in a single go. Ling Mutian's eyes lit up. This time, he had come for the sake of breaking through as well. However, in order to help Zhao Chong, he had yet to undergo the tempering of a single bolt of heavenly thunder. If Zhao Chong broke through and successfully transformed into a dragon, it would probably not be a problem for him to take on the 5 of them alone. Zhao Chang's aura was still skyrocketing as his dragonization had yet to complete. However, at this moment, some activity drew the attention of Ling Mutian and the others. Swiveling his head, Ling Mutian discovered that the newcomer was actually Yi Xian. It's this kid. Ling Mutian did not make any movements at first. However, seeing Yi Xian rush straight towards Zhao Chong, he reacted as well. Not good, this kid wants to interrupt his dragonization. Stop him. Hearing this, Gu Han and Su Liang's expressions changed as well, and they attacked together. Their mission was to help Zhao Chong kill this powerful Thunder Roar Dragon. Although they had already completed their mission, what if Zhao Chong's dragonization was interrupted and they were blamed for it? Kid, I know you have a grudge with Zhao Chong, but this Thunder Roar Dragon was killed by us. You should leave. Gu Han shouted at Yi Xian. The strong deserve the share. If you don't dodge, I'll beat you up. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly went forward to welcome him. Behind him were 7 golden dragons. Left Azure Dragon stretches its claws, 8th move of the 8 moves, leaderless dragons. Yi Xian executed the last move, and the 8th heavenly dragon appeared. Since you don't have eyes, then I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Gu Han's eyes shone brightly. At the same time, Su Liang attacked as well. Both of them were at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. It was a little embarrassing for them to team up against a 2nd level Nether Passage realm martial artist, but they were prepared to team up just in case. However, when they exchanged blows with Yi Xian, they realized that there was a huge difference between them and Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had already been tempered by the heavenly lightning, while they had only received 1 or 2 bolts. Yi Xian's soul strength had already surpassed theirs. Bang! In just one move, Gu Han and Su Liang, both at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm, were sent flying. So strong! In the sky, Ling Mutian's heart trembled. He said to the 2 Ling family geniuses behind him, "You 2 go as well." Yes. The 2 nodded and went up to greet him. Right now, it was 4 against 1. For 3rd level Nether Passage realm martial artists fighting Yi Xian, a 2nd level Nether Passage realm martial artist. If word got out, people would die of laughter. But in this situation, even 4 of them were probably not Yi Xian's match. Boom. 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 For 3rd level Nether Passage Realm martial artists working together couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. They were even beaten back by Yi Xian. 4 pieces of trash can't beat him even when working together. In the sky, Ling Mutian muttered in his heart and then charged down explosively. If he didn't take down Yi Xian, it wouldn't be good if he disturbed Zhao Chong. After all, Zhao Chong had promised to give him 20,000 inner demon pills. Right now, it was 5 great geniuses working together. Seeing Ling Mutian come down, Yi Xian's expression changed. Ling Mutian's strength was not just a little bit stronger than Zhao Chong's from before. Although it was his first time seeing Ling Mutian, he had heard Ling Xiao boast before. He just didn't know if it was true. Come at me. Yi Xian shouted loudly. Now, he was going to go all out. However, his goal wasn't to kill Ling Mutian's group of 5, but to collect the Thunder Roar Dragon's corpse. Therefore, it was fine as long as he kept the 5 of them busy. Have a taste of this move. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He suddenly channeled his true qi and 10,000 mammoths' power to form a lightning spear. Heavenly Thunder Combat Halberd. Everyone was shocked. Right at this moment. Chapter 1163. Heavenly Lightning Domain, Go to Hell. Yi Xian suddenly stabbed the Heavenly Lightning Combat Halberd into the ground. BZZT BZZT BZZT. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning entered the bodies of Ling Mutian and the others. The 5 of them hadn't been tempered by heavenly lightning many times, so their resistance to lightning was extremely low. They were instantly paralyzed and couldn't move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly rushed out. Not good. Ling Mutian's face darkened, but he was paralyzed and couldn't move, so he naturally couldn't stop Yi Xian. But when Yi Xian broke through Ling Mutian's group of 5, roar. A deafening roar rang out, followed by another flash of lightning. The one who let out this roar was Zhao Chong, who just succeeded in transforming into a dragon. Damn, I was one step too slow. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, but his target was the corpse of the Thunder Roar Dragon. However, when he approached, Zhao Chong kept the thunder-roaring dragon's corpse into his interspatial ring. Kid, you're walking right into a trap. Zhao Chong's main body spoke, his dragon eyes glaring angrily at Yi Xian. 4th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Yi Xian couldn't help but click his tongue. Zhao Chong's current aura had already reached the 4th level of the Nether Passage Realm, and he was in his main body. His strength was probably not to be underestimated. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Xian wouldn't take him seriously, but don't forget that Ling Mutian and the other 3 3rd-level Nether Passage Realm experts were behind him. If he was surrounded, he'd probably die 9 times out of 10. Go! Yi Xian made a prompt decision and immediately turned to leave. Kid, since you're here, then stay. Zhao Chong's main body roared, lightning flashing on his body. These were heavenly lightning formed by the power of 10,000 elephants, which struck straight at Yi Xian. Boom! 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 Yi Xian had no choice but to use the thunder armor because it had an inexplicable resistance to lightning strikes. What he wanted now was to lure Zhao Chong away. If Ling Mutian and the others didn't follow, then he could kill Zhao Chong. At this moment, Ling Mutian and the others looked at Zhao Chong, who had successfully transformed into a dragon and was chasing after Yi Xian. They all revealed a trace of pity. Yi Xian's talent was indeed not bad, as he had been able to intimidate the 5 of them all by himself. If he were to mature in the future, he would be a great battle force of the Heavenly Thunderhole. Unfortunately, what did this have to do with them? Zhao Chong has broken through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage Realm and successfully transformed into a dragon. This brat is dead for sure. Let's go and accept the heavenly lightning striking the body. Ling Mutian shook his head and left in the opposite direction. In his heart, Yi Xian was already a dead man. All right. Everyone nodded and left one after another. There was only one day left, which was more than enough time for them. As Yi Xian evaded the attacks of the heavenly lightning, he used his eye of perception to detect that Ling Mutian and the others were not pursuing him. This was exactly what he wanted. At the same time, he also knew that this black water thunder dragon behind him was currently toying with him. Brat, aren't you very arrogant, actually daring to interrupt my dragon transformation ceremony? Run some more. Jiao Chang's voice resounded unceasingly. He had already finished enduring the tempering of the heavenly lightning, just that he had not successfully transformed into a dragon. Fortunately, he had heard that there was a thunder-roaring dragon in the heavenly thunder forbidden land earlier, thus wanting to use its essence blood to stimulate the dragon bloodline within his body. Flood dragons actually still possessed the bloodline of dragons within their bodies, just that it was extremely thin. It just so happened that the thunder-roaring dragon and the black water thunder flood dragon were of similar attributes. After absorbing the essence blood of the thunder-roaring dragon, Jiao Chong had successfully transformed into a dragon. If he completely refined the essence blood he had just absorbed, his strength would increase yet again. This talent already surpassed the past geniuses of the heavenly thunder hole. TCH, I'll turn you into dragon slices in a while. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Behind him, Jiao Chong was also still adapting to his strength. Thus, he was constantly using heavenly lightning to chase Yi Xian away, enjoying this very much. When he was done playing, it would be Yi Xian's time of death. The two swiftly left that area from earlier. Left Azure Dragon stretching claw 8 stances. As Yi Xian ran, he attempted to obstruct Jiao Chong with his golden heavenly dragon. Of course, he did not think that this would be able to injure Jiao Chong, merely exhausting the latter's true qi. Brat, it's no use. The difference in strength between us is too great. You will definitely die today. Jiao Chong laughed coldly, his tone extremely confident. If a normal person saw this, they would probably think the same as Ling Mutian's group of 5. Yi Xian was dead for sure. However, Yi Xian did not think so. This Jiao Chong was currently slowly walking into his trap. With Jiao Chong chasing after him, his aura exploding, Yi Xian did not encounter any heavenly connection beasts blocking his path. Soon, Jiao Chong adapted to his strength and was satisfied with his playful nature. Next, it was Yi Xian's time of death. Alright, brat, accept the punishment of heavenly lightning. Jiao Chong suddenly roared at the sky. A surge of true qi and 10,000 mammoth strength gathered in his mouth, then fiercely spat out a mouthful of dragon breath at Yi Xian. This dragon breath was not the same as other giant dragons. This dragon breath was completely made of lightning, and its power was even comparable to the mid-level ethereal passage ability, Heavenly Thunder Halberd. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered. Without turning his head, he directly opened a void gate in front of him. Then, he did his best to avoid it. Boom! The giant dragon breath passed through the void gate and reappeared in another place. What? Jiao Chong was shocked. What kind of technique was this? How could it absorb an attack? No, it was not absorbing. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. An aura suddenly appeared. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Jiao Chong's back, and it just so happened that this bolt of lightning was unleashed by Jiao Chong himself. Earlier on, Yi Xian had been constantly using void positioning. That was why when the dragon breath entered the void gate, it appeared behind Jiao Chong. This is impossible. Jiao Chong's dragon body trembled in disbelief. Fortunately, he was a black water thunder dragon and was resistant to heavenly lightning, not to mention that it was an attack he had unleashed. Even so, he was seriously injured by his own attack, and his aura instantly dropped. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly formed the Heavenly Thunder Halberd and viciously swung it at Zhao Chang's abdomen. Whoosh! A cold light flashed and directly sank into Zhao Chang's body, piercing through it. Ha ha ha, do you think this move will work on me? Zhao Chang was immune to most of the lightning. The injury he suffered was only a hole in his body. This could only be blamed on Yi Xian's low level and 10,000 mammoth strength. Otherwise, he would have electrocuted Zhao Chang to death. Isn't it easy to deal with you? Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. This time, he was going to look for Zhao Chang. Return of All Swords. Chapter 1164. What? Zhao Chang was frightened by this scene. Previously, he felt that the heaven-shaking sword was extraordinary and wanted to kill Yi Xian to seize the treasure. Now that he saw so many heaven-shaking giant swords, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. Destroy for me. Zhao Chang's entire body erupted with countless lightning, shattering the heaven-shaking giant swords around him. However, due to the large number, he was still blasted to the ground by the heaven-shaking sword. Bang! 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 Zhao Chang's body was much bigger than the heaven-shaking giant swords. Fortunately, there were many heaven-shaking giant swords. When Zhao Chang was smashed to the ground, the heaven-shaking giant swords were like falling stones, ruthlessly smashing down. Hiss! 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 One heaven-shaking giant sword after another pierced Zhao Chang's body, causing him to roar towards the sky in pain. Stinking brat, I will definitely kill you. However, the heaven-shaking giant sword's sealing ability was very strong. In the blink of an eye, only Zhao Chang's head was left outside. Sigh, I originally wanted to spare your life. Who asked you to court death? Yi Xian walked over with a harmless look. Don't be hypocritical. If you want to kill me, then kill me. My Blackwater Lightning Wirm clan will not let you go. Zhao Chang shouted angrily. Alright, since you are in such a hurry to die, then I will naturally. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Zhao Chang opened his mouth and spat out another lightning dragon breath. You still don't understand the situation. I missed the first time, well I missed the second time. Yi Xian once again opened up a void door, and this dragon breath was once again absorbed by Zhao Chang. Roar! Zhao Chang roared towards the sky, the pain was heart-wrenching. However, the moment he opened his mouth, a silver slash entered his bloody mouth. Nirvanic slash. Hiss. With a continuous crisp sound, Zhao Chang's entire head was chopped off, and he instantly died. Because Zhao Chang was from the demon clan, his corpse was of no use to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian directly stored it in the planting space. With the current level of the planted space, living people could not enter, but dead people could. Yi Xian wanted to use Zhao Chang's body as fertilizer for the heavenly treasure tree to promote its growth. As for the carcass of the Thunder Roar dragon, Yi Xian decided to devour the beast's soul and give the carcass to the heavenly treasure tree as fertilizer. Ling Mutian and the others all knew that the Thunder Roar dragon's corpse was in Zhao Chang's hands. If he took out the Thunder Roar dragon's corpse to exchange for the Heart Devil pill, wouldn't that be admitting that he killed Zhao Chang? There's nothing in the interspatial ring. You're the young master of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan. Yi Xian sighed. However, he also knew that the rich ones were only the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan, not Zhao Chang. Now that Zhao Chang was dead and he had accepted the tempering of the 9 bolts of lightning, the next step was to start earning money. Their targets were the heaven-reaching beasts in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land. However, just as he was about to leave, young master, there is a dragon pearl in that Thunder Roar dragon's body. Luolua's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Dragon Pearl. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Something like a dragon pearl was rare. He sank his mind into the planting space and saw that Luo was holding a blue electric ball in her hand. Presumably, this was the dragon pearl. Ding! The dragon pearl can be used as the artifact spirit of a magic treasure. The system suddenly reminded him carefully. Magic treasure. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He remembered that refining a magic treasure required an artifact spirit and an artifact spirit. An artifact spirit was something with consciousness. However, since the system reminded him like this, then the dragon pearl could be used as an artifact spirit. As long as he found a carrier, he could refine another magic treasure. He quickly looked at the magic treasure system and found that this Thunder Dragon Pearl could be refined into a magic treasure called the Thunder Pearl. The effect was very simple. It was to throw it out and explode. This magic treasure is easy to refine, but my cultivation level rises quickly, so I need to sign a mutual growth contract. Yi Xian sank his mind into the exchange system again. Wei Zhentian had already signed a mutual growth contract with him. As long as he devoured ores or weapons, Wei Zhentian would also increase in strength. A mutual growth contract required a single Devourer point to be exchanged for. Currently, Yi Xian did not have any Devourer points, so he could only put it aside. This Thunder Pearl is not bad. As long as it is refined into a magic treasure, it can be used countless times. At that time, it will become another trump card of mine. Yi Xian thought to himself. He only needed to ask someone from the Heavenly Thunder Hall to refine a Thunder Pearl. Thus, he decided to first refine a magic treasure before signing the contract. Refining a heaven-connecting artifact required money. Thus, Yi Xian had to start earning money, and then get someone to forge a mid-grade second-grade heaven-connecting artifact. With his current strength, there were already no humans or beasts in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Zone who could threaten him. Thus, he directly attacked from both sides, his main body and his clone killing together. The Heavenly Thunder Hall gave a benefit to the geniuses who entered the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Zone, which was to exchange the corpses of heaven-connecting beasts for inner devil pills. As Yi Xian prepared to return to the entrance, he had already collected heaven-connecting beast corpses worth around 10,000 inner devil pills. Afterwards, he left. Yi Xian. As Yi Xian hurried back to the entrance of the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Zone, he found that quite a few people had already exited. Seeing Yi Xian, Ling Xiao also hurriedly greeted him. However, amongst these people were Ling Mutian and the others who had assisted Zhao Chong in slaying the Thunder Roar Dragon that day. How is this possible? This brat is actually not dead. Ling Mutian and the others were all stunned. They had all thought that Yi Xian had already been slain by the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage Zhao Chong. Yet, Yi Xian had actually appeared before them, alive and kicking. Could it be that Yi Xian had knelt down and begged for mercy, and then Zhao Chong had spared him? In their hearts, it was impossible for the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage Yi Xian to defeat the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage Zhao Chong. Or could it be that Yi Xian had joined the Profound Water Thunder Wirm clan? This was indeed possible. However, Ling Mutian and the others definitely would not have thought that Yi Xian had already slain that Zhao Chong. This brat is rather lucky. Ling Mutian and the others did not mind, because 3 of them had already broken through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage. Besides Ling Mutian, there was also Gu Han and Su Liang. As for the other 2 of the Ling family, they had yet to break through. Ling Xiao, congratulations on breaking through. After glancing at Ling Mutian and the others, Yi Xian cupped his fists in greeting. Using this trip to the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Zone, Ling Xiao had successfully broken through to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage stage. While Ling Yun had not, she would probably be soon. Just lucky, just lucky. Ling Xiao broke into a grin. Seeing Yi Xian take it out, that elder Ling Chong also sighed in relief. He had still been afraid that Yi Xian had been killed by Zhao Chong. It seemed like he had worried too much. It will be time in another hour. We will return to the Heavenly Thunder Hall after that. Chapter 1165. Yes. Yi Xian nodded, then walked over. The Heavenly Connection beasts of the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Lands all carried the lightning attribute, and were rather rare as well. Yi Xian passed over the prepared yin and yang ring. Receiving it, Elder Ling Chang exclaimed in shock, "Not bad, not bad. There are 2 corpses of 3rd-level Heavenly Connection beasts, a total of 13,000 inner devil pills." He did not waste words, directly retrieving a certain amount of inner devil pills for Yi Xian. "Many thanks, Elder." Yi Xian thanked him, keeping the inner devil pills. When he returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he would use these inner devil pills to get the Heavenly Thunder Hall's forging master to forge a Heavenly Connection artifact, then gather some materials to forge the Thunder Rumbling Pearl artifact. Very quickly, an hour passed. During this hour, a few more people came out, but what puzzled Ling Mutian and the others was that Zhao Chong was still nowhere to be seen. Before Zhao Chong had successfully transformed into a dragon, he should have already been tempered by the Heavenly Thunder. Logically speaking, he should not have been late. But now, why was he still not out? This Zhao Chong, is he unceasingly slaughtering Heavenly Connection beasts before exchanging them for inner devil pills for us? Now that he is late, Elder Ling Chang will definitely not let him do so. Ling Mutian thought to himself. Alright, the time is up. There are still 6 people who have not come out. Let them return to the Heavenly Thunder Hall on their own. Elder Ling Chang roared before leaping onto the back of the Thunderbolt Eagle, the others not daring to tarry as they followed suit. The Thunderbolt Eagle took off, shooting towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Before leaving the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Lands, however, that Zhao Chong still had not appeared. This Elder Ling Chang also found it rather strange as he unceasingly appraised Yi Xian, yet was unable to discover anything out of the ordinary. "Zhao Yang, why hasn't Zhao Chong come out?" Ling Chang suddenly asked. This Zhao Yang was also a genius of the Profound Water Thunder Wirm clan, and was also the only other demon in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Lands party apart from Zhao Chong this time. Elder Ling Chang had seen Zhao Yang leave together with Zhao Chong back then. "I met senior apprentice brother Zhao Chong in the wee hours. He has already successfully transformed into a dragon, having broken through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm and is currently consolidating his foundation." Zhao Yang said truthfully. He really succeeded in transforming into a dragon, and broke through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage? Ling Chang narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. However, what he didn't know was that Zhao Yang was already under Yi Xian's control. Everything he said was a lie. He was trying to absolve Yi Xian. Yesterday, Zhao Chong had tried to kill Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had not died. Now that Zhao Yang had met Zhao Chong in the wee hours of the morning, it proved that Zhao Chong was still alive. When Ling Mutian and the others heard this, they were certain that Yi Xian was really begging for mercy. Otherwise, how could he have survived? Now, they were just waiting for Zhao Chong to return to the Heavenly Thunder Hall before giving them the promised reward. Very quickly, they returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. "He's back. He's finally back." Outside the Heavenly Thunder Hall, a group of people were waiting. The Thunderhawk landed, and everyone came forward to welcome it. Where's Zhao Chong?" The gray-clothed elder from the mysterious Water Lightning Flood Dragon clan glanced around, but did not find Zhao Chong's figure, and hurriedly asked. "Grand Elder, he has already successfully transformed into a dragon, also breaking through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage. He is currently consolidating his cultivation base in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land," Zhao Yang replied once more. He was also a member of the Black Water Lightning Flood Dragon clan, so the Black Water Lightning Flood Dragon clan members naturally believed his words. Successfully transformed into a dragon. Good, truly great. From today onwards, our mysterious water lightning flood dragon clan can be called the mysterious water lightning dragon clan. The gray-clothed elder was extremely happy. Now, his gaze suddenly fell on Yi Xian, and he was rather surprised as well. According to Zhao Chang's personality, if he had encountered Yi Xian would definitely have died. Still, it didn't matter whether Yi Xian was alive or not. This was of no importance to them. On the other side, after hearing the news that Zhao Chong had successfully transformed into a dragon, the people of the Ling family also frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Alright, everyone go back and rest. Make use of this chance to quickly enter secluded cultivation and strive to improve further, Elder Ling Chong shouted. Yes. They all nodded, leaving one after another. Yi Xian also returned to his lodgings, but left very quickly, directly heading for the Heavenly Thunder Hall's artifact forging hall. The Heavenly Thunder Hall was also skilled in artifact forging. The heavenly connecting artifacts they forged were slightly better than those of other places, at the same time also containing the attribute of thunder, their offensive power greater. After entering the artifact forging hall, Yi Xian said to a disciple, "This senior apprentice brother, I would like to forge a mid-grade second-grade heavenly connecting artifact." Mid-grade second-grade. This Heavenly Thunder Hall disciple raised his head, glancing around before saying, "Elder Ling Yao is currently free." He felt that Yi Xian was rather unfamiliar to him, but being able to forge a mid-grade second-grade heavenly connecting artifact, he must definitely be very wealthy. After all, most people would just go straight to the point, not going to custom make them. Alright, many thanks, senior apprentice brother. Yi Xian thanked him before heading towards Elder Ling Yao's lodgings. While he could forge as well, a forging blueprint would be too expensive. Thus, he had come to the Heavenly Thunder Hall's artifact forging hall. He only wanted to forge an ordinary heavenly connecting artifact. It was not very complicated, and any random elder would probably be able to forge it. Very quickly, Yi Xian found this Elder Ling Yao. Oh. It's you. This Elder Ling Yao was in the midst of forging a heavenly connecting artifact. After seeing Yi Xian, he too was stunned for a moment. He had also just happened to be present during the examination that day, thus recognizing Yi Xian. "Greetings, Elder." Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. "It looks like you have already returned from the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds. What, you want to forge a weapon?" Elder Ling Yao asked. "Yes, but my request is very simple." Yi Xian nodded before handing over a blueprint. Glancing at it, Elder Ling Yao raised his brows, asking, "That's it?" "Yes." Yi Xian replied. This blueprint was the simplest one that Elder Ling Yao had ever seen. It was just a round ball on which sharp spikes could extend and contract around it, resembling a sea urchin. As for the rest, there was nothing else. "You want me to forge something like this as well?" Elder Ling Yao was rather displeased. This was a little too much of a waste. "This thing is very important to this little one. I ask for Elder's help." "I have already prepared the materials," Yi Xian said. "Since you have prepared the materials yourself, I'll take 5,000 inner devil pills then." While Elder Ling Yao felt that this was a little unreliable, he would not reject money. "All right." Yi Xian nodded, directly taking out 5,000 inner devil pills and handing it over along with the materials. "Something like this can be forged in 2 days. Come and get it tomorrow," Elder Ling Yao said. "All right." Yi Xian responded before directly leaving. As long as this artifact was completed, Yi Xian would be able to forge the rumbling thunder pearl for himself. Chapter 1166. After entrusting the task to Elder Ling Yao, Yi Xian returned to his own residence. Very quickly, 2 days passed. Yi Xian returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall's artifact forging hall. "Kid, your item has been forged. Take it." Seeing Yi Xian return, Elder Ling Yao tossed him a yin and yang ring. Within the ring was a purplish-blue sphere that was half the size of a basketball. There were strange patterns on its surface. Yi Xian took it out and activated it with the power of all manifestations. In the next instant, the sphere emitted a clang as countless spikes extended from it. These spikes were something that Yi Xian used to confuse others, making them think that this heavenly artifact was extremely ordinary. "Thank you, Elder." Yi Xian thanked him and quickly left. Looking at his departing figure, Ling Yao shook his head helplessly. Previously, when Yi Xian said that this item was very important to him, Ling Yao didn't take it seriously at all. As Ling Yao saw it, this item was completely useless. After leaving the artifact forging hall, Yi Xian immersed his consciousness into the artifact system. Ding! Will the host begin forging the artifact Thunder Pearl? Yes. Ding! Artifact Thunder Pearl has been successfully forged. The system notification sounded. After hearing this, Yi Xian took out the Thunder Pearl from the devouring space. This artifact's appearance didn't change much. However, when Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation, he discovered that the lightning-type Dragon Pearl had entered the interior of the Thunder Pearl. At the same time, this Thunder Pearl also had two abilities. Thunder Dragon Roar, cooldown time, 1 day. Heavenly Lightning Apocalypse, cooldown time, 1 day. Yi Xian didn't expect that there would be an additional ability, which was the Thunder Dragon Roar. At the same time, this Thunder Pearl was equivalent to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm, a level higher than Wei Zhentian. This Elder Ling Yao is really something. He gave me 5,000 inner devil pills, and he still isn't refining properly. Yi Xian looked a little helpless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. At the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm, it meant that the Thunder Pearl was only a low-grade divine artifact of the 2nd level. Once it reached the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm, it would become a mid-grade divine artifact of the 2nd level. In other words, Elder Ling Yao was slacking off. Fortunately, the Thunder Pearl had one more growth attribute than Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian could be improved by relying on weapons and ores, so could the Thunder Pearl. At the same time, the Thunder Pearl could also be improved by relying on thunder-attributed items, making it easier than Wei Zhentian. However, what Yi Xian wanted to do the most now was to find a place to test the power of the Thunder Dragon's roar and the heavenly lightning devastation. Immediately, he left and prepared to go outside to try it out. But at this moment, someone suddenly walked towards him. "Are you Yi Xian?" A strange voice rang out. Yi Xian looked up and realized that he had seen this person before. He remembered that this middle-aged man was part of the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragons team. He was probably a member of the Zhao family. "Is something the matter?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "Did you see Zhao Chong in the Forbidden Land of Heavenly Lightning?" The middle-aged man didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "I did. At that time, I angered senior brother Zhao Chong. After he taught me a lesson, he forgave me and let me go," Yi Xian answered with a nod. "Let you go?" The middle-aged man didn't believe it. Based on his understanding of Zhao Chong, there was no way Zhao Chong would let Yi Xian go, unless the Ling family was present at that time. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man, thinking that the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragons family must be suspicious because Zhao Chong still hadn't returned. "Senior, if there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave first." Yi Xian cupped his fists at the middle-aged man and left immediately. The middle-aged man frowned. Zhao Chong hadn't returned yet, so he guessed that Zhao Chong was still consolidating his cultivation. However, he just felt that things were a little strange. Previously, when he had gone to look for Ling Mutian and the others, he had also understood that Yi Xian had appeared at that time. He also knew that Yi Xian had actually broken through the encirclement of Ling Mutian's group of 5. In the end, Zhao Chong had succeeded in transforming into a dragon and began pursuing Yi Xian. Afterwards, Ling Mutian and the others didn't know, because they were certain that Yi Xian would be killed by Zhao Chong. There's something strange about this kid, the middle-aged man thought to himself. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to leave, he wanted to follow him. With his strength, following a person wasn't a problem at all. After all, he was at the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage. Very quickly, Yi Xian left the Heavenly Thunder Hall, heading towards a mountain range near it. There were quite a few Heavenly Connection beasts here that he could experiment with. However, not long after he left, he sensed an aura. It's that Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon expert. He's following me. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. The two maintained a very ingenious distance. Yi Xian's spiritual sense was unable to find this middle-aged man, but the middle-aged man's spiritual sense encompassed Yi Xian's. Therefore, as the middle-aged man saw it, he was following him perfectly. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Xian's eye of perception was 3 times more powerful than his spiritual sense. Could it be that he didn't find Zhao Chong and guessed that I killed him? A sinister light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as killing intent stirred within him. He decided that he would act as soon as he entered the mountain range. It just so happened that this middle-aged man could experiment with his rumbling thunder orb. Half a day later. It's about time. There's no one here. Capture this kid. The middle-aged man widened his eyes, beginning to secretly condense his true qi and the power of all manifestations. His objective was to capture Yi Xian, but once he did, he had no intention of letting Yi Xian leave. After all, this matter couldn't be leaked. However, just as he was about to act, Yi Xian up ahead suddenly stopped. He stopped. The middle-aged man's heart trembled, thinking that Yi Xian had discovered him. However, he recalled that he was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian, so that shouldn't be the case. Since that was the case, he might as well take this opportunity to approach and launch a sneak attack under the pretext of asking about something. Previously, Ling Mutian had said that Yi Xian's strength wasn't that simple since he had broken through the encirclement of 5 people, so he had to be careful. Little brother, wait a moment. The middle-aged man shouted. Yi Xian turned around and pretended to ask, so it's senior. What's the matter? I have some things here that I need to ask in detail, the middle-aged man said as he approached. All right, let's go over there. Yi Xian nodded, looking as if he didn't suspect anything at all, then turned around. Good chance. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he immediately attacked. Sky-tearing claw. A black claw appeared, ready to grab Yi Xian, but before that, Yi Xian dodged it. What? The middle-aged man was slightly surprised, because he was launching a sneak attack. Senior, what are you doing? Yi Xian pretended to be shocked and asked. Chapter 1167. Humph. You want to kill me? Not so easy. Yi Xian snorted and put on the glorious golden armor. At the same time, a sword and a ball were thrown at the middle-aged man. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Get lost. The middle-aged man did not care. In his opinion, sword-wielding skills were all unorthodox. However, when he was about to use the All-Creation's force to knock the Thunder Pearl away, the pearl suddenly extended countless spikes and pierced through the All-Creation's force. Elder Ling Yao did not go all out in terms of forging, but he strengthened the Thunder Pearl in other aspects. For example, the spikes could effectively destroy the All-Creation's force. The Thunder Pearl dispersed the All-Creation's force and attacked the middle-aged man. Interesting. The middle-aged man did not think much of it. He was indeed careless just now. This time, he used more All-Creation's force. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed in the distance. Thunder Dragon Roar. He moved his mind. In the next moment, the thunder pearl surged with the power of thunder and lightning and then condensed into a blue sky dragon. Roar! The blue sky dragon opened its big mouth, and a dangerous aura was released. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. Only then did he realize that this pearl was not as simple as he thought. Boom! The thunder dragon roar collided with the all-creation's force of the middle-aged man and easily defeated it. The thick electric snake wrapped around the middle-aged man and a burnt smell spread. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. At this critical moment, he used the thunder armor and a large amount of genuine chi and all creation's force. However, the thunder dragon roar was extremely powerful. Countless electric snakes rushed into the middle-aged man's body and paralyzed him. Fortunately, the middle-aged man was a Blackwater Thunder Wyrm and was naturally resistant to the thunder attribute. Stinking brat, I'm going to kill you. The middle-aged man's skin was burnt in many places and his insides were in a mess. After cursing, he changed back to his original form while enduring the thunder dragon roar. Roar! A roar similar to a dragon's roar spread. The moment the middle-aged man changed back to his original form, the thunder dragon roar also finished erupting. After transforming, the middle-aged man still had many injuries on his body. Many of his dragon scales had disappeared, and some of his flesh was badly mangled. These were all caused by that move just now. If it had been a normal human at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm, they would have already died from that attack. However, the middle-aged man was a demon and a Blackwater Thunder Wyrm at that, so he had survived. At this time, the middle-aged man flashed and directly grabbed the thunder pearl, holding it in his hand. This thunder pearl had caused him to be covered in cuts and bruises, so he wanted to crush it. Too naive. In the distance, Yi Xian shook his head. Heavenly Thunder Annihilation. The moment the middle-aged man grabbed the thunder pearl with his dragon claw, the thunder pearl once again emitted countless bolts of lightning, followed by a rumbling sound. Boom! A power that was even stronger than the thunder dragon's roar exploded out. The middle-aged man cried out in pain as his entire dragon claw was blown apart. There was a large hole in his dragon body, and it was almost disconnected from his lower body. The middle-aged man fell into Yi Xian's trap one after another, and the anger in his heart had already reached its peak. However, Yi Xian had already finished testing the power of the two new skills. Now, it was time to send the middle-aged man on his way. The power of the Dharma treasure is indeed not bad. Yi Xian was very satisfied. He looked at the Blackwater Thunder Wyrm, who was shocked and on the verge of death, and formed the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. Whoosh! The Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd pierced through the air with a sharp sound. No! The Blackwater Thunder Wyrm roared at the sky. How could he have imagined that he would die at the hands of Yi Xian? Poof! The Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd sank into the Blackwater Thunder Wyrm's body, but it did not cause a fatal blow. However, after the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, there was a silver slash. Rip! The Blackwater Thunder Wyrm's head was chopped off, and his headless corpse fell from the sky. Yi Xian hurried over and collected the corpse along with the interspatial ring. Ding! Wei Jintian broke through. The system notified. Currently, Wei Jintian was at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage stage like the Thunder Orb. However, Yi Xian was still at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage, still a bit off from the 3rd level. With this Thunder Orb, Yi Xian's strength had also increased by quite a bit. If this Thunder Orb was used in conjunction with the Spirit Sword formation, the effects would definitely be great. After testing the power of the Thunder Orb, Yi Xian returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, carefully planning his next move. On the way back, Luoluo had also broken through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage in the planting space. Now, they could both contend against 4th level Nether Passage experts. If they joined forces, they would be virtually invincible against 4th level Nether Passage experts, and could even battle 5th level Nether Passage experts. However, when he returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he found Ling Xiao waiting for him outside his lodgings. Yi Xian, you've returned. I have something to tell you, Ling Xiao went up to him. What is it? Yi Xian asked rather quizzically. It's regarding me and my younger sister being hunted down. Ling Xiao said, previously, my father sent people out to investigate. With this investigation, they discovered a great scheme. As it turns out, there were quite a few capture missions on the Underworld's mission board. The targets were all blood siblings or siblings who were close in age. Oh. Yi Xian raised his brows, suddenly feeling a sense of déjà vu. Blood siblings. At this moment, Yi Xian could not help but think of the yin-yang ancestor. This matter might be related to the yin-yang ancestor. And then Yi Xian continued asking. A few pairs of siblings have also gone missing in our Heavenly Thunder Hall, including the grandson and granddaughter of an elder. They have probably all been captured. That is why this time, our Ling family is preparing to send people to investigate, said Ling Xiao. I am rather interested in this matter as well. I can help. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, asking, where are you going to investigate? This mission seems to have first appeared in the Black Chaos Corner. That is why our Ling family has already sent people there. If anyone can find the mastermind behind these missions, they will be rewarded with 100,000 inner demon pills. Replied Ling Xiao. 100,000 inner demon pills was not a small amount. If it were given to Yi Xian, he could at least break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, Yi Xian's focus was not on this reward, but rather the mastermind behind the mission. This matter might really be related to the yin-yang ancestor. Alright, then I will also go take a look at the Black Chaos Corner. 100,000 inner demon pills is very tempting, Yi Xian grinned, making Ling Xiao think that he was going there for the reward. I originally wanted to go as well. However, because I am on the Underworld's assassin list, going would be walking right into a trap. I can only obediently stay in the Heavenly Thunder Hall for this period of time. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. He had just returned from the Black Chaos Corner. That place was very much to his liking. It was just a pity that he would not be able to go there in the near future. Once this matter is settled, you can leave. Chapter 1168. In Yi Xian's estimation, Patriarch Yin Yang was at least in the Nirvana realm, and he was just in the Nether Passage realm. There was still the Fulfillment realm and the Fragmentation realm behind him. The difference between their realms was too great, so he felt that it was unlikely that Patriarch Yin Yang was the culprit. However, as long as there was a suspicious clue, even if the probability was only 1%, he would continue to investigate. Yi Xian's top priority was to ask Ling Xiao about the chaotic Black Corner. After all, Ling Xiao had trained there before. At the same time, somewhere in the Heavenly Thunder Hole, a group of experts from the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon family gathered together. I have already asked Elder Ling Hongxing, who is close to my Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan, to go to the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land to investigate, but I did not find any trace of Zhao Chong. The gray-robed old man said. Could it be that Zhao Chong has already left the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land? I remember that those who enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land all have a thunder-breaking stone. Even if they are delayed in returning, they can still leave on their own. A white-haired old man said. No, according to what Elder Ling Hongxing said, Zhao Chong might already be dead. The gray-robed elder shook his head. What? Dead? Once those words were spoken, the entire crowd was shocked. Elder Ling Hongxing, in the depths of the Forbidden Land of Heavenly Thunder, near the place where the Thunder Roar Dragon was killed, another battle site was found. There were traces of dragon blood and giant dragon flesh there. I'm afraid it was Zhao Chong. The gray-robed elder continued. But Zhao Yang said that he saw Zhao Chong in the wee hours of the morning when he left the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land. Someone asked. That's right. That's why I'm guessing that Zhao Yang has already been bribed. The gray-robed elder nodded. Everyone was in disbelief. The Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon family was very united, but now there was actually a traitor. Everyone did not dare to believe it. In order to prove it, I found a person who is proficient in the soul and prepared to search his memory. The gray-robed old man continued. What? Memory search. Everyone was shocked. Memory search. At the very least, the soul will be severely injured. At the very most, the soul will be destroyed. However, in order to find out what happened, Zhao Yang must be sacrificed. The gray-robed elder continued. Great Elder, are we not going to wait any longer? Someone suggested. Yes. Instead of searching Zhao Yang's memories, why don't we use it on that brat? That's why Elder Zhao Kongtai has already gone to follow that brat, preparing to secretly capture him. The gray-robed elder nodded. But just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly barged in. It was Zhao Lai, who had been defeated by Yi Xian back then. Great Elder, that brat has returned. Zhao Lai hastily said. What? Everyone present was shocked. Didn't they say that Elder Zhao Kongtai had gone to capture Yi Xian? Why was Yi Xian suddenly back? Could it be that Elder Zhao Kongtai had failed? Elder Zhao Kongtai is at the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage, while that kid is only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage. If he fails, perhaps he encountered a core disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall on the way. If he dies, the gray-robed old man muttered with a solemn expression. Dead? When everyone heard this, they could not help but shudder. If Elder Zhao Kongtai had been killed, then Yi Xian would have the ability to kill Zhao Chong. Great Elder, that brat is preparing to go out again, and to the Black Chaos Corner to investigate the case of the recently missing siblings, Zhao Lai continued. Going out again, huh? The gray-robed old man fell into deep thought. Great Elder, let me go this time, said an elder as he stood up. He was an expert at the 5th level of the Nether Passage stage. Dealing with Yi Xian would be a piece of cake. That won't do. I'm afraid that the Ling family will find out. We can't do it ourselves. The gray-robed old man shook his head. Then who will do it? The underworld. The gray-robed old man replied, recently, the underworld's people have switched to capturing people. Also, wasn't the most talented person in the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall also assassinated by the underworld? Elder Zhao Konghai, immediately go and issue a mission for the underworld's people to capture this brat. Good idea. That elder who had stood up nodded and immediately rushed out the door. The underworld was a super force that spread throughout the world. They had assassins from the Manifestation Realm to the Nirvana Realm. Of course, this area only had assassins of the Manifestation Realm and Nether Passage Realm. Just as the Blackwater Thunder WIRM clan was discussing, Yi Xian had already left the Heavenly Thunder Hall and was heading towards the Black Chaos Corner. According to Ling Xiao, this Black Chaos Corner was a place filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was said that even Fulfillment Realm experts had come here before. At the same time, the Black Chaos Corner was a place where crooks mixed in with the honest folk. There were many gangs and factions there. There was still some distance between the Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Black Chaos Corner. With Yi Xian's current speed, it would probably take him 2 days. However, before going to the Black Chaos Corner, Yi Xian wanted to raise his cultivation to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage Realm. After all, that place was filled with crooks and honest folk, with countless vicious people. If he wasn't careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. It just so happened that there was a Viper Valley on the way to the Black Chaos Corner. A large amount of poisonous creatures resided there, and Yi Xian just so happened to have the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life. Thus, it was quite a good place for him to train. After being nourished by the heavenly treasure tree, the strange beasts in my planted space have all broken through to the first level of the Nether Passage realm. Moreover, they have multiplied quite a bit. Then, with the nourishment of the heavenly treasure tree in my blood, they will quickly mature. If I release all of these strange beasts, it will be like a cheat to farm monsters. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. There were already over 10,000 strange beasts in the planted space that had reached the Nether Passage realm. This was an extremely terrifying army. Even if they swept through the entire Viper Valley, it would probably not be a problem. Immediately, Yi Xian headed for the Viper Valley, preparing to break through to the third level of the Nether Passage realm before heading to the Black Chaos Corner. It would only take him a day or two, but it would give him a great deal of protection. A day later, he arrived at this incomparably sinister Viper Valley. There were no birds or beasts here, only large amounts of poisonous fog. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. The system notified just as Yi Xian approached. There were too many poisonous creatures in the Viper Valley, and the poisonous fog would even spew out poisonous fog. Thus, those who entered had to take antidote pills, and they had to prepare a lot of them. However, antidote pills were not cheap things, and the Viper Valley was more dangerous than normal places. Thus, no one dared to come to the Viper Valley, or rather, no one was willing to come. Yi Xian did not even need to take antidote pills, and directly stepped into the Viper Valley. Under the eye of perception, there were quite a few poisonous creatures waiting for an opportunity to move, and they had already set their sights on Yi Xian. Megatron, Thunder Pearl, go! Yi Xian directly threw out the two transcendent artifacts. Megatron had its own consciousness, but the Thunder Pearl did not, so he had to control it. This Thunder Pearl was quite useful. It could release heavenly lightning attacks, and most importantly, it could attack groups of people without worrying about death. It was very much to Yi Xian's liking. Chapter 1169. Luo Luo, it's time for you to show off your skills. Yi Xian released Luo Luo. Luo Luo hadn't fought in a long time, so she could no longer hold back. 100-layer Demon Fox Doppelganger. The moment Luo Luo appeared, she took a high-grade detoxification pill and created 100 doppelgangers. Among these 100 doppelgangers, there were 60 true Qi doppelgangers, and only 40 doppelgangers. It was extremely terrifying. With her help, Yi Xian's leveling speed greatly increased. As for the mutated beasts in the planting space, Yi Xian didn't release them, because they were also a trump card. Moreover, they would be even more frightening than 10,000 returning to origin swords, so he wouldn't use them if he could. Just like that, he started a massacre, and Viper Valley immediately stirred up a storm of blood. However, just as he was leveling up in Viper Valley, several figures quietly followed him. They were 3 assassins dressed in black. They had just accepted a mission from the underworld. I really don't understand. This brat's mission rating is actually 4 stars. He's only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. How can he have the strength of a 4th level Nether Passage realm expert? One of the assassins in black said disdainfully. Let's not talk about the mission rating first. This brat is very valuable. As long as we capture him alive, we'll actually get 30,000 inner demon pills. The 3 of us can split them equally. Although the 3 of us discovered this mission first, it's not unique. If you don't, others will see it and accept it. We need to move quickly. Looking at the direction, this brat seems to be heading to Viper Valley to train. Hurry, don't let him die there. The 3 assassins talked as they flew toward Viper Valley. Soon, they arrived at Viper Valley. One of the assassins felt around on the ground and said, about 10 minutes. It shouldn't be far. Split up and search. The 3 of them were at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. After splitting up, their spiritual senses were even stronger than those at the 4th level. finding one person wasn't a problem. However, at this time, somewhere in Viper Valley, Yi Xian was still unaware of the approaching danger. No, this couldn't be considered dangerous to him. After all, there were only 3 assassins at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. As long as these 3 assassins stepped into the range of his perception, he would immediately know and then counterattack. The 3 assassins followed the traces left behind by the battle and heard the sounds of battle. It must be him. Let's go together. The 3 assassins had already worked together on quite a few missions. Even if their opponent was only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm, they would still attack together, just in case. However, when they got closer, they realized that it was not a human, but a flying sword. What the hell is this? A sword can fly by itself. An assassin couldn't help but ask. The sword they were referring to was Wei Zhentian. At this moment, Wei Zhentian had also noticed them and hurriedly informed Yi Xian. In another place. What? Little Tian, you saw 3 assassins. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Assassins coming to Viper Valley. He immediately realized what was going on. Did the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan invite assassins from the underworld? Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and a murderous intent rose in his heart. There was a 99% chance that these 3 assassins were coming for him. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. After licking his lips, Yi Xian madly dashed in Wei Zhentian's direction. He estimated that the assassins who came for him were at least at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. If he killed these 3, he might be able to break through to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. Soon, he sensed the 3's auras, but they couldn't sense him. Regardless of what this thing is, it's more important to find the person first. One of the assassins retracted his attention from Wei Zhentian. He felt that Wei Zhentian was harmless and looked at them for 2 seconds. Let's go. The other 2 had the same thought. However, at this moment. Whoosh! Wei Zhentian suddenly transformed into a god of war the moment they turned around. He swung the great sword in his hand, preparing to cut off their heads. Whoosh whoosh. However, the sound of something breaking through the air was exposed. Careful! One of the assassins in black shouted and hurriedly lowered his head. However, not everyone reacted in time. Rip! Wei Zhentian swung the great sword in his hand, and a head flew up. One of the assassins couldn't react in time and was directly beheaded. Now, only 2 of the 3 were left. It was the first time these 3 assassins saw a sword that could transform. However, they were in a hurry to find Yi Xian, so they couldn't be bothered to tangle with Wei Zhentian. Unexpectedly, they suffered a great loss. Kill him! The assassin in black who just reacted shouted angrily and charged toward Wei Zhentian. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared from the side. What? The assassin in black didn't expect someone to be hiding in the surroundings. Then why didn't he sense it with his spiritual sense? In that case, this figure directly crossed the distance of his spiritual sense. What a fast speed! Die! Yi Xian, who had concealed his aura with the help of the face-changing mask, directly charged over and stabbed the Heavenly Thunder halberd in his hand into the assassin's chest. Sizzle! The assassin in black's chest was penetrated, and the Heavenly Thunder halberd electrocuted his body into charcoal. He died instantly. The Heavenly Thunder halberd was a middle-grade ethereal opening super ability. Even a 4th-grade ethereal opening realm expert could be killed if struck by it, let alone this assassin in black. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 3 assassins was left. Sizzle! When Yi Xian killed that person, the Heavenly Thunder halberd released a dazzling electric light. Electric snakes flew and entered the last assassin's body, directly paralyzing him. Burning Eye. Eye of Illusion. Eye of Control. This assassin was frightened and had a strong sense of crisis. He even smelled the scent of death, so there were too many flaws in his mind and he was directly controlled by Yi Xian. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Out of the 3 assassins, 2 were dead, and 1 was captured alive. This happened in the blink of an eye. This was the result of going against Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly took the 3 people's interspatial rings and swallowed the items inside. Unfortunately, it didn't help him break through. Then, he found the mission scroll inside. Capture me and the reward is 30,000 inner demon pills. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. With so many rewards, he wanted to capture himself and exchange them for himself. He didn't expect that they would be worth so much money. However, the Underworld's mission couldn't specify who issued it. However, he had only provoked one party here, and that was the Blackwater Lightning Zhao family. That middle-aged man had already made a move on him, so this bounty mission must have been issued by the Blackwater Lightning Zhao family. There was no doubt about this. Are there other assassins who accepted this mission? Chapter 1170. We were the first to discover this mission. However, this mission isn't unique. Since we accepted it, others can accept it as well. The black-clothed assassin replied. Yi Xian wasn't too affected by the fact that he had become a bounty target. Since the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan wanted to capture him, the moment he returned from the Black Chaotic Corner would be the time for the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan to be destroyed. However, before that, Yi Xian still had a lot of things he wanted to ask about. Where are we going to send those missions to capture our siblings after we complete them? Yi Xian asked again. They're all sent to the Black Chaotic Corner. The black-clothed assassin replied honestly. Black Chaotic Corner. As expected, it was the Black Chaotic Corner. Yi Xian paused for a moment. Previously, Ling Xiao had said that the Heavenly Thunder Hall had sent people to investigate, said that these missions first appeared in the Black Chaotic Corner. Now, it seemed that the mastermind behind these missions should be in the Black Chaotic Corner. Alright, there's one more thing. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, is there an assassin called Mo Shui in the underworld? Mo Shui. The black-clothed assassin raised an eyebrow. After thinking carefully for a moment, he shook his head and said, I've never heard of this name because we don't know each other. At least, I haven't heard of this name before. Hearing this, Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. How long had it been, and he had already broken through from the manifestation realm to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. Moreover, the higher the realm, the harder it was to advance. Even if this Mo Shui was a reincarnator, it shouldn't be that fast, right? However, at this time, the black-clothed assassin suddenly remembered something and said, recently, there's a blood hangman with a mission completion rate of 100%. However, I've only heard of this name. I don't know if it's the one Master is looking for. What? Yi Xian was shocked and suddenly had the urge to slap this guy. Blood hangman. Blood hangman, could it be Mo Shui? Mo Shui is his real name, while assassins usually use code names. This blood hangman might be Mo Shui's code name. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He originally thought that he had lost track of Mo Shui, but now it seemed that was not the case. This blood massacre, which city's underworld branch did he last appear in? Yi Xian asked again. Just as the assassin in black was about to answer, Yi Xian's body shook. He could feel someone approaching him at an extremely fast speed. This aura, if it were a normal person, Yi Xian would not have bothered, but this aura was very familiar to him. Brat, I know you found me. How have you been? Yi Xian heard a familiar voice. Mo Shui. Yi Xian could not help but exclaim. Speak of the devil and he will appear. He didn't expect that Mo Shui would see the mission that the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon had issued and learn of his whereabouts. That's right, it's me. A black shadow slowly walked out of the forest, almost blending into the darkness. Even the assassin in black beside Yi Xian felt terrified by this method of concealment. If not for Yi Xian's perceptive eye and insightful eye, he definitely would not have discovered this black shadow. This was the strength and terror of the reincarnator Mo Shui. Second level of the Nether Passage realm, the same as me. Yi Xian's expression changed. He had a bad feeling about this. Back then, he had suppressed Mo Shui's realm, and Mo Shui had also fought with the Thunder Light City Lord and consumed a lot of energy. Today, he and Mo Shui were at the same realm, and Mo Shui was coming for him. Therefore, this battle would not be easy. I didn't expect you to break through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm in such a short time. Your talent is already at the top in this area. Mo Shui had no intention of making a move. He slowly said, I am a reincarnator. Even with thousands of years of memories, I am only at the second level of the Nether Passage realm. You are worthy of my attention. In his previous life, he had seen geniuses who were 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more talented than Yi Xian. However, one should not forget that there was a difference in the area. For a reincarnator like Mo Shui, the land he was standing on was extremely barren. In his previous life, the yuan qi of heaven and earth was countless times denser than here. Even if he went to a restaurant to eat, he could easily create a nirvana realm expert. It was to the extent that the women in this kind of place were all in the immortal realm. Be valued by you. Should I thank you? Yi Xian did not feel any glory. Instead, he felt like he was being targeted by a wolf. I, Mo Shui, have reincarnated. It is your honor to meet me. Although I don't want to kill you, as it would be less fun, I will do my best. After Mo Shui finished speaking, he raised his hand and said, Last time we fought, I was unable to kill you and had to run away. Today, I only want you to take one of my moves. If you can survive, I will let you go. What a big tone. Yi Xian said in dissatisfaction. At the very least, he was at the same realm as Mo Shui, and he could challenge those above him. Now, Mo Shui actually said that he would only attack once. This was simply underestimating him. He had the eye of eternity. As long as both eyes were not destroyed at the same time, he could use the Tree of Life bloodline to recover. However, Mo Shui had tried all kinds of methods to kill Yi Xian, but to no avail. Therefore, he knew that he had to turn Yi Xian into ashes. Are you ready? Mo Shui's true qi surged. His aura became extremely dangerous. Even Wei Zhentian could not help but tremble. The black-clothed assassin was so scared that he retreated. Young master, I am here. At this moment, Luo also sensed it. She immediately used the Eye of Charm to strengthen Yi Xian's soul. This little girl is troublesome. However, take this move of mine first. Mo Shui suddenly attacked. With a wave of his hand, a flame dragon condensed from true qi and 10,000 mammoth force flew out and swept towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He had been using the Eye of Revelation to observe Mo Shui, but he was unable to copy this martial art. Therefore, this move was not ordinary at all. Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian hurriedly turned Wei Zhentian into a hard shield. At the same time, he put on the brilliant golden armor and used the Rolling Thunder armor. Not only that, but the Rolling Thunder Pearl also turned into a thunder dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out a huge pillar of lightning. Thunder Dragon Roar. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Rumble. Chapter 1171. The 10,000 mammoth force was all-encompassing. After fusing with true qi, it could form lightning, fire, and so on. Lightning and fire were two very domineering attributes, but the reason why Mo Shui was so confident was because this was his favorite technique in the past. Later on, he continuously improved this move until it became a reincarnation ability. It was called the Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. It had once burned an ocean dry. Although he was not using the Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash and was only using the original ability, even a 5th-tier ethereal opening expert would probably die under this move. Even with the support of LoveLore's Eye of Charm, the Thunder Dragon Roar could not block this attack. However, the moment the Thunder Pearl was about to be destroyed, another burst of energy erupted. Heavenly Lightning Annihilation. Boom! A wave of chi that had never been seen before swept out, shaking the flame dragon. However, this power was not enough to destroy the flame dragon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Crack! The Thunder Pearl was swallowed by the flaming dragon and shattered into powder. The flaming dragon swept forward, swallowing Yi Xian. This scorching aura instantly burned Wei Xintian into ashes and easily destroyed Yi Xian's thunder armor. Even the brilliant golden armor melted. Fortunately, this flaming dragon was weakened by the Thunder Dragon Roar and Heavenly Lightning Annihilation. In addition, Wei Xintian was a 3rd-tier ethereal opening expert and was extremely tough. Yi Xian survived, but he lost more than 10 years of his life. Just now, in order to block the flaming dragon's attack, he used True Qi, the 10,000 Mammoth Force, and the Supreme Great Immortal Spring Water to form a protective barrier. The Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash was fierce and domineering, but it was countered by water. Yi Xian thought of this method in the nick of time, and thus survived. You actually blocked it. A voice rang out. Yi Xian looked forward and saw Mo Shui looking at him in shock. Mo Shui did not expect that his strongest attack would not be able to kill Yi Xian. He did not expect Yi Xian to have the Supreme Great Immortal Spring Water. This was a fatal temptation to martial artists below the immortality realm. You want to kill me with your abilities? Yi Xian's burned wounds began to warm up, and the brilliant golden armor, as well as Wei Xintian and Thunder Pearl were treasures, revived. I told you, if you can withstand this attack, it is your ability. You can leave now. Mo Shui said with a righteous look. Is that so? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he said, Don't think that I don't know. That move just now almost exhausted all of your true chi. Can you still fight me next? The Eye of Insight could see through everything. Indeed, after using the Flame Dragon Peerless Slash, Mo Shui had only 1/5 of his Jin Chi left. This was a good opportunity for Yi Xian to make his move. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the expression of Mo Shui, who was pretending to be calm, changed. In an instant, he turned into a ray of light and flew away. Brat, the next time we meet, it will be your death. Hearing this, Yi Xian cursed in his heart, F***ck, this move again. Mo Shui was so hard to deal with. He ran away immediately after his attack failed. Who knew how long it would take to kill him and complete his revenge mission? Mo Shui knew that Yi Xian had the eyes of the void, so he ran towards the depths of Viper Valley. Yi Xian hurriedly chased after him. He knew that Mo Shui's escape technique was flawed. However, the speed of this escape technique was simply off the charts. Yi Xian was one realm higher than Mo Shui. Now, he was only at the same level as Mo Shui. It was impossible for him to catch up. This Mo Shui must have successfully refined the Jade Blood Gold pellet. He is also a reincarnator. If I don't kill him, there will be endless trouble in the future. Yi Xian thought to himself. What was the most terrifying enemy? It was those hidden enemies that you could not find. Mo Shui was a veteran assassin who had lived for thousands of years. It was not fun to be targeted by him. Yi Xian knew that Mo Shui was using him as a stepping stone. Only by failing again and again would he be able to increase his realm quickly. No matter what, this was a waste of effort. Not only did he use up 2 of the Thunder Pearl's abilities, but he also used up a dozen years worth of Immortal Spring Water. What a loss. The revenge mission has no time limit. It's not that easy to complete. It's really hard to get 3 devouring points. The next time we meet, I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Xian unwillingly said in his heart. Just now, he did not have time to use 10,000 returning to origin to defend or suppress Mo Shui. Mo Shui's blood escape was too fast and could not be trapped. He was also worried that Mo Shui would come back after he recovered, so he had to keep a trump card. However, the best trump card was his realm. I have to break through quickly. Every time Mo Shui appears, his realm can keep up with mine. If I fall behind too much, I'll be dead. Yi Xian did not care about anything else and continued to hunt heaven-reaching beasts. After that battle, Mo Shui did not appear again. An hour was not enough for him to recover. An hour later. Ding! Host has broken through. Current realm is level 3 Nether Passage realm. The system notification sounded. Immediately, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. Even if I break through, I don't have the confidence to deal with Mo Shui. When he recovers, I won't be able to block that move without a trump card. I have to retreat. With a thought, Yi Xian immediately left Viper Valley. Just now, he had used many trump cards. Luolua's Eye of Charm, Thunder Dragon Roar, Sky Thunder Annihilation, and the Immortal Spring Water. If Mo Shui came again, he would have to break through the void and leave immediately. After that, he did not dare to travel on land and could only fly in the air. It was unknown whether Mo Shui had turned back or because he had lost track of Yi Xian. In any case, Yi Xian did not encounter Mo Shui again. 2 days later, Yi Xian successfully arrived at Black Chaos Corner. Black Chaos Corner was a place where crooks mixed in with the honest folk. Among them, there were 3 top gangs. The first was the Mad Dragon Gang, the second was the Phantom Gang, and the third was the Righteous Yang Gang. The rest of the gangs belonged to these 3 gangs. These 3 gangs kept each other in check and stabilized the situation in Black Chaos Corner. Otherwise, Black Chaos Corner would be littered with corpses. Yi Xian entered Black Chaos Corner's main city. With his eye of perception, he found many experts with powerful auras. These people were at least in the Nether Passage realm. There were even level 3 or level 4 Nether Passage realm experts. Chapter 1172. Yi Xian had come to Black Chaotic Corner for 2 reasons. First, to investigate the siblings' case, and second, to see if the mastermind behind this was related to the Yin-Yang ancestor. The Heavenly Thunder Hall had many disciples training here. They had also sent many new disciples to investigate, all for the reward of 100,000 inner demon pills. Thus, this mission was practically an independent investigation, with very few clues being shared with others. Yi Xian did not need any clues, as it was more convenient for him to investigate on his own. The underworld's branches were spread throughout the world. However, one would not be able to find this branch without some connections. There were countless vicious people in Black Chaotic Corner. Their killing auras were not weak at all, making it very difficult to distinguish who was an assassin. That black-clothed assassin from before was not from Black Chaotic Corner, and he did not know where the Black Chaotic Corner branch was located. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian had the eye of control. Ding! Control successful. Yi Xian entered the city. With a casual glare, he controlled a passerby at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. Master! This unlucky fellow, who was controlled by Yi Xian, respectfully greeted him. Do you know where the underworld branch of Black Chaotic Corner is located? Yi Xian asked. I don't know, but I know someone who should be able to lead you there. This unlucky passerby shook his head. All right, lead the way. Yi Xian answered. Then, this unlucky passerby led Yi Xian in search of someone. Along the way, Yi Xian found out that the person he was looking for was a 4th-level Nether Passage Realm law enforcer of the Phantom Gang. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived in front of a manor. "Alright, you can go," Yi Xian said to this unlucky passerby. There were many servants in the manor, some of whom were at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of the Nether Passage realm. However, the strongest was at the 4th level. In Black Chaotic Corner, Yi Xian did not dare to directly knock on the door. Thus, he could only pay a visit. "Sir, is something the matter?" When Yi Xian approached, a 1st-level Nether Passage Realm martial practitioner guarding the door asked. "I have some matters to discuss with Law Enforcer Yao. Please inform him." Yi Xian went straight to the point. Protector Yao is currently resting and is not receiving guests. He knew that Protector Yao had been injured in a battle some time ago and was currently recuperating. Although he felt that Yi Xian had a strong background, he would be in trouble if Protector Yao was angered by his sudden interruption. "That's not up to you." Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he took control of him. "Master, please." After being controlled, this martial artist's hostility instantly dissipated, and he respectfully led Yi Xian into the Yao Manor. Shortly after, this cultivator led Yi Xian to Protector Yao. "Zhou Huarong, who is this?" A tall and sturdy man suddenly blocked Yi Xian's way. They're only at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm, but these people from the Phantom Gang specialize in soul attacks and defense. My eye of control might not succeed immediately. Once it fails, I might end up provoking the entire Phantom Gang. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian decided to give up and said, "I want to ask Protector Yao about the location of the Underworld's branch." "I see. I know. Give me 1,000 inner demon pills, and I'll tell you," the tall and sturdy man said. "All right." Yi Xian didn't say anything else. He directly took out 1,000 inner demon pills and tossed it over. Straightforward. The Underworld's branch of the Black Chaotic Corner is under the Drunken Poplar restaurant. Enter the secret code, kill. The tall and sturdy man said. Secret code, kill. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. He immediately turned around and left. He thought to himself, isn't it too easy to earn money? 1,000 inner demon pills with just one sentence. However, the things he obtained from the two controllers alone were worth more than 1,000 inner demon pills. It didn't matter. Zhou Huarong, come find me after you send this friend away, the tall and sturdy man shouted. Yes. The martial artist called Zhou Huarong nodded. Yi Xian left Protector Yao's residence and headed straight for the Drunken Poplar restaurant. After Zhou Huarong sent Yi Xian away, she turned around and went to find the tall and sturdy man. Protector Yao ordered that no one is to be brought in. You dare to disobey the order? Are you a traitor? When the burly man saw Zhou Huarong, he took a big stride forward and grabbed Zhou Huarong's throat. No, no, Zhou Huarong opened her mouth with difficulty. Her face was filled with horror. Protector Yao was seriously injured by a sneak attack a few days ago. I suspected that there was a traitor in the residence. You brought people in this time. Could it be that you want to attack Protector Yao again? The tall and sturdy man clenched his fists and opened his eyes wide. He looked like he wanted to eat someone. No, there is. Zhou Huarong still shook her head. I'll give you 3 seconds. Tell me who your accomplice is. Otherwise, die. The tall and sturdy man ignored her answer and shouted angrily. I didn't, rip. A crisp sound was heard. A head was thrown up and blood splattered on the wall. The burly man killed Zhou Huarong with a single chop of his hand. He showed no mercy at all. Even if you don't say it, I can find out. The tall and sturdy man snorted. Just after Zhou Huarong's death, a door behind the burly man opened, and a slightly weak old man walked out from inside. Protector Yao. The tall and sturdy man hurriedly greeted him. The traitor finally couldn't sit still. Unfortunately, he's a tough man. Protector Yao said as he walked over and picked up Zhou Huarong's interspatial ring. He guessed that there might be some clues in this interspatial ring. He wanted to know who wanted to kill him. After checking for a moment, he shook his head helplessly. There's no clue. Did you send someone to follow that kid? Yes. The tall and sturdy man nodded. Very good. Report to me as soon as you find a clue. Protector Yao nodded and turned around to return to his room to continue healing his injuries. However, the moment he turned around, there was the sound of wind. Whoosh whoosh. The tall and sturdy man suddenly attacked. With a chop, he directly stabbed Protector Yao's left chest. Puff! The large hand sank into Protector Yao's body and touched his beating heart. Protector Yao's eyes widened. However, before he could finish speaking, he heard a poochie sound. His heart had been crushed. He did not expect that he would be killed by the person he trusted the most. One had to know that he was the one who raised the tall and sturdy man. Although they were not related by blood, he was equivalent to a father. He did not expect that the tall and sturdy man was actually the traitor. Just now, it was just a show to make him reveal a flaw. I'm sorry, Protector Yao. Your head is worth 30,000 inner demon pills. With these, I can break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. The tall and sturdy man grinned and hurriedly put away Protector Yao and Zhou Huarong's bodies. Then, he cleaned up the scene. Protector Yao's death could be completely pushed to the young man just now. This young man was Yi Xian. Chapter 1173. Dead? Yi Xian was a little surprised, his brows furrowed. He sensed that the person who had brought him into Enforcer Yao's residence had been killed. How long had it been? Less than a minute. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He suddenly sensed that 2 people were following him, both of them at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. It seemed that he had been targeted. Although we're in the city, it's not like there haven't been killings on the streets of Black Chaos Corner. It's better to be careful, lest we get ambushed. Yi Xian only reminded himself, then suddenly leaped into the air. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 2 system notifications rang out, and the 2 people following him were instantly controlled by him. You 2 are from Enforcer Yao's residence, right? Why are you following me? Yi Xian asked with a frown. A few days ago, Enforcer Yao was ambushed and heavily injured, so Lord Xiong sent us to follow you, thinking that you were also here to ambush Enforcer Yao, one of them answered. Lord Xiong, is it that brawny man from before? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. So he had been misunderstood. Since that was the case, then he couldn't be bothered to go back for revenge. It was better to investigate the Drunken Poplar restaurant first. After taking the items in the 2 people's universe rings, he continued on his way. Soon, he found the Drunken Poplar restaurant. The Drunken Poplar restaurant looked very ordinary, but Yi Xian used his eye of perception to sense it and found that there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons inside. There were many experts eating inside. At the same time, there was a hidden formation in a corner that led to the underground. It seems that Lord Xiong wasn't speaking nonsense. This Drunken Poplar restaurant is indeed a branch of the underworld. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he stepped into the Drunken Yang restaurant. Immediately, a 9th level Wanxiang realm waiter came forward to greet him. Sir, do you want to have a meal or stay in the restaurant? The waiter asked with a smile. Kill. Yi Xian muttered. The waiter immediately understood. Sir, this way please. Then, the waiter led Yi Xian to the corner with the array. The waiter thought that Yi Xian was a frequent visitor, so he didn't ask any questions and let Yi Xian leave. Below the Drunken Poplar restaurant was a branch of the underworld. Here, one could accept and issue missions. Before Yi Xian came in, he wouldn't be able to sense the aura below due to the superior concealment of the formation. Only after Yi Xian went down did he realize that this was a place with many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Quite a few of them at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, and even some at the 6th level. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with someone at the 5th level of Nether Passage realm. However, he wouldn't be able to handle several of them at once, let alone someone at the 6th level of Nether Passage realm. However, he was not worried because he was only here to investigate. "Sir, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time here?" An attendant from Hell stepped forward to greet them. "Yes." Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at him, then immediately restrained the attendant at the 2nd level of Nether Passage realm. Normally, when entering the underworld, regardless of whether they accepted or issued a mission, they would have to hide their identity. Yi Xian, on the other hand, showed his true appearance. Of course, it could also be a disguise. "Sir, are you here to issue a mission, or to accept a mission as an assassin?" Although the attendant was restrained, he put on an act so as not to expose himself. "Let me see the list of missions," Yi Xian said. Then, the attendant took out a booklet and handed it to Yi Xian. It had to be said that the number of missions in this underworld branch was explosively high. There were at least 10,000 of them. One had to know that almost all of the missions in the underworld were missions to kill people. This meant that there were at least 10,000 people on the bounty list. Yi Xian copied the entire booklet, then skimmed through it. There are more than 200 missions to capture siblings. Yi Xian shuddered. The targets of these 200 missions were all blood-related siblings. Moreover, their age difference was less than a year, and they were all at least at the 9th level of Nether Passage realm. Originally, there were still those at the 1st level of the Manifestation realm. However, these missions were too easy to complete, so they had all been snatched up. These missions are not issued by the same person, but they all have information on these siblings. As long as the underworld assassins find them and capture them, it's considered a mission. Yi Xian noticed this. There was definitely something fishy that required so many pairs of siblings. Anyone could guess. These rewards added up to more than 4 million inner demon pills. This was enough to create a martial artist at the 7th level of Nether Passage realm. Previously, Yi Xian had guessed that the Yin-Yang Temple had captured the siblings and brought them back to nurture them. Now, it didn't seem like it. That was because the Yin-Yang Temple could just casually send anyone down. If they had this information, they could just do it themselves. Why ask the underworld for help? Of course, it wasn't impossible. Perhaps the Yin-Yang Temple's demand was too high, so they issued the missions layer by layer. After capturing the target, they would send it up layer by layer. If that was the case, it would be an astronomical figure. He just didn't know which was the case. However, no matter what, Yi Xian had to investigate thoroughly because this was his purpose in coming to the Glazed Light Sacred Land. "Can I take this mission list with me?" Yi Xian turned and asked. "Yes, it's all about killing and capturing people. As long as you complete it, you can bring the token to turn in the mission." The attendant nodded. There were as many mission lists as one wanted. As for the token he spoke of, if it was to kill someone, then it would be a corpse. If it was to capture someone, then it would naturally be to bring the person. However, Yi Xian's purpose in coming here wasn't to accept or issue missions, but to investigate. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly entered the underworld branch. Among the 3, one of them was dressed in black, wearing a bamboo hat and a face scarf to hide his identity. He held 2 chains in his hands. These 2 chains bound a man and a woman behind him. "Someone's here to complete the mission." Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He could sense that this assassin was in the third level of the Nether Passage realm, while the man and woman behind him were in the first level of the Nether Passage realm. No, don't hand us over to the underworld. I beg you, we'll gather the 15,000 inner demon pills. Please let us go. The brother and sister pair begged for mercy, but the black-clothed assassin holding them didn't budge at all. What a joke. How could an assassin be merciful? Buddy, turn in the mission. The black-clothed assassin lowered his voice. An attendant of the underworld walked up to him. After checking the mission list, he said, Mission number 173, Brother and Sister Zhu Xingqiang and Zhu Xinglin. Reward, 15,000 inner demon pills. However, identity needs to be verified. No problem. Chapter 1174. It was possible to disguise one's appearance, but there were some things that couldn't be changed. There were still many ways to verify one's identity, such as the mole on one's butt. However, before the two were taken away, Yi Xian used the Eye of Control to control them. This way, he would be able to sense the two siblings under his control. When the time came, he would be able to know whose hands the siblings were handed over to. My luck is not bad. Yi Xian grinned and pretended to look at the mission list in the Underworld's branch. Soon, that attendant came out and brought out 15,000 inner demon pills as a reward for the black-clothed assassin. Sir, your mission is complete. There are some new missions recently. Do you need a list of missions? Asked that attendant. Give me one. The black-clothed assassin nodded. Then, he left the Underworld's branch with the new mission list. Capturing a pair of siblings at the first layer of the Nether Passage realm and a reward of 15,000 inner demon pills. This is too easy to earn. It's no wonder that assassins have changed their profession to become human traffickers. Yi Xian licked his lips. If Ling Xiao and Ling Yun knew about this, they would probably be very sad. After all, they were at the second layer of the Nether Passage realm, and the two of them only received 20,000 inner demon pills as a reward. It should be known that they were core disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hole. The underworld in this area probably didn't want to provoke the Heavenly Thunder Hall, so they purposely pocketed some of the rewards. The siblings are starting to move. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows. There was a back door in this underworld's branch. However, it was used by the underworld's internal personnel. The pair of siblings that were captured earlier were sent away from this back door. Yi Xian immediately left the underworld's branch and began tracking the siblings based on his senses. The siblings were escorted into a carriage, and Yi Xian followed behind it. 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of a large mansion. The Ethereal Palace. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had heard that the Ethereal Palace was the residence of the Phantom Gang's leader. Could it be that the one who issued the mission was the Phantom Gang's leader? At this time, the two people in the carriage were escorted to the Ethereal Palace. The gang leader of the Phantom Gang is at least at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, and there are countless experts in the manner. It would be very unwise to recklessly go in and investigate. Yi Xian shook his head and prepared to return to the underworld to wait. He wanted to see if his master had captured any new siblings. He felt that this matter was not that simple, because this carriage was too ostentatious. It was most likely not some secret. However, at this moment, someone suddenly walked towards Yi Xian. 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he prepared to take a detour. Halt! A loud shout made Yi Xian stop in his tracks. An old man dressed in black walked over and said, "What are you doing sneaking around outside the Ethereal Palace?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. He wanted to use his previous method to avoid this tribulation, or perhaps use his identity as a core disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall to cover it up. He turned, looking at this unfamiliar black-clothed old man. "I am a core disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall." I have come here to investigate the case of those siblings in the underworld. The Heavenly Thunder Hall again. When did the Heavenly Thunder Hall become so nosy? This black-clothed old man was very displeased as he prepared to chase Yi Xian away. However, at this moment, his brows suddenly raised as a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Isn't this Brett the one the Profound Water Thunder WIRM clan wanted me to take note of? The black-clothed old man was shocked. He had just received news that the Profound Water Thunder WIRM clan wanted him to take note of a person. This person was precisely Yi Xian. I heard that the first dragonized descendant of the Profound Water Thunder WIRM clan was killed by someone. Then, they wanted me to search through my memories to confirm if this really happened. TSK, this brat really sent himself to me. The black-clothed old man cracked a smile. He was that person who was proficient in soul techniques that the Profound Water Thunder WIRM clan's Grand Elder had spoken of. Originally, the matter of capturing people was to be done by the assassins of the underworld. However, since he had encountered it, then he would do it for him. When the time came, all he had to do was extort a sum of money. However, this black-clothed old man's gaze was caught by Yi Xian. This old fellow, he knows me. Yi Xian's mind trembled. His intuition told him that this black-clothed old man did not come with good intentions. Brat, I do know one or two elders of the Heavenly Thunder Hole. Let's forget about this matter. You can go. The black-clothed old man suddenly said. Let me go. Yi Xian was very surprised. Although the Phantom Gang was one of the three great powers of the Black Chaotic Corner, and this black-clothed old man was an elder of the Phantom Gang, there would not be any problems in making a move within the city. However, the matter of the Profound Water Thunder WIRM clan requesting the black-clothed old man could not be too conspicuous. Thus, he had to be captured in secret. That's right. You can go. Don't come again. This matter is not something you can manage. The black-clothed old man nodded. Since that is so, then farewell. Yi Xian cupped his fists, preparing to turn and leave. However, before he had finished speaking, someone suddenly exclaimed in shock, "It's him." Oh. Yi Xian and the black-clothed old man turned, discovering three people walking towards them. These three were all wearing the uniform of the Phantom Gang. The three of you recognize him? The black-clothed old man's eyes flickered as he asked. Elder He, Guardian Yao was assassinated in his own manner. Lord Chiu asked me to spread the portrait around. The person in the lead retrieved a portrait from his Qian Kuan ring. This portrait just so happened to be that of Yi Xian. These words frightened Yi Xian. What did Guardian Yao's death have to do with him? However, he instantly reacted. He had been framed, and the one who had framed him was probably that Lord Chiu. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly as he immediately turned around. How dare you kill a guardian of the Phantom Gang? You must have a death wish. The black-clothed old man shouted. He had been looking for an opportunity to capture Yi Xian earlier, but now, he had a legitimate excuse to do so. The moment Yi Xian turned around, two rays of light shot out from the black-clothed old man's eyes. These two rays of light entered Yi Xian's eyes. Soul attack. Yi Xian's body trembled. The members of the Phantom Gang specialized in soul attacks and soul defense. They were extremely difficult to deal with. You are not qualified to use a soul attack in front of me. Yi Xian's eyes also released a ray of golden light. Brilliant eye. As long as one's eyes were covered, the other party would not be able to use a soul attack. However, even if Yi Xian closed his eyes, his combat power would not be reduced in the slightest. Have a taste of mine. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Burning eye. Forbidden eye of illusion. What? This kid knows how to use it too. The black-clothed old man was slightly surprised, and his face twitched violently. This was because Yi Xian was unaffected by the attack just now. The strength of his soul was not ordinary. However, he was affected by Yi Xian's 2 soul attacks. Chapter 1175. I didn't want to cause a ruckus. But now, don't blame me. Yi Xian's face turned gloomy. He held the Sky Quake sword in his hand tightly and formed a huge golden sword. Overlord's limitless sword. Boom! The golden sword fell to the ground. The old man in black's shoulder bones cracked. Fortunately, he was prepared. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. However, the 3 members of the Phantom Gang behind him were not so lucky. All of their bones were shattered and they died on the spot. Kid, how dare you kill the members of the Phantom Gang? You're courting death. The old man in black could no longer sit still. Since the soul attack was useless, he would use force. Wei Zhentian, Thunder Pearl, go. Yi Xian threw out 2 magic treasures. At the same time, he formed a heavenly thunder battle halberd. Sword manipulation is useless against me. The old man in black snorted and used his manifestation force to push Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl away. Heavenly Thunder territory. Yi Xian stabbed the Heavenly Thunder battle halberd into the ground. Suddenly, lightning flashed and countless electric snakes shot out. However, most of them were blocked by the old man in black. In terms of combat power, Yi Xian was definitely stronger than the old man in black. However, he was fighting at the entrance of the Phantom Gang. Therefore, he had to end this quickly. While the old man in black was distracted, Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl quickly transformed. Wei Zhentian transformed into a god of war and slashed his sword at the old man in black. The Thunder Pearl also extended countless spikes, preparing to explode the old man's head. Kid, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Get lost. The old man in black shook his body. A powerful manifestation force sent Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl flying again. However, at this moment, you're finished. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. In an instant, the Thunder Pearl spat out a strand of heavenly lightning that condensed into a thunder attribute flying dragon. Thunder Dragon Roar. The thunder flying dragon opened its bloody maw and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. What? The old man in black did not expect the Thunder Pearl to have such a transformation. He had been careless. Now, he would pay the price for his carelessness. ZZ. Boom. A huge pillar of heavenly thunder descended, drowning the old man in black. This roar of the Thunder Dragon was one of Yi Xian's trump cards. Its power was extraordinary. Yi Xian reckoned that the black-clothed old man was dead meat. Bastard, stop. How dare you kill Elder He? You're courting death. Stop him. Suddenly, a series of shouts rang out. Within the range of Yi Xian's senses, the experts of the Phantom Gang were charging at him. All 3 of them were at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. Since you've mobilized so many experts, I can't let you down. Yi Xian formed a claw with his left hand and began to swipe out rapidly. Zhua Qinglong's 8 stances. At the same time, a figure appeared behind him. Luo Luo. Luo Luo had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm thanks to the planting space. Seeing that there was a battle, she giggled and summoned her 100-fold fox doppelganger. Hold them back. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. No problem, young master. Luo Luo said confidently. The black-clothed old man was still somewhat capable. He was able to withstand the Thunder Dragon's roar, but he couldn't do anything other than defend. But Yi Xian could. I'll send you to the afterlife with this attack. A silver slash tore through the air. The black-clothed old man, who was resisting the Thunder Dragon's roar, was beheaded in an instant. Then, the Thunder Dragon's roar electrocuted him into a charred corpse. A 5th-level Nether Passage Realm expert was dead. Although he had used his trump card, he had to act quickly because he was causing trouble in front of someone else's home. After the black-clothed old man died, Yi Xian swiftly rushed over and took the old man's interspatial ring. There were many things in the interspatial ring, many of which could improve one's soul. Yi Xian benefited from this. Ding! Wei Jintian broke through. A system notification rang out. After Yi Xian devoured the ores and weapons in the interspatial ring, Wei Jintian leveled up and reached the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. Now that the black-clothed old man was dead, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the 3 elders of the Phantom Gang. 3 5th-level Nether Passage realm experts. So what? Let's fight! Yi Xian roared loudly. This time, he wanted to use this opportunity to break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. In addition to the 3 elders, there were many 3rd and 4th level Nether Passage realm experts in the Netherworld. Yi Xian and Luoluo could use them to delay the situation. Eye of Control. Yi Xian started to control them, allowing them to sneak attack the 4th level Nether Passage realm Phantom Sect protectors beside him. Young master, let me do it. Luoluo suddenly said in his mind. In the next instant, Yi Xian saw a pink eyeball form above Luoluo's head. The Eye of Enchantment. Before, Luoluo had used the Eye of Enchantment to increase the strength of Yi Xian's soul. Today was the first time she used it against others. What the hell is that? A fox. That little fox belongs to the Fox clan. Be careful of her charm dash, bang. Not good. Someone's been charmed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had been charmed by the Eye of Enchantment and attacked the sober experts of the Phantom Gang. Holy shit. Mass enchantment. Yi Xian was shocked. The Eye of Enchantment was indeed powerful. It had charmed so many people in one move. Kill that little fox. One of the Phantom Gang elders roared angrily. The 3 of them all charged at Luoluo. Humph. You dared to touch the young master with just the 3 of you. Luoluo looked at them with disdain. Her 6 tails unfurled behind her. With a wave of her slender hand, 7 flames floated in front of her chest. Then, the 7 flames suddenly merged into one, forming a 7-colored lotus flower. Luoluo threw the 7-colored fire lotus at the Phantom Gang elder in the middle. The Phantom Gang elder's face was gloomy as he dodged with difficulty. He could feel that the 7-colored fire lotus contained a lot of energy. If he was hit by it, there would be nothing left of him. But at this moment, the 7-colored demonic flame suddenly bloomed when it brushed past the Phantom Gang elder's shoulder. 7-colored demonic flame, 7 consecutive explosions. A powerful aura instantly spread out, causing everyone to tremble. Boom! 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 There were a total of 7 explosions, and the sounds were so continuous that they almost merged into one. The cultivators who were watching from afar couldn't help but tremble. This move was too cool. This move was Luoluo's new skill. It looked very cool and its power was beyond imagination. After the 7 explosions, the Phantom Gang elder was blasted into smithereens, leaving behind only a pile of broken limbs. Not only that, the other 2 elders were also affected and were seriously injured. Young master, it's your turn. Chapter 1176. Yi Xian also recovered from his shock, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. While he was shocked by the power of Luoluo's move, he didn't just stand there and watch. The Thunder Pearl had already flown over. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Another big explosion. Yi Xian's expression darkened, and his eyes flashed. Thunder Pearl, Heavenly Lightning Annihilation. The Thunder Pearl also released a dazzling light. Lightning flashed, and it temporarily blinded those with lower realms. However, the Thunder Pearl wasn't a flash bomb. Its power wasn't any weaker than Luo's move. Rumble. Another loud rumble resounded in the sky. The two elders of the Phantom Gang who had been heavily injured by Luo both died. What Phantom Gang? So weak. Yi Xian was very disdainful in his heart. He quickly flew towards the three corpses. These were the interspatial rings of 3 5th-level Nether Passage experts. If he gathered all the items together, he might be able to break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, who would be a match for him? However, at this moment, brat, how dare you kill my men? You're courting death. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded, and at the same time, it entered Yi Xian's ears. The leader of the Phantom Gang, Phantom. When Yi Xian entered the chaotic black corner, he had heard of the leader of the Phantom Gang. This person was proficient in soul attacks, and he was best at illusions. As long as he glared at you, you might not wake up even if your limbs were chopped off. Therefore, the leader of the Phantom Gang could be said to be the most difficult of the 3 gang leaders to deal with. However, this was useless against Yi Xian. Phantom Eye, penetrate. The leader of the Phantom Gang's eyes flickered. He actually managed to penetrate Yi Xian's brilliant helmet, causing Yi Xian to fall into an illusion. This strength was several times stronger than that of the black-robed elder. In an instant, Yi Xian's surroundings changed dramatically. At this moment, he was on an isolated island. This isolated island was very small, and he could see the other end with a single glance. In the ocean beside the isolated island was a huge and terrifying sea beast. These sea beasts had the ability to swallow this isolated island in one gulp. This soul attack was the strongest one Yi Xian had ever encountered. However, one shouldn't forget that Yi Xian's bloodline. I have another nickname, the Terminator of Illusions. Yi Xian coldly snorted and instantly broke through the illusions around him. The huge sea beast that opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow the island was also instantly destroyed. What? You broke my illusions in one shot. This is impossible. Yu Huan couldn't believe it. Even the leader of the Wild Dragon Gang, Tai Long, or the leader of the Righteous Yang Gang, Frivolous Scholar, couldn't break the illusions in such a short time, let alone Yi Xian, a brat at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. While Yu Huan was still in shock, Yi Xian had already thrown the 3 corpses into the planting space. At the same time, he devoured everything in the universe ring. Ding! The thunder orb has broken through. The system notified. Unfortunately, Yi Xian himself couldn't break through. He knew that he was still a little short, so he used all the ores and divine weapons on the thunder orb. The thunder orb didn't have a co-growth contract with him, so Yi Xian didn't devour it. Instead, he used all the ores and divine weapons on the thunder orb, spending a lot of super devour crystals. He spent a lot of ores and divine weapons. If Yi Xian devoured them himself, his cultivation would improve. However, the Thunder Orb's power would increase greatly from the 3rd level to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. After all, it was immortal. Under such circumstances, it was much more useful to strengthen the Thunder Orb than to increase his own strength. Leader of the Dark Illusion Gang, as long as I kill you, I can break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian's fighting spirit soared. His entire body was boiling with excitement. Who was the leader of the Dark Illusion Gang? He was one of the 3 gang leaders of the Black Chaos Corner. He was extremely powerful and had tens of thousands of gang members, all of whom were Nether Passage realm experts. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of him. At this moment, Yi Xian still had one more trump card, 10,000 ancestral swords. Wei Jintian, come. Yi Xian was already prepared to fight to the death with Yu Huan. However, at this moment, another figure suddenly appeared from the horizon. "Kid, I'm here to help you." A familiar voice rang out and entered Yi Xian's ears. He turned around and saw a familiar person with a powerful aura rushing toward him. "Elder Ling Yao." Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This Elder Ling Yao was the forging master who had helped him forge the Thunder Orb artifact. He couldn't understand why Elder Ling Yao would appear in the Black Chaos corner. "Yu Huan, how bold of you to dare capture this old man's grandchildren. Hand over your life." Elder Ling Yao roared furiously as he charged towards Yu Huan. Hearing this, Yi Xian finally understood why Elder Ling Yao was here. So it was because he was that Heavenly Thunder Hall elder whose grandchildren had been captured. He was the one who had offered the reward of 100,000 inner devil pills. With the help of a 5th-level Nether Passage Heavenly Thunder Hall elder like Ling Yao, Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. He suddenly changed his mind, no longer using 10,000 ancestral swords. "Wei Xintian, Thunder Orb, go." Yi Xian immediately had Wei Xintian lock onto Yu Huan. 10,000 ancestral swords was a trump card, because there were still a few people in the city who could threaten him, such as the chief of the Wild Dragon Gang, the chief of the Righteous Yang Gang, the chief of the Frivolous Scholar, and the chief of the Underworld Branch. Of course, the one he was most wary of was that Mo Shui who came and went without a trace, able to escape death every single time. A mere 3rd-level Nether Passage martial artist dares to commit such atrocities in front of me. Die! Yu Huan directly ignored the heaven-shocking sword and thunder orb, suddenly transforming into a streak of light as he shot towards Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian had killed a few 5th-level Nether Passage elders, Yu Huan knew that Yi Xian had used his trump card. Since it was a trump card, it shouldn't be used so easily. However, as he shot towards Yi Xian, a 7-colored lotus suddenly floated over. 7-colored demonic fire, 7 consecutive explosions. Boom! 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 7 more explosions resounded. Fortunately, Yu Huan had long since been prepared for this. Added on to the fact that his cultivation base was higher at the peak of the 6th level of the Nether Passage stage, he was about to break through into the Nether Passage stage. After Luoluo's attack, he was completely unscathed. However, at this moment, the sound of air splitting resounded from the side. Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, Heavenly Thunder Explosion. Rumble. Yet another explosion resounded. The entire main city of Black Chaos Corner was already in an uproar as over 10,000 spectators had gathered around. Meanwhile, Yu Huan had been injured by the Heavenly Thunder explosion right in front of so many people. How formidable! Elder Ling Yao's strength is probably unrivaled amongst 5th-level Nether Passage martial artists. He is much more powerful than that person I just killed. Yi Xian could not help but sigh emotionally to himself. The Heavenly Thunder Hall was no ordinary power. The reason Elder Ling Yao had been able to become an elder was not because he was a member of the Ling family but because of his strength. Chapter 1177. Old man, you're courting death. Yu Huan glared at Elder Ling Yao, preparing to use Yu Huan's eye on him. However, Elder Ling Yao suddenly closed his eyes. Soul attacks usually had to pass through the eyes. As long as one closed their eyes, it would be difficult to be hit. Fortunately, a martial artist would possess a spiritual sense after reaching the manifestation realm. Although the speed of the spiritual sense was slower than the eyes, it could still be used in battle. So what if I close my eyes? Yu Huan snorted and used his spiritual sense on the people behind Elder Ling Yao. In an instant, a few martialists launched attacks at Elder Ling Yao's back. Yu Huan had made these people fall for his illusions, and Elder Ling Yao was their enemy. You're quite capable. Scram! Elder Ling Yao snorted. With a wave of his hand, these people were sent flying. What a joke! He was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. How could these martial artists at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm be his match? However, Yu Huan reminded Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Try this, sect leader Yu Huan. Luo Luo suddenly laughed. In the next instant, the Phantom Gang members surrounding the Phantom Gang's gang leader started to attack him. A bunch of trash. Go to hell. Yu Huan did not care that these people used to be his subordinates. He threw a few palm strikes and smashed them into pieces. What a bastard. He even killed his own people. Yi Xian was shocked. However, these people were already under Luo Luo's control. If he did not kill them, it would only be more troublesome. At this moment, he was thinking to himself and Elder Ling Yao to hold Yu Huan back while Luo Luo collected the interspatial rings. As long as he collected enough interspatial rings, he would be able to break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, it would be easy to deal with Yu Huan. However, right at this moment, an aura that was not any weaker than Phantom suddenly appeared. As soon as he appeared, Elder Ling Yao who was about to attack Yu Huan could not help but stop. The sect leader of the Wild Dragon Gang, Tai Long. Elder Ling Yao's eyes narrowed as he muttered. Yu Huan was also very surprised. He asked, Tai Long, why are you here? The newcomer was a bald man. This person was none other than the leader of the Wild Dragon Gang, one of the 3 great gangs of the Black Chaotic Horn, Tai Long. His cultivation level had also reached the peak of the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. His strength was not much weaker than Yu Huan's. You made such a big move, how could I not come and take a look? Tai Long said with a grin. Although she said that, Spectral Illusion felt that Iron Dragon was not here with good intentions. It was very likely that he was here to take advantage of the situation. The death of 4 5th-level Nether Passage realm elders in the Dark Illusion Manor had greatly reduced the strength of the Dark Illusion Gang. If the Wild Dragon Gang were to attack at this time, the Dark Illusion Gang would be in danger. Tai Long, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Do you think that my phantom is easy to bully? Even if I die, you won't have it easy either. Phantom used a threatening tone to remind Tai Long not to act rashly. As for Yi Xian and Ling Yao, he could deal with them himself. TSK, I already knew about that matter of yours. Originally, I didn't want to say it, but now that they've come knocking on my door, if I don't take advantage of them, wouldn't I be letting down those brothers you killed? Tai Long suddenly took out a broad-backed machete. This time, the Dark Illusion Gang had discovered an accident, so he wanted to add insult to injury. As long as he could use this opportunity to eliminate the Dark Illusion Gang, there would only be 2 of the 3 major forces left in the Black Chaotic Corner. If the world was divided into 3, it would become a 2-legged tripod. Then, the Dark Illusion Gang's territory and manpower would be divided between the Wild Dragon Gang and the Righteous Sun Gang. Wild Dragon, it seems that you're determined to interfere. If that's the case, then come. Spectral Illusion was also prepared to fight to the death. He glared at the crowd angrily. Too late. Just in case, I found a helper. Tai Long carried the broad-backed machete in his hand on his shoulder and said slowly. Helper. Spectral Illusion's expression changed when he heard this. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Helper. Could it be? Yu Huan cried out in surprise, but before he could say the name, a person rushed over. It was a scholarly young man dressed in white with a crown on his head. However, his appearance made Spectral Illusion's heart tremble violently. His twitching face fell into everyone's eyes. This scholarly young man was the leader of the Righteous Sun Gang, one of the 3 major gangs in the Black Chaotic Corner, Frivolous Scholar. Frivolous Scholar, you're late. Tai Long looked at the young man and said. The scholarly young man smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry, I was just helping the little sister next door write a couplet, so I was a little late. It was hard to imagine that this scholarly young man, who looked only a few years older than Yi Xian, was the leader of the Righteous Sun Gang, Frivolous Scholar. The Black Chaotic Corner was a place where good and bad people mixed together. However, in the main city of the Black Chaotic Corner, there was one person who was highly praised, and that was Frivolous Scholar. The Righteous Sun Gang was different from the other two major gangs. This gang would not bully others with their power. The gang members were also a group of virtuous martial artists. It was rare for them to kill others for their treasures. To put it simply, the Black Chaotic Corner was where it was today because of the Righteous Sun Gang. If it were not for the Righteous Sun Gang, people would be killed on the streets at any time. The Black Chaotic Corner would not have such good order. Frivolous Scholar, it really is you. You're working with Tai Long. Spectral Illusion could not believe it. Frivolous Scholar had been neutral since the Black Chaotic Corner was established. Only the Spectral Gang and the Wild Dragon Gang were locked in a fierce battle. But now, Frivolous Scholar wanted to interfere. Gang leader Spectral Illusion, you spent millions of inner demon pills to capture so many pairs of siblings. Your actions have inadvertently offended many people. Frivolous Scholar said to Spectral Illusion. Those missions were not issued by me. I was only entrusted by someone to imprison these people. Spectral Illusion hurriedly replied. He knew that this was the reason why Frivolous Scholar had appeared. Now, everyone knew that after the mission to capture the siblings was completed, the siblings would be sent to the Nether Palace. Naturally, they would think that Spectral Illusion was the mastermind behind this mission. If they thought about it more deeply, why did Spectral Illusion not use so many inner demon pills on cultivation? If that was the case, Spectral Illusion would have broken through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm long ago. You don't have to explain. You must be cultivating a demonic art. Otherwise, why would you use so many inner demon pills to capture people? Tai Long snorted coldly. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the surrounding people lit up. Yes, he was cultivating a demonic art. Otherwise, why would he capture so many people? Moreover, they were all siblings. When demonic arts were mentioned, the surrounding people would think of Frivolous Scholar. This was because Frivolous Scholar hated people who cultivated demonic arts the most. Chapter 1178. I didn't. Spectral Shadow's expression darkened as he defended himself. These people are all alive and well. Every half a month, there would be an expert bringing them away. I didn't use them to cultivate in my demonic arts. Expert. Who? The Frivolous Scholar frowned. If Spectral Shadow was speaking the truth, then the mastermind behind the scenes was cultivating in his demonic arts. I'm not sure. They are all highly skilled in disguise and are much stronger than I am. Spectral Shadow shook his head. That's just your lie. Apart from the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who else would be stronger than you? Come here. Iron Dragon snorted coldly, disbelief written all over his face. Still, he had forgotten that a fulfillment realm expert had once descended here. While this was a remote place, experts had still appeared here before. There was no concrete evidence for Spectral Shadow's words. Still, everyone already knew that he had accepted those siblings. As for whether those siblings were still alive, no one knew. Of course, even if they were, it was possible that Spectral Shadow had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation of his demonic arts and was temporarily unable to use them. In any case, Spectral Shadow was done for today no matter what. Frivolous Scholar, let's not waste words. The Spectral Gang is notorious in the Black Chaotic Corner. Let's cripple them first. Iron Dragon gripped his broadsword tightly as he turned and said to the Frivolous Scholar. All right. The Frivolous Scholar felt the same as well as he drew out a 3-foot-long sword from his spatial ring. No, you must believe me. Those siblings are locked in a prison deep within the ethereal palace. Spectral Shadow panicked as he hurriedly defended himself. Facing two experts at once, he had no confidence at all. If it was just Iron Dragon, he would be able to deal with them. However, now that even the frivolous scholar had come, he was done for. Because the frivolous scholar was so powerful, his spectral eye was ineffective against him. Originally, the frivolous scholar had thought that spectral shadow had cultivated in a demonic art. Now, however, he suddenly changed his mind. The spectral gang had the worst reputation amongst the three great gangs. There was a need to change the atmosphere of the black chaotic corner. Kill. Tai Long was determined to annihilate the Phantom gang. Naturally, he would not allow Phantom to escape. He immediately rushed to the back and sealed off Phantom's path of retreat. Now, it was impossible for the Phantom to escape. There was a wolf in front, a tiger behind, and two venomous snakes, Yi Xian and Ling Yao, eyeing him covetously from both sides. You dare to touch me? You're all dead. Yu Huan was flustered and exasperated. He knew that he was done for, but he didn't want to die, so he could only use threats, hoping to make frivolous scholar and Tai Long retreat. Iron Dragon might be afraid because of this, but the frivolous scholar was impossible. No matter what kind of backer you have, today will be the day of your Phantom gang's destruction. After the frivolous scholar finished speaking, he immediately attacked. On the other side, Tai Long was the same. Looking at the three figures in front of him, Yi Xian revealed a helpless expression. Originally, this phantom was his target, but now two people had suddenly appeared. His kill had actually been stolen. His intuition told him that it was best not to get involved in this battle. It was better for him to find trouble with some of the Phantom gang's protectors and elders. Yi Xian, let's not do anything. Let's go. At this time, Elder Ling Yao suddenly said. His purpose in coming to Black Chaos Corner was to find his grandson and granddaughter who had been captured. Just now, Yu Huan said that those people were locked in a prison deep within the netherworld, so he immediately rushed over. Yi Xian nodded silently. After glancing at the three people fighting in the air, he collected the spoils along the way and killed his way into the netherworld. At this time, on top of a tall tower in the distance, a man in black clothes looked around. Damn it, this Phantom gang is really trash. The man shouted in a low voice. Gang master, should we help? Suddenly, a middle-aged man flashed to his side and asked. If the frivolous scholar hadn't attacked, we could have helped, but this frivolous scholar, the man in black clothes showed a wary expression. Gang master, why are you so wary of this frivolous scholar? The middle-aged man asked in puzzlement. Humph. The man in black snorted and said, do you know that the fulfillment realm expert who came to Black Chaos Corner before is related to this frivolous scholar? What? The middle-aged man was shocked. The frivolous scholar was related to a fulfillment realm expert? Now, he finally understood why the gang master of the Black Chaos Corner underworld branch was so afraid of this frivolous scholar. That's right, this black-clothed man was the gang master of the Black Chaos Corner underworld branch. He was at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. He was also the one who issued the mission to capture the siblings. However, he wasn't the one who spent the heart demon pill. Someone else was the one who received the mission. The two of them quietly looked at the three figures fighting in the sky above the netherworld. In the end, they decided to give up on helping. They could only swallow this broken tooth themselves. In the sky above the netherworld. Tai Long, frivolous scholar, stop. They're already out. Yu Huan hurriedly shouted. He saw that Elder Ling Yao had already rescued them. This should be enough to prove his innocence, but Tai Long and the frivolous scholar still didn't stop. Yu Huan, we're determined to destroy your Yu Huan gang today. Give up resisting. Tai Long shouted as he attacked, don't worry, I won't take your life. You can find a place to spend your old age in peace. Tai Long, I'll *CK your mother. Yu Huan couldn't help but curse when he heard this. How could he not know that Tai Long wanted to cripple his cultivation? A martial artist's cultivation was their second life. If it was crippled, then what was the point of living? What was the purpose of martial artists' cultivation? Wasn't it to pursue a higher realm? If Yu Huan's cultivation was crippled, he might as well kill himself. Wah, I'll fight you to the death. Yu Huan's entire person suddenly turned sinister. Black true energy surged out of his body and circled around him. He hadn't touched the captured siblings, but he had lied when he said that he didn't cultivate demonic arts. The cultivation method of demonic arts was different from ordinary ones. Some required sucking human blood, some required eating human flesh, and even brain matter, bone marrow, and so on. It was extremely cruel. Therefore, when the surrounding people found out that the captured siblings were sent to the netherworld, they all guessed that Yu Huan cultivated demonic arts. Yu Huan, you really do cultivate demonic arts. Frivolous Scholar's gaze turned cold. Before Yu Huan finished using his technique, he gathered true energy in his throat and shouted. Break! A sound wave attack spread out, but the surrounding people didn't react at all. This was because this move was specifically targeted at those who cultivated demonic arts. Boz. Chapter 1179. No, this is impossible. Yu Huan was shocked. He had cultivated a demonic art for several decades, yet it was destroyed by a single word from the frivolous scholar. How was this possible? When Tai Long saw this, he was also shocked. This frivolous scholar was no ordinary person, he thought to himself. Who exactly was this frivolous scholar? Yu Huan, I'm going to shatter your demonic veins now. As the frivolous scholar finished speaking, another sound wave entered Yu Huan's body. Then, a series of muffled sounds rang out. The meridians in Yu Huan's body that were nurtured by demonic qi began to shatter inch by inch. Yu Huan's true energy leaked out, and his cultivation began to fall. 5th level of the Nether Passage Realm. 4th level of the Nether Passage Realm. 3rd level of the Nether Passage Realm. 2nd level of the Nether Passage Realm. In the blink of an eye, Yu Huan was only left with the 2nd level of the Nether Passage Realm. Before this, he was at the peak of the 6th level, and was about to break through to the 7th level. The difference was due to the demonic art he cultivated. Now that his demonic veins were shattered, his cultivation fell as well. No, impossible. Frivolous scholar, who are you? Yu Huan couldn't believe it. The frivolous scholar had only opened his mouth twice to shatter all the demonic veins in his body. It was impossible for someone with this kind of ability to only be at the 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm. The frivolous scholar didn't answer Yu Huan's question. Instead, he put away his sword and said indifferently, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that the demonic veins in your body have all been shattered. You should obediently surrender." Yu Huan was currently only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage Realm. Even a 4th level Nether Passage Realm protector would have the ability to kill him. Tai Long immediately turned into a ray of light and captured Yu Huan in an instant. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. I, Yu Huan, have actually fallen to such a state. I can't accept this. Yu Huan roared at the sky. Although the 2nd level of the Nether Passage Realm was only 4 levels away from the 6th level, some people couldn't reach it even if they cultivated for their entire life. Fortunately, his meridians weren't completely destroyed, so in comparison, even if he cultivated again, his cultivation speed would be much faster than ordinary people. As long as he had time, he could cultivate to the 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm again. At this time, in the depths of the ethereal palace. While Yu Huan, Tai Long, and frivolous scholar were fighting, Yi Xian and Ling Yao rushed in. Sure enough, they found the imprisoned 100 pairs of siblings in a courtyard. That frivolous scholar with the 2-word demonic breaching vein is too terrifying. Just what is his background? Yi Xian was also shocked. However, he could tell that if Spectral had not exposed himself, the frivolous scholar would not have been able to do this. To put it simply, Phantom was courting death. However, Elder Ling Yao still managed to find his grandson and granddaughter in the prison below. In this prison, there were 100 pairs of siblings, which added up to more than 200 people. Moreover, this was a recent capture. My lord, please save us. Someone suddenly knelt down and said. Sir, please save us. We will definitely be captured again. Right. Sir, please accept us into the heavenly thunder hole. A group of people begged bitterly. These people did not have much of a background. It was already not easy for them to be able to cultivate to such a level. Meanwhile, the heavenly thunder hall just so happened to be a life-saving straw. Therefore, they wanted to follow them there. This, Elder Ling Yao frowned, feeling rather troubled. If so many people were to go to the heavenly thunder hall, it would be a very large expenditure. Still, these people's talents were not bad as well. Therefore, after careful calculation, it should not be a loss. Alright, you guys wait here. When this is over, I will escort you back. Elder Ling Yao finally agreed. After all, his grandson and granddaughter were involved in this as well. The ones who had captured these siblings previously were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. Now that they were escorted by Elder Ling Yao, who even dared to battle Yu Huan, who would dare come looking for trouble. Thank you, my lord. The group knelt down in thanks. Now, the 3 people in the distance shot them a glance before Iron Dragon asked, Yu Huan, how many pairs of siblings did you kill in order to cultivate such a devilish art? My devilish art does not require siblings like them. I only cultivate purely by absorbing essence blood. I do not have so many requirements, Yu Huan replied, his face pale. Oh. This means that what you said earlier was true. Iron Dragon did not dare to believe it. That's right. Everything I said was true. In another 3 days, those bigwigs will come to Black Chaos Corner and take these siblings away. If you dare to let them go now, you will be making an enemy out of them, Yu Huan suddenly revealed an expression of schadenfreude. There was not a single lie in what he had said earlier. Therefore, this Iron Dragon and the frivolous scholar had really gotten themselves into big trouble. Hearing Yu Huan's confirmation, Iron Dragon's expression changed greatly. Yu Huan was at the peak of the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. His aura was stronger, being at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. And what Yu Huan meant was that there was more than one 7th level Nether Passage realm martial artist. Iron Dragon's strength was slightly weaker than Yu Huan's. Therefore, he had gotten himself into big trouble. Humph. Since it has come to this, there is no room for negotiation. I, Iron Dragon, am not a joke. Iron Dragon snorted coldly as the broadsword in his hand flashed. That's right. The frivolous scholar nodded. However, he did not take Yu Huan seriously. He was not afraid at all. Then, the matter came to an end. The winner takes all. Since I, Yu Huan, have lost, Black Chaos Corner will be yours from now on. Yu Huan was very magnanimous. However, this was something that could not be helped. Was he supposed to fight Iron Dragon, who was at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, with his strength at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm? What a joke. Therefore, he could only watch as the Wild Dragon Gang and the Righteous Yang Gang divided up the Dark Illusions brothers in territory. Not only that, but there was also Yu Huan's interspatial ring. The 2 of you, this interspatial ring is yours. At this moment, the frivolous scholar suddenly threw Yu Huan's interspatial ring to Yi Xian. This was the interspatial ring of the gang leader of the Dark Illusion Gang. Yu Huan was suspicious by nature. Therefore, he did not hide the interspatial ring and kept it in his interspatial ring. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He hastily caught the interspatial ring. Yu Huan had been trying to break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, so there were not many things in the interspatial ring. However, it was enough for Yi Xian to break through. The moment Yi Xian caught the interspatial ring, he moved all the good things in the interspatial ring into his devouring space and threw them to Elder Ling Yao. On the surface, he did not do anything, but in reality, he had already gotten a lot of things. Chapter 1180. Many thanks, Elder Ling Yao. Hearing this, Yi Xian expressed his thanks as well. Still, he was unaware of Elder Ling Yao's wishful thinking. He had just become famous in a single battle, slaying 4 5th-level ethereal opening elders of the Phantom Gang as a 3rd-level ethereal opening martial artist. Such strength was not something that just anyone could possess. If he were to mature in the future, he would become the #1 expert of the Heavenly Thunder Hole. Thus, Elder Ling Yao was trying to curry favor with Yi Xian in advance. Elder Ling Yao, I'll send some people to escort you back, the frivolous scholar suddenly said. Alright, many thanks then. Elder Ling Yao expressed his gratitude. There were more than 200 people here. If he was the only one here, it would be a little troublesome. This chief of the righteous Yang Gang, the frivolous scholar, was rather trustworthy. I'll help as well. Yi Xian said. He had obtained many benefits this time as well. As long as he devoured what he had obtained from the Phantom Universe Ring, breaking through to the 4th level of the ethereal opening stage would definitely not be an issue. At that time, even without using his trump cards, he would be able to clash with the Phantom Gang. Escorting them back to the Heavenly Thunder Hall would not be a problem at all. All right. Elder Ling Yao nodded. He suddenly felt like hurrying Yi Xian back to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, wanting to see the expressions of those experts after hearing of Yi Xian's battle achievements. Afterwards, the righteous Yang Gang and the Wild Dragon Gang split up the Phantom Gang on the spot. From today onwards, there would no longer be a Phantom Gang in the Black Chaotic Corner. Elder Ling Yao, my 3 brothers are all at the 6th level of the ethereal opening stage. They will escort you back to the Heavenly Thunder Hole. Just at this time, the frivolous scholar suddenly said to Ling Yao. 3 at the 6th level of the ethereal opening stage. Hearing those words, the people present were all shocked. How could the righteous Yang Gang be so powerful? It had to be known that the Phantom Gang was only at the 6th level of the ethereal opening stage himself, and he was the only one in the Phantom Gang. Still, why did the righteous Yang Gang have 3 at the 6th level of the ethereal opening stage? If the frivolous scholar was added on, wouldn't that be 4? Frivolous scholar, you, hearing this, Iron Dragon, did not really dare to believe it either. Why didn't the righteous Yang Gang, which had 4 6th-level Nether Passage Realm martial artists, swallow up the Mad Dragon Gang and unify the Black Chaos Corner? Ha, don't worry, I'm not that ambitious. I'm all about balance. The frivolous scholar laughed. At this moment, 3 figures flew over. They were all scholars in white robes. So young. Everyone was shocked. Not only that, but even Yi Xian was the same. He hadn't sensed anything before, but now that these 3 had appeared, he immediately released his aura. They were indeed at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. The most important thing was that these 3 people were in their early 20s, and one of them might not even be 20 yet. Isn't he too young? How did he reach the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm? It shouldn't be from the Heavenly Thunder Hole. Only the Heavenly Thunder Hall possesses such an expert. No, that can't be. The auras of these 3 people are very similar to Frivolous Scholar. They should be from the same sect. The surrounding people were all speculating. Elder Ling Yao was also extremely shocked. He had thought that the Heavenly Thunder Hall was already very powerful. Now, 3 experts with talents that surpassed the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had suddenly appeared. This was simply inconceivable. Northern Heavens Academy. Frivolous Scholar, you're a disciple of the Northern Heavens Academy. Elder Ling Yao cried out in shock. I never thought that Elder Ling Yao would know of the Northern Heavens Academy. The frivolous scholar was slightly surprised, but didn't deny it. The Northern Heavens Academy. I've only heard of it. Because no disciple of the Northern Heavens Academy has ever appeared, outsiders also don't know of its location. Elder Ling Yao said slowly. The frivolous scholar nodded, that's right. Previously, Northern Heavens Academy had always been secretly accepting disciples, focusing on studying diligently. Now, the academy has already been opened. It's just that the news has yet to spread. Now, Elder Ling Yao understood. No wonder the frivolous scholar didn't place the background of the mysterious world in his eyes. It was because he was a disciple of the Northern Heavens Academy. The scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy are full of righteousness, the nemesis of the evil Tao. No wonder you could so easily break through. A helpless expression appeared on Elder Ling Yao's face. Don't underestimate him just because he was an elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, there were 4 disciples of the Northern Heavens Academy in front of him, all of whom were stronger than him. To be honest, my aptitude is already considered poor. My 3 junior apprentice brothers all far surpass me. The frivolous scholar sighed slightly. He was already nearing his 30s, and was only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, the 3 junior apprentice brothers behind him were all around 20 years old, and had already reached the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. This was completely incomparable. Hearing these words, one of the scholars hurriedly said, Senior apprentice brother, you're too modest. You've already cultivated the upright yang scripture to the 3rd stage. Even evil Tao experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm might be killed by you. As these words rang out, the bodies of everyone present shook. Holy shit, a 6th level of the Nether Passage realm killing a 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Just now, he had felt that this frivolous scholar's background wasn't small. Now, it was indeed so. There was probably a fulfillment realm expert within the Northern Heavens Academy. Junior apprentice brother overpraises me. Since you've come to my place, I'll impart to you what I've learnt. I can guarantee that you'll be able to cultivate the upright yang scripture to the 3rd stage within 3 years. The frivolous scholar laughed. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother. Hearing these words, the eyes of the 3 scholars lit up. Even within the entire Northern Heavens Academy, there weren't many people who were able to cultivate the upright yang scripture to the 3rd stage. Amongst them, the frivolous scholar's realm was the lowest. However, he had the deepest understanding of the upright yang scripture. Okay, you 3 escort them to the Heavenly Thunder Hole. The frivolous scholar said. Yes. The 3 scholars nodded in response. Elder Ling Yao also felt relieved. At the same time, he also had thoughts of forming a good relationship with these 3 people. After all, the other party's background was the Northern Heavens Academy. With them escorting them, who would dare to come? Many thanks, let's go. Elder Ling Yao cupped his fists towards the frivolous scholar. Shortly after, he soared into the sky and left. Seeing this, the captured siblings hastily followed. This time, they were lucky. Not only were they safe, they even managed to join the Heavenly Thunder Hole. It could be considered as a blessing in disguise. As for Yi Xian, after shooting a glance at the frivolous scholar, he followed behind the large group. Very quickly, this large group left the chaotic black corner. Looking at their departing figures, Spectral didn't know what to say. This time, he had been utterly defeated. He never thought that the frivolous scholar would have such a great background. Even those experts who had entrusted people to be imprisoned here wouldn't dare to provoke the frivolous scholar. Spectral, you should leave as well. The frivolous scholar said to Spectral. Farewell. Chapter 1181. Although Spectral's cultivation had dropped to the second level of the Nether Passage stage, it wouldn't be that easy to take him down even if there were people at the third, fourth, or even fifth level. However, he still had to be careful. After all, the Spectral gang had caused quite a lot of trouble and had made quite a few enemies. Now that he had lost his protection, it would be difficult for him to fight against so many. After Spectral left, the leader of the Wild Dragon gang, Tai Long, said in shock, "Frivolous scholar, then don't worry, I'm a scholar. I don't have much ambition. As long as you don't become the second Spectral, it's fine." The frivolous scholar replied, then continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, my Northern Heavens Academy is now open. If there's anyone interested, you can go to the Zhouhua city in the northeast of the chaotic Black Corner. My Northern Heavens Academy's recruitment point is there. My Northern Heavens Academy doesn't have a cultivation requirement. As long as you have good conduct, you'll be fine. Of course, you still need to pass some tests." In the past, the Northern Heavens Academy had closed its doors to recruit students. Therefore, its influence wasn't that great. Anyone who entered the Northern Heavens Academy would bitterly cultivate within. After thousands of years, there were even some people who had forgotten about the Northern Heavens Academy. Now that the Northern Heavens Academy had reopened, it was a good thing for some people. However, for those who cultivated demonic arts and committed heinous acts, it was a nightmare. At this moment, on a tower in the distance. "Sect Master, this frivolous scholar is actually someone from the Northern Heavens Academy," the middle-aged man said in shock. "You don't have to worry. Although you cultivate demonic arts, as long as you don't reveal it, this frivolous scholar won't know," the black-clothed man reminded. Although he said that, the middle-aged man was still extremely afraid. This frivolous scholar was an existence that could even kill a 9th-level Nether Passage stage expert. "Sect Master, what should we do now?" the middle-aged man asked. With so many siblings released, they had lost over 1 million inner demon pills. It was too much of a loss. "I can only accept this loss, unless..." Before the black-clothed man finished speaking, a figure shot towards him. "Chao Zhixing, what's going on?" Another black-clothed man appeared. However, the aura on his body wasn't any weaker than the sect master of the chaotic Black Corner underworld branch, Chao Zhixing. "You've come at the right time. Those siblings have been released, and the person who saved them is a disciple of the Northern Heavens Academy. What do you think we should do now?" The underworld branch sect master then recounted what he had just seen and heard. "Humph, this Yu Huan is incompetent. Damn it, send someone to kill him." The black-clothed man gave a cold snort and said, "I never thought that there would actually be a scholar in the Black Chaotic Corner. So what if it's the Northern Heavens Academy? Anyone who goes against the underworld will not have a good ending. Then what are you going to do?" the underworld branch sect master inquired. "Send the message and refresh these missions." The man in black replied coldly. "Refresh these missions." After the underworld branch sect leader heard this, he swallowed his saliva. That was millions of inner demon pills. Moreover, with so many siblings gathered together, it would probably cause quite a commotion. "Why did you capture these people?" the underworld's branch sect leader couldn't help but ask. "You don't have the right to know. You didn't do your job well this time. Come with me," the black-robed man said to the underworld branch sect leader. "Do we really want to become enemies with the Northern Heavens Academy?" Chao Zhixing still asked. "What Northern Heavens Academy? In the underworld, there are even rebirth stage assassins. What is there to be afraid of with a mere Northern Heavens Academy?" The black-clothed man was extremely disdainful. Very quickly, the two began to move. At this moment, Yi Xian had already followed the large group and left Elder Ling Yao. Not only that, there were also many disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had come to the Black Chaotic Corner. Thus, they also joined in and escorted the large group back. Ling Mutian and the others were among them. Ling Mutian was at the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage, but he could only barely deal with the 5th level of the Nether Passage stage. After seeing Yi Xian kill 4 5th-level Nether Passage stage experts in succession, he no longer dared to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's aptitude was already top-notch in the Heavenly Thunder Hole. Even Ling Zhantian couldn't do this when he was at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage stage. Along the way, the 3 scholars had been following them. However, they were discussing academic matters in low voices. There are also poems and such in this world. If I were to use the poems from my previous life, would it cause a commotion? Such a thought suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. However, now wasn't the time to be so calculative, because he had a feeling that things weren't so simple. The value of these siblings is at least 1,000,000 inner demon pills. If the underworld refreshes a new mission, it will definitely attract many assassins, Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, the frivolous scholar had revealed his background in order to make the escorting a little safer. However, people would die for wealth and birds would die for food. There would definitely be many people watching. Although he could use the Eye of the Void to directly send these people back to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Eye of the Void was his escape ability. How could he expose it just like that? If it was exposed, there would be people who could set a trap for him in the future. At that time, he would be in deep trouble. The realms of these siblings were low, so their speed was very slow. At the very least, it would take 3 to 4 days. Very quickly, a day's time had passed. During this day, there weren't any unusual movements. Yi Xian's skills had also refreshed their cooldowns. Adding that he had already broken through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage, he could even fight against 7th level Nether Passage stage opponents and even kill them. However, just as they had been traveling for 2 days, Yi Xian's expression changed. He could feel people approaching, and there were quite a few of them. Elder Ling Yao, there are 100 people approaching us. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded. As these words were spoken, Elder Ling Yao's expression turned solemn. His realm was higher than Yi Xian's. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian had discovered it, it was clearly true. It should be those assassins from the underworld. A scholar put away the book in his hand and took out a long sword. The other 2 people did the same. Although they were scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy, that didn't mean that they didn't kill. Since these assassins dared to find trouble with them, they were courting death. Seeing Ling Yao, Yi Xian, and the others stop, the 100 pairs of siblings also revealed astonished expressions. Everyone, don't be afraid. Elder Ling Yao is powerful, and there are 3 geniuses from the Northern Heavens Academy. We'll be fine. Right. The Northern Heavens Academy is very powerful. We'll definitely be fine. These assassins are after us. It's best if they all die. Those people were discussing in low voices. Very quickly, a large group of people appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 1182. 3 7th level ethereal opening stage. Yi Xian's brows twitched as he couldn't help but shudder. Without mentioning the 100 assassins at the 3rd level of the ethereal opening stage and above, just these 3 7th level ethereal opening stage were enough to make him suffer. Other than these 3 7th level ethereal opening stage assassins, there were 6 6th level ethereal opening stage and a dozen 5th level ethereal opening stage assassins. This lineup had frightened Yi Xian. Looks like I'll have to fight to the death this time. Yi Xian felt a little helpless in his heart. However, he wasn't afraid. Even if he couldn't win, wouldn't he be able to escape? If this went smoothly, he might be able to break through to the 5th level of the ethereal opening stage. Who are you? At this moment, a scholar shot over and shouted loudly. Don't you know who we are? The black-clothed leader of the assassins held a sword as he sneered. What guts, you actually dare to find trouble with us? The scholar coldly snorted. I know that you're scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. However, in the eyes of the underworld, your Northern Heavens Academy isn't worth mentioning. If you're tactful, hand over those siblings to us. That way, I can spare your lives. The black-clothed leader said. 3 people. The 3 scholars glanced at each other. This meant that the black-clothed man didn't plan to spare Yi Xian, Ling Yao, and the rest of the Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples. However, this was still acceptable. After all, if not for Yi Xian and Ling Yao, how could such a thing have happened? With just the 3 of you. The leading scholar had a fearless look on his face. Who were they? They were the elites of the Northern Heavens Academy. Even if they were to challenge someone of a higher rank, it wouldn't be a problem for the 3 of them to restrain the 3 7th-level ethereal opening stage assassins. From the looks of it, you really want to fight with us. I'll say the ugly words first. Don't think that I'll show mercy just because you're scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. In the eyes of the underworld, the Northern Heavens Academy is nothing. The black-clothed man kindly reminded them. Yi Xian, we can hold these 3 back. The rest will depend on you and Elder Ling Yao, the leading scholar said to Yi Xian. No problem. As long as you guys can hold off those 3, I can handle the rest. Yi Xian said confidently. Previously, he had been worried that the 3 of them would only be able to hold back 1 or 2 assassins at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Now that he saw how confident they were, he let out a sigh of relief. But don't forget, Yi Xian also had a lot of trump cards. Although there was a huge disparity in strength between the 2 sides, they could still fight. For a moment, both sides were in a deadlock. Everyone, let's do it. If anyone dares to hurt those siblings, don't blame me for being merciless. The leader of the black-clothed men shouted in a low voice. There was a good chance that one of these siblings was someone that the higher-ups of hell were looking for. If any of them were to be harmed, then even 10,000 lives wouldn't be enough. This group of assassins was also hired. This was the first time they had been hired by their peers. However, the reward for this mission was extremely generous. Moreover, it seemed that they had the upper hand in this situation. This was a complete bargain. Under the command of the leader of the black-clothed men, the 2 sides finally started fighting. Junior brothers, form the tripartite sword formation. The leader of the scholars shouted. Yes. The other 2 answered. The tripartite sword formation was a sword formation that could be used by 3 people. Even if they were only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, they could easily deal with 3 at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. These 3 people's mission was to hold back the 3 7th-level Nether Passage realm assassins. As for the others, they would leave them to Yi Xian. Those at the 3rd and 4th level of the Nether Passage realm were easy to deal with, but those 6 at the 6th level and a dozen at the 5th level were troublesome. There aren't enough mutant beasts in the planting space. If we use them all up now, their reproduction speed will greatly decrease. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then let Luoluo out. Although Luoluo hadn't broken through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm yet, she wasn't far from it. When Yi Xian sensed this group of assassins, he immediately informed Luoluo. Bewitching Eye. As soon as Luoluo appeared, she used her ultimate move. A pink eyeball appeared on top of her head. Careful, close your eyes. Someone from the assassin's side immediately shouted. However, there were still some who reacted too slowly. Those at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm were all bewitched, and even those at the 4th level fell for it. In an instant, the assassin group was reduced by half, and internal strife broke out. The Fox Charm clan is truly terrifying. That was what everyone thought. In the blink of an eye, half of the assassins had turned traitor. The assassin group hadn't even charged when internal strife broke out. That little fox is in the way. Kill him. Several 6th-level Nether Passage Realm assassins set their sights on Luoluo, but she had a powerful protector. You want to touch my people? Have you asked for my permission? Yi Xian was furious. He immediately sent out Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl. There were still many experts ahead. If he rashly used his ultimate move, it would be blocked by them, so he couldn't let it go to waste. However, he still had one move he could use right now. Brilliant golden armor. Tyrannical Emperor's boundless sword. A giant golden sword appeared and slashed at the newcomers. Too slow. The assassins quickly dodged. They thought that the golden sword was only used for attacking. Bang! The golden sword fell to the ground. They joined forces and attacked Yi Xian. However, at this moment, a sudden impact from above caused their bodies to tremble violently. Crack! Some of them had gathered their true chi and 10,000 mammoth strength on their feet to increase their speed. However, their defenses were weaker, and the tyrannical emperor's boundless sword shattered their bones. 6 5th-level Nether Passage experts had been killed in an instant, and 1 6th-level Nether Passage expert had been heavily injured. Ha ha ha, don't think that I'm still the same 3rd-level Nether Passage realm expert from back then. Yi Xian laughed loudly in his heart. Breaking through was difficult for others, but for him, it was fine as long as he had enough resources. Back then, he had caused a huge ruckus and killed 4 5th-level Nether Passage realm experts in succession. He had even fought with Yu Huan a few times. Today, he was at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. His strength had skyrocketed many times over. These assassins were not well informed as they had been caught off guard by him. As long as he killed these assassins, he might be able to break through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, he would join forces with the 3 scholars and kill off the remaining 3 7th-level Nether Passage realm experts. This was his plan. On the other side, the Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples and those 100 siblings were also using the power of 10,000 mammoths to battle. While their cultivation bases were low, with the power of 10,000 mammoths condensed together, it was still not an issue for them to contend against some 5th-level Nether Passage realm experts. However, Yi Xian had overlooked something. An old acquaintance of his had mixed into this group of assassins. With so many of them together earlier, their auras had been too chaotic. As a result, even Yi Xian had not discovered him. Very quickly, this person approached Yi Xian. Chapter 1183. Brat, how have you been? A familiar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned to look, and his face twitched. Mo Shui. This guy had actually mixed in with the team and tried to assassinate him. Before Mo Shui could attack, Yi Xian sent out a nirvanic slash, but Mo Shui dodged it. Currently, Mo Shui was at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. Damn, as expected of a reincarnator. He actually caught up to my level in just a few days. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. It seemed that he was in trouble this time. Fortunately, he still had a few trump cards. Since Mo Shui had mixed in with the team, he might as well kill him as well. But just as he was about to attack again, Mo Shui suddenly laughed dryly and said, "Brat, don't be in a hurry to attack. I'm here to cooperate with you this time." Cooperate. This sentence frightened Yi Xian. Mo Shui, instead of assassinating him now, was actually here to cooperate with him. What kind of joke was this? This time, there might be an 8th-level Nether Passage realm assassin. You won't be able to stop him no matter what. So before he comes, I'll cooperate with you and kill everyone. Mo Shui said in a low voice. You're really here to cooperate with me? Yi Xian found it hard to believe. He had fought with Mo Shui several times, and it was already a battle to the death. But today, Mo Shui was actually here to cooperate with him. This was a bit unbelievable. However, if what Mo Shui said was true, then the consequences would be severe. There was no one present who could stop an expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Cooperate. What do you need? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. But at this moment, a gust of wind blew. Brat, die. A 6th level Nether Passage realm assassin rushed over and attacked Yi Xian. Hindrance. Without waiting for Yi Xian to attack, Mo Shui attacked first. He stabbed out with his sword, and a flame dragon rushed toward the 6th level Nether Passage realm assassin. What? This expert at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm was devoured in the blink of an eye, not even leaving behind a corpse. Damn it, so strong. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he estimated that he only had a 30% chance of winning against Mo Shui. After all, Mo Shui was in the same realm as him, at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. The reason why Mo Shui had escaped that day was because he didn't have enough true qi after using the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. If Mo Shui was still his enemy, not to mention whether that expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm had really come, the current situation would be difficult to grasp. It was very likely that they would all be wiped out. Let's work together. I'll help you kill a 7th level Nether Passage realm martial artist. Once we're done, I only want these siblings. Mo Shui immediately laid out his terms. But before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian's expression changed, and he said, "No. Don't worry, I don't want all of them. I'm too lazy to take the lives of these ants. As long as there are the 2 people I'm looking for, I only want them." Mo Shui hurriedly explained. "The 2 you're looking for?" Yi Xian's mind shuddered. The underworld was looking for people, and Mo Shui was also looking for people. Who exactly was he looking for? Brat, do you still need to hesitate? I'll only give you 3 breaths of time. After 3 breaths, if you don't agree, you should know the consequences. Mo Shui urged. Yi Xian quickly thought about it. Who Mo Shui was looking for had nothing to do with him. He only wanted Mo Shui's life. However, if that expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm appeared, then Elder Ling Yao and the Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples would be in danger. No, even if that expert didn't appear, they would probably be in trouble. After all, there was still Mo Shui. Alright, let's work together this time. Yi Xian immediately agreed. Although he said that, he would still continue to be on guard against Mo Shui. After all, the other was also an assassin. Assassins would do anything to complete their missions. Straightforward. After Mo Shui gave a low shout, he turned into a streak of light and shot towards the 3 7th level Nether Passage realm experts. These 3 7th level Nether Passage realm experts were being held back by the 3 scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. Mo Shui's strength was very strong. If he joined the battle, the situation would be one-sided. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. An orange light shone from Mo Shui's hand as he ruthlessly stabbed towards one of the 3. The person he was targeting was the head of the Black Chaotic Corner Underworld branch, Chao Zhiping. He thought that Mo Shui had come to help, but he didn't expect him to be a traitor. Rumble. The flame dragon instantly engulfed Chao Zhiping. However, Chao Zhiping was still at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. He didn't die, but he was still heavily injured. You have some ability. The corner of Mo Shui's mouth slightly raised. Challenging someone 3 levels above him, just thinking about it made him excited. The other 3 scholars originally wanted to attack Mo Shui, but when they saw Mo Shui attacking Chao Zhiping, they suddenly restrained themselves. What's going on? Is there an internal conflict? The leading scholar was very confused, but he immediately reacted. This Mo Shui was very likely charmed by the little fox that suddenly appeared. Two junior brothers, put in more effort and kill them. The leading scholar shouted. Yes. At this time, in the distance, Yi Xian was on guard while fighting with the others. Originally, he wanted to use his trump card to kill everyone, but after hearing Mo Shui's words, he restrained himself. If an 8th level Nether Passage Realm expert came, he would need to have a trump card to fight against them. Fortunately, this battle wasn't too difficult, because Luo Luo had charmed several dozen people. Adding on the fact that he had the Eye of Control, his opponent's true battle prowess was only at the 5th and 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Left Azure Dragon Claw's 8 powers. Heavenly Thunder Halberd. Yi Xian continuously attacked. With the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, his true chi was completely able to withstand this consumption. Rumble. At this time, a loud sound came from the horizon. Everyone looked over and saw a headless corpse floating in the air. An assassin at the 7th level of the Nether Passage Realm had been killed. The situation had changed. Kid, it's up to you now. I have to check these people. Mo Shui used a secret technique to whisper in Yi Xian's ear, then shot toward the 100 pairs of siblings. Although this Mo Shui is only at the 4th level of the Nether Passage Realm, he's a reincarnator. If he attacks, these siblings will die in an instant. Yi Xian's heart was also fluttering, but he had agreed to cooperate with Mo Shui. As long as Mo Shui kept his promise, he wouldn't attack Mo Shui. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Mo Shui rushed into the crowd at lightning speed and began to check. Chapter 1184. What is he doing? Yi Xian frowned as he recalled Mo Shui's words. He knew that Mo Shui was looking for someone, but he didn't know what kind of person. While he was pondering, Mo Shui actually checked all of them. Among the 100 pairs of siblings, there was no one he was looking for. Brat, it was a pleasure working with you. I won't take advantage of you today. The next time I see you, it will be your death date. After Mo Shui said this, he turned around and left. From beginning to end, he had only killed 2 people. One was that unlucky 6th level Nether Passage Realm cultivator, and the other was Chao Zhiping, the leader of a branch of the underworld. Maldorf ***, those old monsters who have lived for thousands of years are all crazy. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, in this situation, he didn't have time to deal with Mo Shui. He had to deal with him as soon as possible. On the assassin's side, the leader of the black-clothed men had an extremely gloomy expression after Chao Zhiping's death. Originally, the 3 of them had the upper hand against the 3 scholars. However, after Chao Zhiping's death, they were at a disadvantage. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that half of their people had betrayed them. Those 5th and 6th level Nether Passage Realm cultivators were no match for Yi Xian. If they continued to fight, they would definitely be the ones to lose. Damn it, why aren't they here yet? The leader of the black-clothed men cursed. Just in case, he had notified a super expert. However, this super expert was late. Let's go. The black-clothed man shouted and turned to run. Junior brothers, stop him. Remember, don't let the tiger return to the mountain, the leading scholar shouted. If I want to escape, you can't stop me. The black-clothed man was very disdainful and quickly distanced himself from the 3 scholars. However, the other assassin was entangled by the 3 scholars. Don't go, let's fight together. The other assassin hurriedly shouted. However, the black-clothed man ignored him and turned to leave. It had to be said that the black-clothed man had become the leader's bait. ****CK your mother. The unlucky assassin roared at the sky. Although his realm was higher than the 3 scholars, they were the elites of the Northern Heavens Academy. Furthermore, they had even displayed a sword array. In just 3 moves, he was defeated. Tripartite sun piercing. Xiao! Xiao! Shio! 3 cold gleams flashed as 3 long swords pierced into the body of the unlucky assassin. His heart was pierced by the 3 long swords, and he died instantly. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. At this moment, there were only 3 experts at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm and 4 experts at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm left. As for the others, they were either controlled by Luo or killed. The situation was very clear. However, right at this moment. How dare you! Suddenly, a roar came from the sky and fell into everyone's ears. When the escaping assassin in black heard this, he also showed the light of victory. His reinforcements had finally arrived. Not good. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that the 8th level Nether Passage expert Imo Shui had mentioned would actually come. This was going to be troublesome. It seems that I can only use the Eye of the Void to escape. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was only at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he gathered everything, he might be able to break through to the 5th level. However, this 8th level Nether Passage expert was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he would meet up with the black-clothed man. He didn't have time. What a powerful demonic aura. The leading scholar's eyes lit up. If the newcomer was a demonic cultivator of the demonic path, then they still had the strength to fight. Immediately, the leading scholar took out a long painting from his yin and yang ring. Mountain River Treasure Map, suppress. The leading scholar used his true energy and 10,000 mammoth strength to activate the long painting in his hand. In the next moment, a floating image appeared above his head. The long painting in his hand was enlarged. When the illusionary images of mountains and rivers appeared, the aura of the expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm instantly weakened. Damned Northern Heavens Academy, I'll kill you all. The expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm was enraged. The demonic vein in his body had been greatly suppressed by the Mountain River Treasure Map, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with 3 6th level Nether Passage scholars. Once the Mountain River Treasure Map appeared, the 3 scholars once again formed the tripartite sword formation and charged forward. The black-clothed assassin, who had originally fled, quietly circled to the side, preparing to destroy the floating Mountain River Treasure Map. However, at this moment, your opponent is me. Yi Xian suddenly appeared and intercepted him. Brat, a mere 4th level Nether Passage expert dares to oppose me. You're courting death. The black-clothed assassin was extremely furious. Just now, Mo Shui was also at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm, but he had killed the head of the Black Chaos Corner Underworld branch. Now, another Yi Xian had appeared, so he was prepared to vent his anger on Yi Xian. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth rose slightly. Megatron and the Thunder Pearl had already pincer attacked the black-clothed assassin from the left and right. Brat, die. The black-clothed assassin ignored the 2 treasures and stabbed with his hand. An incomparably sharp sword light shot towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian didn't care and allowed the sword light to enter his chest. Pooh! Yi Xian's heart had been pierced, but he wouldn't die because of it. Heavenly Thunder Halberd. Heavenly Thunder Domain. A lightning spear had unknowingly condensed in Yi Xian's hand, and he fiercely stabbed it into the ground. Bzzz. Boundless lightning. The black-clothed assassin was shocked. Yi Xian's heart had been pierced, so why wasn't he dead? Because of this, he had been careless, and the lightning serpents of the Heavenly Thunder Domain had entered his body, causing his speed to decrease. However, the true killing move had yet to come. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled. The black-clothed assassin turned his head and saw a pillar of lightning coming towards him. No matter who it was, as long as they saw the Thunder Pearl, they would think that it was just an ordinary divine artifact. However, the power of the Thunder Pearl was incomparably strong. Boom! The black-clothed assassin was engulfed by the lightning and disappeared. However, he was 3 realms higher than Yi Xian, so he wouldn't be killed so easily. Taste this move again. Yi Xian suddenly drained all the true qi in his body and stabbed out with his left index finger. Parting Heaven Sword Finger. A red light flashed and entered the black-clothed assassin's chest. He had just learned this move from the fallen underworld branch leader, Chao Zhiping. It was a superior-grade ethereal opening divine artifact, and its power was extraordinary. Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, had copied many martial arts techniques. The black-clothed assassin knew about the Parting Heaven Sword Finger, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to know this move as well. Chapter 1185. With his heart pierced, the true energy in the assassin's body leaked out. His all-creation strength also disappeared, and he was turned into a charred corpse by the Thunder Dragon's roar. Yi Xian rushed over and took the universe ring. However, there wasn't much inside, so he couldn't break through. Ding! Megatron broke through. Ding! Thunder Pearl broke through. Since that was the case, he would use it to strengthen Megatron and Thunder Pearl. Now, these 2 treasures were at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Go! Yi Xian hurriedly controlled the 2 treasures and attacked the 8th level Nether Passage realm expert. As for the remaining assassins, Luo Luo, Ling Yao, and the rest could deal with them. Don't forget, they had more people. On the other side, the 8th level Nether Passage realm expert who had just arrived saw the assassin's death, and his expression changed greatly. Damn it, this Northern Heavens Academy is truly my nemesis. Let's go. This expert didn't dare to delay and immediately turned around. Want to leave? Tripartite's Sun Piercer. The leading scholar roared and stabbed out with his long sword. However, the opponent was still a step faster than him. All 3 long swords struck empty air, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between them had been pulled apart. Yi Xian, who had just arrived, looked at the departing figure and prepared to use 10,000 returning swords to stop him. Of course, the opponent's speed was too fast, and he might not be able to stop him. However, as long as he stayed, he would definitely be able to break through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian, don't chase. The 3 of us don't have much true energy left, the leading scholar hurriedly shouted in a low voice. In the battle just now, they had used a high-level sword formation, and had used up too much of their true energy. Even with the Mountain River treasure map, they couldn't beat the 8th level Nether Passage realm expert. Sigh, if only Senior Brother was here. Senior Brother would definitely be able to kill him easily. The younger scholar sighed. They had used their full strength in this battle. Fortunately, the 8th level Nether Passage realm expert who had arrived at the end had cultivated a demonic art. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble. Since the opponent had retreated, the remaining assassins were quickly killed by Yi Xian. We won, we won. Ha, I told you we would be fine. But why did that assassin take our clothes? A girl asked with a red face. Just now, when Mo Shui was inspecting them, he took off the left side of their clothes and left. This made everyone think that Mo Shui was a thief. However, they had personally witnessed Mo Shui helping the 3 scholars kill a 7th level Nether Passage realm martial artist. Young master, the interspatial rings are inside. Luo Luo hurriedly collected the universe ring and threw it to Yi Xian. The 3 of you, if it weren't for the 3 of you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Take these cosmos rings as compensation. Yi Xian tossed the pouch containing the universe ring to the leading scholar. All right, thank you, Brother Yi. The leading scholar didn't refuse. They had almost died this time, so it was only right for them to get some reward. Although there weren't many things here, it was enough for them to cultivate for a period of time. As for Yi Xian, he had naturally left some things for himself as well. These things could help him break through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, but there was no need for that at the moment. This battle had been extremely intense as several dozen people had perished, including a few Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples. Yi Xian also distributed some things to Elder Ling Yao and the others before continuing on their way. They were still a day or two away from the Heavenly Thunder Hole. It would be best if they hurried back immediately. What if the assassins gathered another wave of people? However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid now, because as long as he wanted to, he could immediately break through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. If the assassins dared to come again, they would be courting death. As he had expected, the rest of the journey was peaceful. Those assassins didn't come again. Those assassins charmed by Luo Luo also took on the role of escorts. However, those charmed by the Eye of Bewitchment would automatically be dispelled a day later. Thus, they were all killed by Yi Xian. However, with the help of the all-manifestations power of these people, this massive group spent a day to hurry back to the Heavenly Thunder Hole. Yi Xian, Elder Ling Yao, the three of us will be taking our leave first. After seeing the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the leading scholar cupped his fists towards Yi Xian. You three, won't you come in and have a seat? Elder Ling Yao hurriedly asked. No, the commotion caused by the underworld is too great. We must return immediately. The leading scholar shook his head. Indeed, the underworld had wantonly captured people. Something must have happened. Thus, they had to report back to the Northern Heavens Academy. Since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Take care of yourselves. Elder Ling Yao cupped his fists as well. Then, the three scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy left. All of you, follow me in. Elder Ling Yao said to the 100 pairs of siblings. Originally, even if he was an elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he couldn't allow so many people to enter. However, one shouldn't forget that Yi Xian had returned with him this time. When he had met Yi Xian that day, the latter had only been at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. However, now, Yi Xian was already at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. He had already surpassed the number 1 genius of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Zhantian. Most importantly, Yi Xian had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. Moreover, it was 2 levels. Even 3 levels might not necessarily succeed. Yi Xian's strength was probably not any weaker than the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hole. Elder Ling Yao led the group into the Heavenly Thunder Hole. After letting Ling Mutian and the others make arrangements, he himself hurriedly left. Yi Xian knew that he had gone to look for the higher-ups of the Ling family. Profound Water Thunder Wirm clan, I have returned. Very soon, it will be the day of your destruction. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth raised slightly as he walked towards the Heavenly Thunder Hole. Could it be? Seeing Yi Xian leave, Ling Mutian's heart trembled slightly. He hurriedly chased after him and asked, Yi Xian, are you going to look for the Zhao family? That's right. Yi Xian turned, directly nodding. This profound water thunder Wirm entrusted the netherworld to kill me. How can I not take revenge for this? Hearing this, Ling Mutian's figure shook as he asked in shock, then, you killed Zhao Chong as well. Right now, he was already intimidated by Yi Xian's strength. Even an expert at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm was killed by Yi Xian, so what did Zhao Chong, who was at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm, count for? Yes. Yi Xian nodded in reply. It was Zhao Chong who had wanted to kill him first anyway. Also, with his current cultivation level, even if he exterminated the Profound Water Thunder Wirm clan, it would still be fine. Hearing Yi Xian's reply, Ling Mutian was already at a loss for words. He had yet to receive Zhao Chong's reward even now. So it turned out that Zhao Chong was already dead. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not pursue the matter of that day. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Chapter 1186. The Grand Elder of the Blackwater Lightning WIRM clan was an expert at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, this level of cultivation was nothing to Yi Xian, who was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the residence of the Blackwater Lightning WIRM clan. At this moment, someone walked out and bumped into Yi Xian. "It's you." Zhao Lai looked at Yi Xian in shock. He never thought that Yi Xian would actually return to the Heavenly Thunder Hole. How was this possible? One had to know that they had already entrusted the underworld to capture Yi Xian and send him to an expert in the Black Chaotic Corner to search his memories. However, Yi Xian had actually appeared in the Heavenly Thunder Hole. This meant that the underworld had failed. "Stinking brat, you still dare." Before Zhao Lai could finish speaking, his body trembled. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. After this notification, Zhao Lai directly became Yi Xian's slave. "Master, this way please." Zhao Lai said respectfully. Behind Yi Xian, Ling Mutian was completely stunned when he heard this. A second ago, Zhao Lai looked like he was going to eat someone. In the next second, he had become Yi Xian's slave. However, when he thought of how Yi Xian could suddenly summon a little fox and control dozens of people, Ling Mutian calmed down. Back then, even those at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm had been controlled and those at the 7th level had been killed. What more Zhao Lai, who was at the 2nd level? Yi Xian was led by Zhao Lai into the residence of the Blackwater Lightning WIRM clan. Before this, Yi Xian had already sensed several auras inside. 1/6th level of the Nether Passage realm, 3/5th level of the Nether Passage realm, and more than 10/4th level of the Nether Passage realm. As for those at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm and below, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to count. "Blackwater Lightning WIRM, get out here." Yi Xian's roar shook the entire residence. This voice spread to every corner of the residence, and even the people nearby were alarmed. Who is causing trouble here? Let's go out and take a look. You really don't want to live anymore. You dare to cause trouble in my Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan. You're courting death. A group of demon clan experts walked out angrily, but they saw a familiar face. Yi Xian. How could it be him? The group of experts was shocked. They had clearly placed a bounty on Yi Xian's head and didn't care if Yi Xian lived or died. So why was Yi Xian able to appear here now? The Blackwater Lightning Serpent's first elder also heard the commotion and came out. After seeing Yi Xian, he was extremely shocked and angrily shouted, "Bastard, how dare you shout in my place? Do you want to die? How dare you put a bounty on my head in the underworld? Today is the day you die." Yi Xian had a murderous look on his face. He had always sought revenge for the smallest grievance. Since this Blackwater Lightning Serpent wanted to kill him, then it had to be prepared to be annihilated. You. The eyes of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan's Grand Elder flickered. A junior actually dared to threaten to annihilate them. He was truly courting death. But at this moment, Grand Elder, he's at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. A demon clan expert closer to Yi Xian said in shock. The moment he said this, the entire place fell silent. What? Everyone was shocked. How was the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm possible? How many days had it been? How could Yi Xian have broken through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm? The Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan's first elder couldn't believe it. He hurriedly stepped forward and sensed. Sure enough, he was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. No, this is impossible. The first elder couldn't believe that Yi Xian had broken through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm from the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm in just a few days. Was this a freaking reincarnator? Now, I have the right to annihilate you, right? Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. At this moment, several figures suddenly rushed over. Yi Xian, wait. Elder Ling Yao hurriedly rushed over with several people. Yi Xian turned and saw that the person following behind Elder Ling Yao was the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong. Yi Xian, what do you want? Ling Xinglong hurriedly asked. After hearing Elder Ling Yao's words, he was extremely shocked and hurriedly rushed over. However, he didn't know about the enmity between Yi Xian and the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan. Hall Lord, you've come at the right time. Yi Xian directly took out a sheepskin scroll from his universe ring, saying, the underworld previously put a bounty on my head for a total of 20,000 inner devil pills, and the one who issued this mission was the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan. Thus, I have come today for revenge. What, the underworld? Ling Xinglong was shocked. He took the sheepskin scroll and read it. It was indeed correct. He immediately glared at the group of demon clan experts, saying, Jiao clan, how dare you? Slander, this is definitely slander. A 5th-level Nether Passage demon clan expert stood out, saying, this must have been fabricated by him. How could our Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan harm our fellow clansmen? The Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan had joined the Heavenly Thunder Hall in recent years, and thus could be counted as a part of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Meanwhile, harming fellow clansmen was an extremely huge crime in the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If this crime was confirmed, the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan would be finished. Is that so? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled slightly. The next moment, Zhao Lai beside him said loudly, Lord Hall Lord, this is true. This was the Grand Elder's idea. Boom! When these words entered everyone's ears, it caused them to tremble. Zhao Lai had actually betrayed the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan. Zhao Yang had already betrayed the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan earlier, saying that Zhao Chong was still alive and clearing Yi Xian of suspicion. Now, even Zhao Lai had betrayed them. What exactly had happened to the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan that had always been united? Bastard, what did you say? The Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan's Grand Elder cursed furiously, preparing to send Zhao Lai flying with a slap. However, at this moment, someone else spoke up. This is true. I can bear witness to it as well, a muscular man said loudly. Right, this is true. I can also bear witness to it. The bounty mission was issued by the Grand Elder. Not only that, the Grand Elder has also invited an expert of Black Chaotic Corner to prepare to search Yi Xian's memories. The surrounding people all spoke up. What's going on? The Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan's Grand Elder was already rendered speechless. In just the blink of an eye, he had already been found out by over 10 people. No, that's impossible. It was this brat's doing. After pondering for a moment, the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan's Grand Elder instantly reacted as he rebuked furiously, Brat, you controlled them? That's right, they are all under my control. Yi Xian grinned, revealing a confident smile, not just them, there are also these 3. Saying thus, he abruptly swiveled his head, gazing at those 3 5th-level Nether Passage experts of the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan. Ding, control successful. Ding, control successful. Ding, control successful. 3 system notifications sounded in succession.